Okay, I call this regular meeting of the San Marcos City Council to order. It is 6 o'clock. It is Tuesday, November 19th of 2024. Ms. Trevino, please call the roll for us.
Here.
Mr. Scott.
Here.
Ms. Garza. Sorry.
I'm here.
Mayor Houston.
I'm here.
Mr. Gonzalez.
Here.
Mr. Gleason.
Here.
And Mr. Mendoza. We have a quorum present.
And for this evening's invocation, we have Pastor Darius Todd from the First Baptist Church in BC. Thank you for being here, sir.
Let's bow. Most heavenly and gracious Father, we thank you for another opportunity to come before your city that you've created and given us all access to. We thank you, Lord, for drawing us here together as one. Though we have many diversities of backgrounds, thoughts, initiatives, ideas, we thank you that you can bring unity out of all of our differences. We thank you that this opportunity to come and lead this city and all of the responsibilities that go along with it, that you have given us grace to be able to do so. I pray for every decision, every conversation, all the commentary and every comment. They are all valid and necessary. Thank you for the grace to be able to lead this group. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. Next is our pledges of allegiance to the United States and Texas. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. Pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. We are now to the citizen comment period of our meeting. The City Council will hear citizen comments at work sessions, workshops, and regular meetings. Those wishing to speak, there is a sign-up process either online or at the City Clerk's office. Speakers may speak once during the citizen comment time period and may not yield time to others. If you speak now about a public hearing topic on tonight's agenda, I ask that you not repeat exactly the same comments again during the public hearing on the same topic. You will have 3 minutes to speak, and that starts when you state your name. Even though I will call you by name, we need you to state your name when you start speaking. Whenever you start speaking, the green will start to disappear. When you get to the yellow, you have less than 20 seconds left. When the timer is red, your time to speak is up. A bell will ring. You may finish the sentence that you're in the middle of. The Mayor and Council will endeavor to ensure that meetings are conducted in a courteous manner and an atmosphere free of defamation, intimidation, personal insults, profanity, or threats of violence. If you do any of those, you will hear the gavel. That will not be a warning, and you get to keep talking and it happens a second time. This is your warning. So if you violate any of those, you'll hear the gavel. I will ask you to leave the chambers. And I will call several names at once. If you would go ahead and either come in or come out of the seats and start lining up over there so that we can get through this, because we're going to be here for maybe an hour and a half. So let's try to get through it as quickly as we can. The folks in person, we have Robert Evie, Christopher Paul Cardoza, Johnny Storbeck, Casey Newell, and Jason Weems. So if y'all would go ahead and start lining up over there, please, so that we want to hear everyone, but we do want to be efficient about it. Mr. Eby, you are first.
Robert Eby, 1007 Dale Drive. I was going to speak in favor of the Tantra CUP permit, but I don't think I need to tonight. I did also want to address another item, number 17, regarding the deer issue in San Marcos. The white-tailed deer are the deadliest animal in North America. We do have a surplus population in San Marcos. What that surplus is undetermined, because in 2010, City Council talked about the issue and did nothing. And since 2010, it was a problem then. Deer reproduce a lot, especially in urban environments. The problem's gotten worse. I've had 2 incidents with my vehicle where I've had to take it to the body shop. I've T-boned a deer on my bicycle. It took me 6 months of acupuncture to regain use of my shoulder. Coming here tonight, I had a near incident with a deer. People love the deer. I get it. They're cute. They like to feed them. If you study the biology of feeding deer, everything about feeding deer is bad. It's bad for people. It's bad for the animals. It's bad for the environment. Wildlife do not belong in urban settings, period. I hope City Council can direct city staff to do something about this problem nobody's talking about. It's the #1 item on my want-to-do list for this city. As we grow even larger, the problem will not go away without action. So please consider what you can do and what your city staff can do to mitigate this problem while we still have time to do something about it. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Christopher Paul Cardoza.
Good evening. My name is Christopher Paul Cardoza, and thank you to the council for allowing me to speak. Today, there's not much I could say that no one else is going to say, but I will read from a former owner and manager of Tantra by the name of, his name is Ian Lee, who cannot be here right now due to a work schedule. And this is verbatim, so it's him. Hello, my name is Ian Lee. I apologize for not being here in person today. I wish I could be, but my work schedule will not allow me to attend the meeting. Thank you to my friend Christopher Paul Cardoza for reading this letter on my behalf. I am speaking to the council today as a former owner of Tantra. I was a part owner of the business from 2012 to 2017, a total of 5 years. In that time, we made a lot of changes to Tantra. One of the big actions I participated in was removing the tent that covered the yard, and we stripped all live music away except for Bluegrass Night on Wednesdays. It was not more than a year of only Bluegrass nights for live music that we realized that music was such a large part of Tantra, and we'd be foolish not to bring it back. From a fiscal perspective, Bluegrass nights were able to get us through financially trying times due to their draw. We also understood the value of the community, culture, and artistry that was allowed to occur via live music at Tantra. Although I cannot be certain that lowering the decibel level, effectively killing live music at Tantra, will ruin the business as it stands, I can say from experience it will make a significant dent in the business income, putting undue stress on the owner and its staff. Decisions like this affect many people, not just a few. I grew up with my father working as a sound engineer for professional touring bands. He ran sound for groups all over the world in iconic places such as Shea Stadium, over 30,000 people, as well as historic Green Hall just down the road. In my experience working with my father, I know that a 60 decibel limit on live music is telling the business not to have music anymore. If you Google the different decibel ratings of common events, you will see that even washing machines in your house exist at a level of 70. The average conversation between 2 people talking is about 60 decibels. Even if Tantra were to only host acoustic music at their venue, that by new ordinance would be breaking the law. I play and teach violin professionally, and an acoustic violin is on an average of 70. Lastly, I'd like us to remember a time not long ago when we were all stuck inside, quarantined due to COVID. During that time, I remember people hungry and excited and even desperate to return to our once social norms. Live
your
music
time is up,
an
sir.
important part of our community. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Johnny Storbeck.
Hello, my name is Johnny Storbeck, and I first visited Tantra in 2005. I moved here to San Marcos 2006, and I've been playing music at Tantra since 2010. This decibel change affects my household personally. My girlfriend works at Tantra. Her band plays at Tantra. My band plays at Tantra. Both of our bands play at Tantra. We will be there next Friday playing at Tantra. While music is not my main source of income, it is a healthy secondary. I am concerned about how planning and zoning went about this rule change and the lack of communication surrounding. I'm concerned that no prior contact was made with the business owner. I'm concerned that P&Z just took the info they were given from one party and did no research on their own. I'm pretty sure my former professors would have failed me for that methodology. I was there on one of the nights attending a show when a police officer showed up to check out the noise levels, and he agreed with the manager on duty that they were well within their limits and that it was both a waste of time and resources for both of them. Now, how can a decision affecting a business's conditional use permit be made without contacting the business owner for their side of the events? Does this set a precedent that any citizen can complain about a business enough times and this can be changed solely on consistency? If I was a business owner in San Marcos, I would be quite worried, and I would like to know how City Council plans to protect business owners in the future from this type of harassment. This decision does not reflect on San Marcos as a music-friendly city. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Casey Newell.
Good evening.
Okay, everybody in the lobby, I get where you're going, but if we could not do the applause, we can get through this more quickly and not interfere with the speakers. Thank you.
Hi. My name is Casey Newell. I am a San Marcos resident. I've lived here since 2006. I've been going to Tantra and playing music at Tantra shortly after that. Tantra is pretty much a home away from home for me in many ways. I know the owner, I know a lot of the employees. I play there constantly and am there constantly. And 60 decibels is not reasonable. It's not achievable for the business. It would be a death stroke to it for the live music. It doesn't seem like it's based in any kind of reason or reality. I'm not sure how it got to the point where it is tonight, how any of us have to come down here and speak about it. I don't understand how the city could pass something like that, and I don't want that to be a city that I live in. So I would humbly ask that you would please not pass that and allow Tantra to remain at 85 decibels until 10 o'clock and then at 75 until 10:30, which is as it is now and has been. Thank you.
Okay, if the next group would start lining up, which will be in this order: Cody Hollifield, Shannon Albus, Michael Howard, Christian Jimenez, and Kate Malasonia. If you'll come on inside and just line up behind Mr. Weems here.
Hello, I'm Jason Weems, and I believe that creativity is a birthright of all humans and not just a lucky lottery ticket drawn by those few. The truth of that can get lost to some, but the good news is that there are places like San Marcos and community cornerstones like Tantra Coffee House that actively curate a safe and welcoming environment where our neighbors and our guests can intimately interact with a thriving creative community that this council has worked so hard to foster and support. I'm a performing songwriter. I'm the founder and the co-host of the San Marcos Songwriter Showcase. We hold that every other Monday at Tantra. I'm also a published author, historian, DEI training professional with a deep commitment to inclusion, and I humbly serve on the San Marcos Art Commission. Speaking as a lifelong performing songwriter and event producer, I've worked with countless music venues, staff members, musicians, venue owners, and it could be a tough business at times by its nature, and it's an industry that is experiencing seismic shifts as we adjust to a modern era of streaming and a world post-pandemic that shut us down for years. Yet, despite the challenges faced from so many sides, there are a very few venues who are still committed to being that vital bridge between the arts and the people. And of those venues who are still around to serve in this role, I can think of none more deserving of the unbridled support and the official stamp of approval from the city of San Marcos than Tantra Coffee House. From ownership to staff to bands, the community that has so anxiously awaited the return of this beloved space, I have witnessed nothing but respect, integrity, and a wholehearted welcoming of all who come to play a part. And I'm so very proud to call Tantra my musical home in San Marcos. And I'll add that my touring musical family across the globe, which considers Tantra to be a gem in the music crown of Central Texas, often comments on how excited they are to hear of its return. I've lived in Austin area most of my entire adult life, and through the years, I've often taken refuge here. But a few years ago, a couple years, I decided to put down permanent roots, and one of the reasons I felt I could even consider that address change was because I knew Tantra was coming back to be that cornerstone of this community, my home bar, the venue that I can bring my community to safely. I'd like to speak briefly from my perspective as a fresh new art commissioner that has been dutifully studying the arts master plan that this body has endorsed. Tantra is exactly the partner of the arts that we need to achieve our goals. Because of that, I feel confident. I feel confident that this council will find a way to live up to our city's clearly stated mission of becoming an unrivaled destination for arts in Texas. And the arts community of San Marcos urgently needs your vote to restore Tantra's conditional use permits to its original terms. To do so will be a resounding show of support for the arts and the small businesses like Tantra who are putting everything they have into creating a space and most crucially an economy for the arts in San Marcos. Thank you again for your consideration this evening. Your support of the arts and small businesses is deeply appreciated, and your assistance in resolving this obstacle and achieving our shared goals for a community that thrives through the arts is very much appreciated. I look forward to working with all of y'all for years to come. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Cody Hollifield. Okay, next is Shannon Alvis, who I see has joined us online.
Yes, ma'am.
Go right ahead, it's your turn.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you. My name is Shannon Alvis. I have been a citizen of San Marcos full-time since 2016. I couldn't have said it any better than Mr. Weems, who spoke just before me. And I implore the city council to reinstate Tantra's permit to its previous levels. It is a cornerstone of our community. It is a beacon for the arts to be here, and it's one of the places that makes San Marcos the special place that it is. And changing their permit and effectively denying the live music that thrives there would devastate the community. So please implore you to reinstate the original terms of Tantra's permit. Thank you very much.
Ms. Trevino, I have next is Michael Howard. Is Michael Howard here? We have Michael set up for online. Okay. Next is Christian Jimenez. I do not see that person online, but I'm looking to see if they're here. Okay. Kate, hold on just a second, please. The next folks to speak will be Claudia Zertouche, Hannah Corbett, Adam Van Art, Katie Steele, and Jack Corcoran. Yes, ma'am, your turn.
Good evening. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Kate Malazonia, and I am a current staff member at Texas State University. In a world where people can spend entire days sitting on their couches, places like Tantra are more important than ever. Tantra's music draws people out of their homes and into the vibrant fabric of our community. When my two sisters visited me from England, the Bluegrass Night at Tantra was one of the first places I thought to take them because I knew what everyone else here knows. Tantra has become a cultural hub for San Marcos, reflecting the heart and soul of Texas through the diverse music it offers. I graduated from Texas State University with an MBA, through which I have had the opportunity to work with local businesses to study them and help them succeed. I was also on the women's tennis team and understand the importance of teamwork, balance, and creating opportunities for people to come together. Spaces like Tantra exemplify these values. As a current student of law, I am beginning to understand the importance of creating laws that are reasonable and reflect the attitudes and beliefs of the society in which they are made. The restriction of 60 decibels for outdoor amplified music does not seem reasonable or reflective of the wider community's needs and values, especially since normal road noise near Tantra's property already exceeds this limit. So such a restriction makes live music unworkable. Instead of fostering balance, this decision risks silencing an invaluable part of our community that brings joy and connection to so many. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next is Claudia Zertuche.
Yeah,
Okay.
Zertucci. Hello, my name is Claudia Zertucci, and my partner and I just bought our first house here in San Marcos. I'm here to address the drastic measures to silence live music at Tantra. I've been a public educator serving our vulnerable populations and their family for over a decade here in Hays County. I say this because though I'm not a musician myself, the eclectic music and art scene has been just one aspect of this town that inspired me to live here permanently and give back to my beautiful community. San Marcos changed my life when I moved here over 20 years ago. From the university, faculty, and staff to the brilliant people I have had the pleasure of meeting along the way because of places like Tantra. Tantra is a place where many of us come to sit in silence to reflect on our day, catch up on social issues, and run into friends and family that frequent there. My favorite and quite possibly the most important aspects of what Tantra provides to many of us is freedom of speech in the form of music. There was an undeniable feeling of emptiness when Tantra was closed for 4 years. Our light was restored when Jeff worked so diligently to bring back part of the heartbeat we had all been missing. Our community of freethinkers is just one facet of the city that fuels me to not only learn and grow every day, but to be the best friend, sister, partner, and educator I can be. As proud as I am to serve our community, I couldn't do it without the many small business owners who provide a place for me to be myself and nourish the whiplash of the demanding expectations I endure contributing to public education. I encourage you to think about the heartbreaking implications that enforcing an unrealistic sound restriction could not only do to a San Marcos staple, but to the community as a whole. Please consider allowing the conditional use permit, which would only continue to allow music until 10:30 p.m. and follows the sound ordinance of 85 decibels before 10 p.m. and 75 decibels after 10 p.m. Oh, 10:30, 10, yep. Thank you so much for your time and commitment to ensure the magic stays alive in San Marcos.
Next is Hannah Corbett.
I'm Hannah Corbett. I'm here today to address the concern of the council regarding noise complaints about Wednesday's Bluegrass Nights at Tantra. I want to start off by talking about why Bluegrass Nights are so important to me. I moved to San Marcos about a year and a half ago with no friends or family outside of my roommate who could not make it here today. I was anxious in a new city with no idea of how to even start to get my foot in the door when it came to making friends here. That's when I heard of Bluegrass Nights, and I've been going pretty much every Wednesday since. It is the one time of a week that I get to go and meet people and socialize and really connect with my community, and it's been a massive support system as I adjust to my life in San Marcos. To make it so that Tantra is not allowed to play music louder than even the decibel of the road right next to it is a death sentence for Bluegrass Night, which I think we all here are aware of. While I still have been able to find community within San Marcos, most of that does still hinge on the connections I make during Bluegrass Nights at Tantra. I ask that you reconsider, as it is not fair to do this to Tantra, to end Bluegrass Night with not so much as a warning prior to this. I ask that you reconsider because of what Bluegrass has done for the community and continues to do for the community, and continues to do for community building within San Marcos. Thank you for your consideration.
Next is Adam Von Art.
Hello, I'm Adam Von Arndt. What is happening at Tantra is obviously a hard pill to swallow for a lot of our community. And really, that's what I feel is most important in any town, is community. And that's what live music brings. That's what Tantra brings, is community. Unnecessarily punishing a business that has done its best to adhere to the law of the land is offensive, and for a lot of local businesses, it's terrifying. I spoke to Elmer today, who runs the Native Blends. He told me that live music helped save his business. People come in to see bands, and they become regulars. People come in from out of town, and they see bands, and it brings them back to spend more time and spend more money in San Marcos. Live music is good for business. Now, if we're going to talk about volume or decibels, I live 2 blocks from Tantra, and I never hear their music on my porch. Now, whenever there's an event at the stadium, like we had last week, I most certainly heard that on my porch. Or, oh, those trains that blow at all hours of the night because the city didn't do its job, I certainly hear those as well. To give a music venue a decibel limit no higher than a conversation, it cripples their ability to be a venue. It cripples their business. Why are we crippling businesses? Why are we crippling our community? Look, I worry that what we're seeing here is becoming a trend in this town. The fun police have rolled in, right? They stopped our parades, they stopped our hell ride, and now they're trying to stop another community gathering place in Tantra. Now, I really don't believe that the complaints of one person, a person that this council and planning and zoning has ignored for years, is the real reason here, right? But if you're saying if one voice was loud enough to cause this, I would hope that all of the voices that we have gathered here tonight will be loud enough. We'll have enough decibels for you to make the right decision. Let Tantra continue to help our community thrive. Thank you.
We've got 2 people who will be speaking. Following them, if these folks could come forward and line up behind the speaker's podium, is Lena Clark, Matthew Schuster, Elizabeth Emberson, and Emma Long. And Katie Steele?
Yes, hi, can you hear me? My name's Katie Steele, and I'm here to speak on behalf of Tantra Coffee House, a place that has been a cornerstone of our community for nearly 2 decades. Tantra is not just a coffee shop or a music venue. It's, as you'll hear tonight, a vital third place. It's where we go when we're not at home or work, a place to connect, to heal, and to be with others. In fact, Tantra changed my life. Back in 2008, before I even lived here, I found my community at Tantra. The music, the friendships, and the sense of belonging I experienced there is part of what inspired me to move to San Marcos in 2010. For so many of us, Tantra is more than a business. It's a place where people gather to support one another, to find joy, and to relieve stress, especially in times of division and uncertainty. This is particularly important now. After years of divisive election cycles, spaces like Tantra are more critical than ever. It's a remedy for the polarization we see in the world. A place where people of all walks of life can come together, whether to enjoy live music, share a drink, or simply be part of a supportive, creative community. For many of us, it's a place to nurse our mental health, to feel human again, and to connect with something greater than ourselves. The complaint about live music at Tantra does not reflect the reality of what this space is. The claim that it is inappropriate for families is simply not true. I've attended countless shows at Tantra, often with children dancing alongside their parents. It's a joyful, safe environment where families come together to experience the magic of live music. Hearing the music from the grocery store parking lot doesn't bother me. It makes me happy. It reminds me that our town is alive, vibrant, and filled with creativity. The proposed 60 decibel limit would silence live music altogether, as it's quieter than even the normal adjacent street noise, which often exceeds 80 decibels. This arbitrary limit makes no sense, especially when neighboring businesses have no complaints and actually support Tantra. Why are we letting one voice, one unfounded complaint outweigh the needs of the entire community? When Tantra closed during the pandemic, we felt the loss deeply. Its reopening wasn't just about coffee or music, it was about hope, connection, and healing. I remember being there for the Henry Invisible show when they reopened, surrounded by community. Many of us elated and nostalgic about his shows from 14 years prior at Tantra. His music centered on love and positivity brought joy to everyone. That's what Tantra is, a sanctuary of joy, connection, and unity. Losing this over one person's dissatisfaction would be a mistake with far-reaching consequences. It would send a message that our community's voice does not matter, that our spaces for togetherness and creativity are not valued. We are starved for live music and safe, family-friendly places to gather. Tantra meets those needs. Please protect live music at Tantra, protect this vital third place, the space for connection, creativity, and healing. San Marcos is better because of it, and I urge you to reverse this decision for the good of our entire community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jack Corcoran.
Hello, my name is Jack Corcoran. Good evening, esteemed council members. Thank you so much for hearing us tonight. I'm here in support of Tantra Coffee House. If towns can have a soul is debatable, but I do believe it is possible, and I believe the reason that it seems unlikely to some is that most towns lose theirs somewhere along the way. And I believe that is truly what is at issue here. We are all familiar with the phenomenon, even if not personally, of buying a cat a toy and watching them enjoy the box it came in more than the cat toy that's often expensive and elaborate. I believe this is a fit analogy. Many things are done by the City Council and others to create a cultural center and community here, but Tantra is the box. I hope the council will support the community center which exists, which the city has self-selected. If you find yourself disliking Tantra and relieved at the opportunity to shut them down, then I suggest that you might like the city that you have in mind at the expense of the one that we all live in. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Next is Lena Clark. Lena.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us. My name is Lena Clark. I am an employee at Tantra and a musician of San Marcos. As both, I am appalled by the frivolous decision made by this committee to change our decibel limit from 85 decibels to a mere 60 decibels. Prior to this decision, we have never received a citation or even a warning from law enforcement. We have done nothing wrong, we follow the rules, and we do not deserve this treatment. If you do not yet understand, which you do, how low 60 decibels is, it's about as loud as I'm speaking right now. If I were to laugh or raise my voice, I would be in the 70s range and you could dish me out a ticket based on your limiting decision. 60 decibels would make it impossible to continue live music at Tantra. How is that fair to Tantra as a music venue, to the community, to the musicians which depend on venues like Tantra for their livelihood? It's not. If you were to follow through with this decision to knock us down to 60 decibels, you would effectively kill our ability to continue as a venue. You would be directly taking food from our mouths and money from our pockets. And you would be taking away the only music venue in town which is family-friendly, and so taking away a safe space from the community. Is that really the legacy you want to leave behind? The committee which killed live music in San Marcos, the committee which does not support local businesses, the committee that goes against the wishes of its constituents. Is that really the mark you want to leave on your time here? While Tantra was closed during the pandemic years, it really felt that the heartbeat of the community had gone missing. We were incomplete without it. Thanks to Jeff Collisard, the new owner of Tantra, who has put so much time, energy, money, and effort into restoring Tantra, and we as his team, who have put our blood, sweat, and tears into keeping it thriving, Tantra has been returned to the community, and the joy which has followed is unmatched. Tantra is a very special place in our community, which must be supported and protected, not persecuted and put down. The city of San Marcos prides itself on being a music-friendly city and a city which supports small businesses. This decision to drastically lower our decibel limit is a direct contradiction to that message. This decision is one that treads on the growing music scene of San Marcos and treads on the small businesses' ability to thrive. I ask again, is that really the legacy that you want to leave behind? We ask only that you leave our conditional use permit as it was, which is 85 decibels before 10 p.m. and 75 decibels after 10 p.m. Please let us thrive. Thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Matthew Schuster. Is Matthew Schuster with us? Elizabeth Emberson. Emma Long. If you'll hold on just one second. The next speakers in this order are Allison Fortson, Alexander Jones, William Ferris, James Garrison, Virginia Parker. Okay, please continue.
Good evening. My name is Emma Long. I am here tonight in hopes that the council will appeal the decision made by the Planning and Zoning Commission to limit the noise levels at Tantra Coffee House. I believe this permit, as is, would cause unnecessary hardship on this business. This is concerning to me because Tantra is an important space for community building and live music here in town. When I moved here in 2009, there was a variety of live music venues here in San Marcos. Triple Crown, Cheatham Street, Tantra, Coffee Pot, Taxis, and more. I loved it here. I could easily find access to live music, meet people, safely ride my bike. These are things that caused me to keep living here. But since about 2015 or so, this town has changed, and change happens, right? The local took out one of the best live music spots in town, Triple Crown. Various spots for live music, like Taxis and the Coffee Pot, became bars that attend to more of the desires of the college crowd. When Tantra closed during the pandemic, I was broken. This is where I met my now husband, my maid of honor, my husband's best man, my community. I am telling you that this type of business is a rarity. Tantra is now open again after many years of waiting and thousands of dollars of remodeling. It would be an absolute shame if this business, one of our last live music holdouts in town, specifically built with a stage and set up for live music, was forced to stop the music because of an unattainable decibel limit. Without live music, I know it would be harder for Tantra to make money and keep going. This move to uphold the decision by the P&Z would tell me that my community is not appreciated and is not seen as part of the whole. I know entire families that are products of the community that is fostered at Tantra. I have watched my friends' children become teenagers over the years at Tantra, one of the few spaces where teenagers can spend time downtown. This is more than a business. Please do not take away our year-round live music from San Marcos families. Let's rethink this permit and work with Tantra. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Allison Fortson. Alexander Jones.
Hello, my name is Alexander Jones, and like my mother and father before me, I spent my youth swimming in the headwaters of Spring Lake, eating cheeseburgers at Gill's Broiler, and buying my favorite vinyl from Sundance Record Shop. I was fortunate enough to experience the final years of the Triple Crown, and I will never forget sitting around the big live oak tree and eating baked potatoes at Rivendell's. For many people, including myself, the death of places like the Triple Crown, Rivendell's, and the Paper Bear meant a new era for San Marcos. When I travel to other countries, a reoccurring question asked by my friends is, what do you think of American culture? I find American culture to be historically rich and artistically profound. It has been, and increasingly is, trampled on by the woes of capitalism's unbridled greed, where culture is worth nothing, and burying that culture in the name of economic prosperity is rationalized and even celebrated. The Oxford English Dictionary defines culture as a way of life of a people, including their attitudes, values, beliefs, arts, sciences, modes of perception, and habits. Culture, by definition, is not a static entity. In fact, it is the elasticity of culture that makes it so vital. It is the expansive and interpretive quality that keeps it at the heart of any society. Raymond Panikar identifies 29 different ways cultural change can be brought about, including growth, modernization, development, and reform. Cultural change is not inherently negative. It is a natural process for a culture and the representative establishments of that culture, in this case Tantra, to change over time. However, to knowingly sacrifice and sever an arterial vein of that culture in the name of reform as a betterment for the people is nothing short of a savage violation of not only the community of which that culture exists in, but the very essence of art itself. Langston Hughes once said, "The mission of an artist is to interpret beauty for the people, but what happens when all the exhibition halls are empty, when the stages are left silent? Where are the people supposed to turn when the final cultural vestiges of San Marcos are gone?" Small music venues like the Tantra are paramount for a town like San Marcos to thrive and are essential for the promotion of economic prosperity, community growth, and artistic freedom. It is the responsibility of the people, the city, and the offices to defend and protect our cultural establishments, for without them, San Marcos will continue to deteriorate into a homogenized collage of consumerism and decay into the abyss of the I-35 corridor.
Our next speaker is William Ferris.
Hello, my name is William Ferris. I'm a broker associate with Great Western Realty, and I really feel like this is infringing on the owner's private property rights. He disclosed the plan and use of the property. The city approved it. He diligently worked with all the city codes and regulations and went through the rigorous process of getting everything approved to follow the guides with the city regulations. He hasn't had any noise complaints with and no citations. And following all the regulations that required. I've been here for a couple of concerts myself. It's a really great environment. No one's orderly. Everyone's keeping under the property grounds. Really great place for San Marcos. It'd be a really big loss for the San Marcos music scene and the community overall. I really hope you will reconsider your decision. They've really built something special that the city of San Marcos will love for years. Please do the right thing and let the music play.
The next folks that I'm asking to line up will be Yancy Arevalo, Maria Alvarado, Samuel Garcia, Brian Green, and Maxfield Baker. Okay, James Garrison.
Good evening, members of City Council. My name is James Garrison. I'm a homeowner living on Johnson Street in San Marcos. Hope you're well rested because it's going to be a long night. There's a lot of us here, and obviously we're a very outspoken, strong political bloc who are here in opposition of a lot of changes that have been happening in San Marcos as of late. I'm here to express my concern regarding the proposed sound ordinance and its impact on our community. San Marcos is a vibrant, welcoming city. This city, the change to the CUP seems unnecessarily restrictive. It is a direct attack on what makes San Marcos so special. My family uses this place to help build and strengthen our community. Music is the glue that binds it. This attack on Tantra is either backdoor politics or an attempt to change the culture of the city to be more gray and bland. I'm not support in either. I didn't choose to live in Pottersville. I chose to live here. Voting for this change will be a scarlet letter that will follow these members throughout their next few years coming up to re-election. I've been made aware that apparently that we have to have a supermajority on this vote, and without Mr. Mendoza, we have to have 6 out of 6. So before you, in this Christmas season, you're the Grinch who ruins this for this community, think about what you're gonna do. Thank you.
Virginia Parker, she spoke earlier. I'm going to ask you again, please keep it quiet in the lobby. Yancy Arevalo. Yeah, she talked to River Foundation, remember? During the work session. That may have been before you got here.
All right.
Yes.
Hello, my name is Yancy Arevalo. So I'm coming here as a concerned citizen of this city. I want to share with council about a recent situation involving SMPD on November 10th in my neighborhood of Rio Vista. So Jason Rodriguez Zavala, 41, was arrested and faces a charge of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. Quote, just before 1 a.m. on Sunday, November 10th, the San Marcos Police Department activated SWAT in the 900 block of Sycamore Street, unquote. The city of San Marcos stated. The response was initiated after receiving a report of an aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, during which the victim reportedly fired a shot at the suspect. According to the city, Zavala has a criminal history and was reportedly under the influence of narcotics during the time of the incident. Police did not find Zavala at the property, but patrol units located and arrested the suspect off property after SWAT cleared the scene. So what this article doesn't tell you is that, yes, there was a SWAT truck and there was a SWAT team. There was also about 8 police cars that night. Probably all of SMPD on staff that night. There were 2 cops on our front lawn firing flash bombs from our lawn to their front door. There were drones, and there were canines, and rifles galore. So I'm here because the safety of my neighborhood is important to me. And that night, I did not feel safe in my neighborhood due to the unnecessary excessive force for a man who turned out to not even be home. I think that's just a waste of resources, waste of our taxpayer money. I feel like our neighborhood was being terrorized that night by SMPD. They were
shouting at Jason through their megaphones and blaring their sirens all night and this article doesn't tell you either how long they were there. They were there from like 12 a.m. to about 4 a.m. in the morning. So yeah, just wanted to let y'all be aware, and also I am not disappointed at the lack of transparency that this issue, about what happened with this issue, I guess. So, thank you.
Our next speaker is Maria Elena Alvarado.
Yes, thank you. My name is Maria Elena Alvarado. I'm also here to report the police standoff that happened in the Rio Vista subdivision. Shortly after I arrived home at about 11:30, my roommate and I heard a single gunshot. And I feel it's important to specify it was a single gunshot because of the excessive police force used by San Marcos police that arrived quickly on the scene. And my roommate and I could literally look out our bedroom windows and see San Marcos PD walking heavily armed with rifles, blasting their police sirens and megaphones, and every few minutes. And later, being startled by the sounds of at least 6 flash bombs that were fired from my front yard outside my bedroom window to the house across the street. Only to find out that the suspect was not even there. This did not make me feel safe or protected. In fact, I felt the use of force in this standoff by San Marcos PD. They were untrained. It felt like they were untrained for this type of situation, and absolutely did not take the residents' safety in consideration for a single gunshot. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samuel Garcia.
Good evening, Council. My name is Sam Garcia, and I'm here today to speak in support of Tantra, a vital part of our local cultural landscape. Tantra is currently facing challenges in retaining its music permits due to noise concerns, and I appreciate the opportunity to address you on this important issue. As many of you know, Tantra has been a cornerstone of our community for several years, providing a safe space for local musicians, artists, and music lovers. This venue has not only contributed to the vibrancy of our city's cultural scene, but has also been an economic driver for nearby businesses, attracting visitors and providing jobs. The live music events held at Tantra bring people together and create a sense of community, something that is especially important in today's world. However, despite being fully compliant with our city's decibel limits, Tantra is now at risk of losing its music permits following an incident that occurred September 24th. This is due to noise complaints that, while legitimate concerns, do not reflect the venue's adherence to the established noise regulations, which is 60 decibels. Tantra has always made a concerted effort to ensure that their sound levels remain well within the city's acceptable limits, as the street reading alone was 76 decibels. The issue at hand is not whether Tantra is violating the noise ordinances. It's not. The issue is whether we as a city are prepared to sacrifice an important cultural venue that contributed to the vibrancy and uniqueness of our community for the sake of a few complaints and 0 warnings. I ask that we take a step back and consider the broader picture. I ask City Council to support Tantra in its fight to retain its music permits. This venue is a crucial part of our community, and it is unfair to penalize them for complying with the law. I urge you to consider the broader impact that these venues have on our city's cultural life, economy, and identity. Please stand with Tantra and help preserve the opportunities, music, and creativity that make our community unique. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Following Maxfield Baker will be Lisa Marie Capoletta, Vanessa McMahon, Daniel Seif, Al Cross, Amanda Alexander. Mr. Baker.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, there we go. For everybody out in the rotunda, again, snaps, not claps. That'll help us keep things the way the mayor wants them, nice and efficient. My name is Maxfield Baker. A little bit of my resume. I've sat in your seats. I've sat on planning and zoning, and now I am the founder of the San Marcos Civics Club. One of the things that has been a privilege serving in that capacity has been meeting at Tantra and helping people understand these issues. We've long said in my tenure that we need better representation on things like the Planning and Zoning Commission. So I hope some of you all out there take this as a call to action to start applying to our boards and commissions musicians, because it is harder to stop these things once they start. As was mentioned before, we do need a supermajority tonight, and I know that some of you pride yourselves on being champions for our neighborhoods. And with that, I'm going to pivot to a letter. You know I usually speak from the heart, but I actually wrote stuff down this time. This is what I sent you all, but I know it's busy. So I hope that tonight goes well, and staff and council work to ensure that the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission does not undermine the city's commitment to work with small businesses and be a music-friendly city. One of the slides in the presentation indicates that 60 decibels is essentially the level of normal conversation, that in no way is feasible for bands to perform at that level outdoors. Folks would struggle to hear them over the louder traffic directly adjacent to the business or even the normal conversations of those patrons. It seems a lot of the frustration is more about vulgarities coming from the business. I think if the goal is to address language, it should not be at the expense of this one specific business. If the business had been made aware that bad words could put their CUP in jeopardy, I believe they would have done a better job regulating that issue. Instead, it seems community members heard it and called in a noise complaint, but that the current statute does not prohibit bad words and that they were within the allowable decibels. It is bad policy craft to punish someone, then change the rules to create their crime. We know that there have been issues with CUPs and enforcement for a long time. There was a disconnect between the police department and code compliance. Neighbors were feeling like the city and cops aren't hearing them and that they are just pro-business. Businesses that feel like they are blindsided by a costly process and a changing rules and expectations. And then the reality that some businesses have their CUP for the life of their business and won't be subject to any of these changes. And then there's this lack of trust from the community and businesses themselves that they can't just go and talk with one another. I gotta say that the packet shows a lot of growth in a lot of these areas, and I commend you for doing better to communicate those issues forward. But y'all voters have a lot of options tonight. You can vote to postpone this thing. You could vote to have a bigger committee. You could create a whole tiered system of how to deal with these kind of issues. But the last thing, as many folks have said, is that Tantra is the place that you can bring your parents and your kids for a night of community, where you'll surely run into other locals and see people making lifelong friendships. Help Tantra and the community find a solution without creating unintended consequences that would impact the livelihood of their businesses and the musicians. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Lisa Marie Capoletta. She joins us online. I'm going to remind everyone, please, if you'll be quiet, make sure that everyone can hear, because I know sometimes it can be tough to hear in the lobby. Ms. Capoletta.
Good evening. My name is Professor Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. I am so happy that we cherish the free speech rights of everybody in this community, that they feel safe. That is why we have both sides of critical issues here tonight. The crowd is packed with both sides of an important issue. No fear of retaliation, no fear of online bullying, no fear of slander, no fear of fake news stories, no fear using one individual as an scapegoat. I myself have been a victim of slander, and there is no room in this community for deceit by a business and city staff. If a city worker has an incomplete packet with an agenda item, it calls into question seriously transparency issues, and it continues to happen on a variety of issues here in San Marcos. I'd like to focus on one big development project in a moment that reflects some of these sentiments that a small group of humble citizens has been gallantly fighting for years now. They have attended countless hours of public hearings, countless hours filing open records requests. They have gone door to door, and it makes us wonder why the City Hall is not packed with their issue fighting. And my hope is that all 37 of the people who signed up for citizen comments tonight will join them in their gallant fight. But I'm also kind of wondering where the 37 people who showed up for citizen comments were during the recent increases, the electrical increase, the water increase, the water wastewater utility increases, the recycling fee increases, making lots of money off of juvenile courts, even raising the rates on the cemetery, which is contracted out. Resource recovery rates, airport fund for the rich got an increase. Internal service fund also received an increase, and parking fine increases. $88,000 was spent on the compensation study so city staff could give them raises, their self raises, and now planning department is up to like $3 million, and they're getting close to $4 million. Here is an issue that you should be able to pack City Hall, and that is a huge industrial facility formerly called the Smart Terminal, now called Access. Many allowable uses of this development will require the use of toxic chemicals and consumption of valuable resource of water. This could house a microchip manufacturing center with 10.3 million gallons of water today. Project Savannah, a potential pharmaceutical drug manufacturer, instead will use an API chemical synthesis production suite of an additional suite for other monoclonal antibody. The production pilot plant for the production of clinical materials. The water rates will increase, the traffic rate will increase. There's also fear of flooding, as well as additional noise and light pollution, dirty electricity, and air particulates. I look forward to the rest of this meeting. Thank you for your time, and God bless San Marcos.
Our next speaker, everybody, is Vanessa McMahon.
Hello, my name is Vanessa McMahon. I am a homeowner on San Antonio Street, and I am highly in support of Tantra being able to maintain their current regulations. I think that's an important place for me and my family. I actually went there yesterday for a business meeting. I saw other business meetings occurring, and if they don't have the revenue from their music venue, they can't necessarily sustain that space for business meetings to occur. I will also want to clarify the record. I don't think that the house is packed with both sides tonight. I think it's pretty clear what side the crowd is for. That's all I have. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daniel Seif, sorry.
No, you're good. I just wanted to start by thanking you all for listening to...
Repeat your name, please.
Daniel Seif.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, I just want to thank you all for listening to the community and not just the voice of a few. I just wanted to say, my time in the military, I had deployed and lived many places, and people would often ask me, where's your favorite place you lived? And I would always answer, I don't know yet, I haven't lived there. That changed when I moved to San Marcos. And it's places like Tantra with, sorry. You all know, the music, the community, that stuff's important. And you know what kind of implications something like this can do. So just do the right thing, okay?
The next speaker is Elle Cross. I think she's joining us. Is she joining us online? Yeah, she's there. Okay. Give us a second while we move her over into the space that she can speak. And while we're waiting, next after Ms. Cross will be Amanda Alexander, and then the last folks that we have are Zara Masavat, Veronica Tierno, Katin Raymond, William Wilson, Austin Adams, and John Stokes. So if y'all could come on in and line up, and I'm going to go back through the list of everyone that wasn't here when we started. Is she in? Okay. Al Cross is.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Hi, everybody. I was in person but had to step away. I am so proud to see how many people are there in support of Tantra. I am here speaking also in support of Tantra and maintaining the live music scene. It is such an important and vital part of the soul of San Marcos to have this space of community and of gathering. And I really, really hope that there will be a unanimous vote in favor of maintaining Tantra's music that creates such an important space for people to connect with each other. I think this is so important also just considering what Ms. Yancey brought up about police violence and police brutality and excessive use of force, which is also something that I am extremely concerned about in our community. We need to pull back on this excessive use of force that's happening continuously in our community and start investing in more spaces where people can connect with each other and find true wellness and really take care of each other. And Tantra is one of those spaces. And I hope that you can see that and continue pouring into what keeps this town vital, keeps people healthy and happy and thriving, and divest from the systems that are harming our community and that are wasting our tax dollars. Thank you guys for keeping and upholding the values of San Marcos. And I believe that, you know, for every single person here tonight in support of Tantra, there is, you know, at least 50 who weren't able to show up to speak in support. And these are all important, valuable community members who deserve places to thrive and connect and keep taking care of each other. So yeah, that's all I have to say. Y'all have a blessed evening.
Our next speaker is Amanda Alexander.
Hi, my name's Amanda Alexander. I'm a business owner, I'm a homeowner, I'm a resident of the Historic District. I'm on the Downtown Association. I'm also on the Parking Advisory Board. I'll address this first as a business owner. I could throw a rock and hit Tantra. I own Southwest Training. I'm in the same alley as Jeff is, and we opened our businesses at the same time. It is super hard to open a small business. In San Marcos, it's really hard to navigate the permits. And Jeff did a really great job of navigating that and reopening a cornerstone of our community. I've been here since 2012, and Tantra's always been a place that I've gone to, much like most of the folks that have spoken tonight. It's been a place where you go to not only meet other people in town, but really embed yourself with the community and enjoy local music. But I will say that being 100 meters from Tantra, I can't hear their music while my business is operating. We have similar business hours where I offer classes at 5:30, 6:30, and 7:30 p.m. And I have a garage door open with music blaring myself. So this, as a business owner, makes me a little bit concerned that someone's gonna also come after my business as well about a decibel complaint. And so that is a concern on the business front. And as a community that is wanting to make sure that we have a local thriving community and not just have the city overran by college students, we have to implore the city council to take this a little seriously and make sure that we consider not changing their permit. As a resident, I live on San Antonio Street. I'm the first house on San Antonio Street. I'm probably one of the closest people to Tantra, can't hear them. When I'm outside, can't hear them at all. And so to say that that is, you know, a noise complaint on that front of like 60 decibels would be just abhorrent. I think I could laugh louder than that. I'm probably talking louder than that now. And also as a resident since 2012, I've, like many other people, have seen the devastation to our town when it comes to local places for music to thrive. And we need to make sure that we continue to have those kind of venues in this town so that way we can have a local presence and not just a whole bunch of bars for college students and places like the Parlor and these other places are just having college students thriving and no local presence of community. As far as the city goes, with my experience on the Parking Advisory Board, I will say we've taken very seriously on the possibility of metering and have gone at weird hours to look at how many cars are on the road, and to say that there was not a counter of like a different instance of what did Tantra have at different decibels, did they go at a different time, did they have any complaints, to see that it's so one-sided, it's very odd how much care and time we've taken on the Parking Advisory Board for even proposing metering. So to see that, I would implore the City Council to take this seriously, and if we're not going to vote
And your time is
unanimously,
up.
to kick this to another session.
Zara Mosabat.
Hi, my name is Zara Mosavat. I'm a good cook. I'm not a good speaker, and I'm here to, and it's my first time in any meeting. So I'm also a senior citizen trying to sell soup, and my soup that I'm not handling raw meat, so I buy the cooked meat. Cook chicken and make the soup out of it, and it's very delicious. So there is no contamination, And the reason that I'm also here is because of the exorbitant fee that you're going to charge for the soup or my tea. It's iced tea that I'm making, and everything is out of the bottles, so I can sell the bottles, but I cannot put it together. So I do not understand that a 69-year-old cannot do that, but under 18 can do it. And I think it is discrimination. So under 18, they have the parents to pay for it, but for me, I have to help the family by my little money that I'm getting out of my Social Security. So you guys need to work with me. This is the community. We're supposed to help each other, not working against me. Every step that I took, you throw a big rock in front of me. $90 per event for San Marcos Flea Market. And then every week I have to pay $90? Are you kidding me? How much I'm making to pay that much? So I live in San Marcos, and San Marcos is not helping me. You need to tell me what I need to do. I went everywhere. I asked everybody. My husband is 75-year-old. They ask a lot of different things, like 25 gallon of water. I don't touch the water. Everything is, you just throw it out. There is nothing to wash unless everything is disposable. Nothing. I don't have nothing to wash over there. So I do not understand all these reasons and why under 18 can do it and 69-year-old cannot do it. That's the thing that I'm here to say about.
Your time to speak is up, but I'll look into it.
Thank you so much.
Our next speaker is Veronica Tierno.
Hello, my name is Veronica. I drove 45 minutes to be here today. I've been in and out of San Marcos pretty much since college, and the only thing keeping me in this town is Tantra and one other place. So that says it all, but I'm going to yield the rest of my time to Justin and Kali.
Ma'am, we don't yield time.
You don't?
No.
Oh,
Were
dang. I
they
just thought
signed
it'd be
up?
able to- No, sorry.
Okay, but here's the deal.
Yeah,
We
sorry.
require sign up for citizen comment. We do not for a public hearing, and there's a public hearing on this. So if they'll wait till item 9, they would have an opportunity to speak. then.
Gotcha. I'm going to read the rest of my notes then. Sorry about that. I'm just shaking a lot and scared. Okay.
You're doing fine.
So I just started putting myself out there musically this past summer, and the only places that I've been able to find that have any sort of community that I thrive in is Tantra and one other place in town. And it just really means a lot to a lot of people, and I hope you guys make the right decision. Also, I used to live on the square, like right above the Mark, and I feel like if you're living in this town, in the city, that's kind of something that you're signing up for, is like kind of loud music. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I'm about to have a panic attack, so I'm gonna walk away. Thank you guys for your time.
Our next speaker is Katan Raymond.
Good evening. I'm a senior at San Marcos High School. My name is Katan Raymond. And for the last 4 years, I've been a member of the Youth Task Force, and I've been an officer for 3 of those years. I'm come speaking in support of items 5 and 6. And tonight I'm also joined by 2 other officers who could not speak. The Youth Task Force has impacted my life in countless ways. It has provided me with opportunities to help our community in ways that I did not expect I'd be able to. I've also built a wonderful network and many relationships that I will cherish and hold on to throughout my adult life. Some of my recent friendships would not have come about without the Youth Task Force. And through the Youth Task Force, I have opened up and become more confident in myself. I would not have been, if it were not for the Youth Task Force, I would not have been speaking here today. I was quite a shy person, and I was very against speaking to people I was not familiar with. As you can see, I'm still nervous, but I'm still here, and I'm still here to talk about things that I believe are important, and I believe that it's important for other youth in my community to get the same opportunities as I am. Thank you for your time.
You did a good job. William Wilson? William Wilson here?
Is this for Austin?
I call for William Wilson. Following, it looks like maybe he's not here, is Austin Adams.
Hi, guys. I am Austin Adams. Thank you guys so much for letting me speak. I'm going to try and keep this short. You guys have heard most of the points for the Tantra ordinance tonight. So, I was going to talk about stuff like the road alone, defying the decibel stuff, but that's been covered. The wonderful reputation Tantra has with other businesses, that's been very well covered. I think instead, just to make a point, I will focus on just the contrast. So there is a similar business next to Tantra called Zelix. Now, Zelix plays music. It is near a bunch of other businesses. And if the issue is loudness, what the heck? Why is Tantra being targeted when I can rarely hear my own conversations at Zelix? Whereas when Tantra is playing, I can usually have a conversation with my bud. I would also point out this is not to say to go after Zelix. Hell, no. That's not what I'm saying. It's just a simple compare and contrast. Why is Tantra being targeted? Again, I don't, I am assuming goodwill. I do really appreciate y'all let me speak, and I'm happy for my local community here. And yeah, those were my main points. Thank you guys so much for letting me speak. You have a great night.
And next is John Stokes. And then I'm going to go back through the list of folks who weren't here on the first round.
Hello, my name is John Stokes. Thanks to the committee for having us here. Before I start, I want to say that we did record a decibel level out in that room at 90, just to give a perspective of where that is. So our greatest natural resource is our creativity. And that was said by Michael Garfield, artist and musician, former resident of San Marcos. This creativity and talent is one of our greatest resources San Marcos has to both cultivate and export to other regions. Michael himself, he's doing interesting work over at Santa Fe, and a lot of his talent was cultivated at Tantra. So I think the city of San Marcos should put the right foot in the right direction on supporting these businesses that both create culture and move the culture forward. That is the most economically impacting thing our city really has to offer. What else do we export? We export a brain trust to the university, a company with alcoholism. So the main export of downtown is either alcoholism or arts and music, which right now, quite frankly, Tantra and Zelix are the only businesses that support that. I empathize a lot with what Jeff is going through. A decade ago, I myself was operating a community space and music venue that got shut down by the city. At the time, I wish I had a voice to stand up for us, and I did learn a lot of lessons from that experience. One of the complaints brought against Tantra is a little punk rock in nature, and I'd like to give a positive punk rock example from the experience I learned. One of the bands that we were able to provide space for our last days, they're a bunch of ruffian punks, but we took them serious, and they're able to take them serious. And a decade later, looking back, they're now doing positive influence on the square by driving business to other businesses by organizing shows. So I think that's a long-term perspective to see on the economic impacts supporting culture can bring. So thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go through the list again. If I call your name, please come forward to the microphone. Cody Hollifield, Michael Howard, Christian Jimenez, Elizabeth Emerson, Allison Fortson, Virginia Parker spoke at 3, Samuel Garcia, William Wilson. Anyone? Yes. Oh, we did? Okay, I forgot to check him off then, my bad. Okay. What then, was Brian Green here?
Matthew Schuster either.
Okay. Okay. So, council, we usually do a break at 90 minutes. I'm thinking now would be a good time. Let me let everybody know what's going on. You may go, wait a minute, this Tantra thing is number 9 on the agenda. Items 1 through 8 are what we call our consent agenda, and unless someone pulls one of them, we can do those in one motion and one vote. If someone does pull it, it's going to be after the public hearings. So what I'm telling you is we're going to take a break real quick, and then we will be back, and the Tantra item will be up in probably just a few minutes. So for those of you that would like to go home and in the comfort of your home and your couch and watch online, might have to do it pretty quickly, and you're welcome to stay here to see the conversation, whichever you prefer. But council, we're going to take a break at 7:17. Please be back at...
Will you remind them that they could speak if they haven't?
I will do that. We'll come back at 7:27, and you'll remember what I told the other person. If you did not sign up and you'd like to speak, everybody in the lobby, hang on. I'm telling folks that will be important to some. For the public hearing, if y'all will hang on and stop talking for about 30 seconds, thank you. If you did not sign up to speak and you want to speak, just hang around because I will go through the list of people who signed up, and then I will ask, is there anyone else left who wants to speak, and you will get a chance to speak. Same thing, 3-minute rule applies, et cetera, et cetera. So if you want to do that, if you'll kind of be near the microphone would be helpful. We'll be back at 7:27. Thank you for your patience. From our break at 7:29, and we are now to our consent agenda. Are there any items that anyone wants to pull? Ms. Rodriguez? 3? The asphalt? Yes. Okay. Got it. Anyone else?
Just 7. I promise I'm not gonna take a long time afterwards, yeah. Just 7.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
7. All righty. Any other items to be pulled? Okay, in that case, I'm seeking a motion for approval of 1 through 2.
So be it.
4 through 6, and 8. Thank you.
So be it.
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Mendoza, seconded by Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Trevino, we're using the push buttons,
Yes.
right? All right. If you'll look up at the screen, you will see how the vote goes. Mr. Gonzalez. Push it again. You know, sometimes you got to do it 2 or 3 times.
Okay, the motion passes 7-0.
All right. So, as noted before, those items we will discuss after the public hearing. So we are on item 9. Ms. Trevino.
hold a public hearing and consider a request by Jeffrey Colsert on behalf of Tantra located at 217 West Hopkins Street to appeal the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission, which approved a conditional use permit in case number CUP-24-41 to allow ongoing on-premises consumption of mixed beverages but limit noise levels.
Presentation, Ms. Hernandez.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. We're going to go to the next slide. Tantra is a restaurant which serves alcoholic beverages. Next slide. The surrounding area is commercial in nature, with the Price Center being located directly to the south. Next slide. The property and surrounding area are mostly zoned Character District 5 downtown. Tantra is seeking renewal of their conditional use permit with no changes to the operating hours, site plan, or floor plans. Next slide. This is a new slide which summarizes the CUP history which was found in the staff report. The current owner of Tantra took over the CUP in 2022 and was approved for 1 year, effective in 2023 with an expiration date of October 10th, 2024. The appeal before City Council is for a condition added at the September 24th P&Z meeting. There's also a list on this slide of police calls in the packet, which are on page 193, which was provided by our police department. This report was ran in August prior to the September Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. During the month of September, there were 3 additional calls which are noted on this slide. PD indicated there was either no music playing on site or that music was not in violation of the noise ordinance. No citations were given. Please note that these are calls to the police department. There were other complaints which were provided via email, which are also in your packet. A representative from our police department will be available during this discussion this evening if there are any questions. Please skip ahead 2 slides. These are the floor plan and site plan, which are not changing. At the September 24th meeting, Planning and Zoning Commission approved the conditional use permit request by Tantra with staff conditions, plus an added condition number 4, which is bolded on the slide, which limits decibel levels to no more than 60. This is condition number 4, as I mentioned. A summary of the P&Z meeting may be found on page 182 of the packet. There was 1 public speaker in opposition and 1 in favor. On the next slide is a summary of the memo on page 206 of the packet. This slide is a summary of staff's research of the other communities which were referenced during the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting. For those who watched P&Z, I do want to note that the commission discussed residential areas. However, Tantra would be considered to be in a commercial area. So the memo provides information specifically to commercial or non-residential areas. Next slide. This slide is one of the many graphics which you can find online showing what types of noises produce certain sounds. And I want to thank our police department. They gave us a presentation on how our decibel readers work, how music sounds at different distances, different types of music, and it was really great. So we learned a lot about sound in the past few weeks, and I just wanted to give a shout out to our police department for setting that up for us. Next slide. As of yesterday, around 4 p.m., City Council had received over 200 emails on this appeal request, and most have been in support of removing condition number 4, which was from the P&Z approval. There have been a handful that were in opposition, and there were some that were just providing general comments. In addition to sending the compiled comment list to City Council's email address, all comments received through November 18th around 4 p.m. were compiled and placed on the message board. This includes a link to the video submitted by a resident who was in opposition. Staff recommends approval of the original conditions as noted on the slide and approval of the appeal request. To overturn the decision of Planning and Zoning Commission, a supermajority vote will be required. If the appeal is not approved, the condition that outdoor music shall be limited to 60 decibels will remain. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, I will open the public hearing. I will start with those who signed up, and then I'll see whoever else is here that would like to speak. First will be Michelle Danos, followed by John Edward, DEC, and I'm not sure what the last name is, Dan Holmes, Trevor Smith, and Jeff, and I don't know how to pronounce this name, but it's the owner, Jeff Colosard. Michelle?
Hi, yes, I'm Michelle Danos, and I'm speaking on behalf of Tantra. Good evening. I'm here today to urge you to reconsider any plans to strip Tantra of its ability to host live music due to the conditional use permit of 60 decibels. Such a decision would go beyond silencing music. It would deeply impact a small business that relies on these performances as a vital source of income and diminish an essential part of our community. I have been visiting Tantra since the reopening, as I was not here when they first were established. I'm a student at Tech State who has been here since 2022. Something I've learned over this year about San Marcos and about Tantra. Tantra is more than just a cafe or a bar. It's a unique venue that brings people together, a space where musicians, artists, and families connect and create. It stands as a true reflection of what San Marcos values. On the San Marcos City website, in the quality of life section states, and I quote, "The city's goal is to create a community that promotes equity, inclusivity, and belonging. The city also aims to ensure a healthy quality of life for all families." End quote. Tantra fully embodies these principles, providing opportunities and a welcoming environment for everyone. Equity means fairness. Inclusivity means ensuring everyone, especially those who might otherwise be overlooked, have access to spaces and opportunities. And belonging, that's what Tantra embodies the most of these three. The music space is a safe space where everyone, regardless of age, background, or circumstance, can come together, feel welcome, and express themselves. It is crucial to understand that venues like Tantra aren't interchangeable. This isn't about when one space like this closes. It's about how its role in fostering creativity, culture, and connection doesn't simply transfer to another location. Tantra holds a unique place in our city as one of the very few family-friendly music venues. Offering more than music, it offers a sense of home for many in this community, something that we are trying to protect. Tantra has provided a platform for artists to thrive, a haven for families to gather, and a vibrant cultural outlet for San Marcos. To take away the ability to host live music would strip away far more than sound. It would silence an irreplaceable part of our community's identity. Thank you.
Our next speaker is John Edward. If you would pronounce your last name for me, please.
DeCutis.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Thank you all for being here, as well as everyone that's here to represent Tantra. My name is John Edward DeCutis. I believe that the facts of this appeal are fairly laid out. I don't think I need to go much into our position on that. I think the best thing I can do is tell you what Tantra is to me and what it means to San Marcos. I moved here in 2014, and I began working for Tantra in 2015. I was a cook, I was a barista, I was a bar manager, and now I have what I consider an honor and privilege to be the general manager. It's not easy. It's probably the only thing I really want to do well at this current stage of my life. I believe that if you want a very clear image of the city that you represent and that we want to be, you'll come to a Bluegrass night on a Wednesday, and you'll see more than a handful of generations sharing ideas and laughter and dancing and pretty much everything I think anyone here values. On the way over here, you know, music's great. I wanted to cure my nerves. I listened to a song by Kenny Loggins called Footloose. And I frankly believe that this decision is symbolic of the city we want to have for us and what's to come down the line, because, you know, people do come and go, but the memories that we have here, yada, 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 right? What I can say is in my time at Tantra, I found my soul. And what I mean by that is I was surrounded by people that I now love and I respect. And they informed me of the man that I want to be. And I guarantee you I'm far from that. But without Tantra, I don't believe that there is a place in San Marcos that I can continue to grow as an individual. And I implore you to see the reason why we need to maintain Tantra as what I call the heart of San Marcos.
Okay. Our next speaker is Dan Holmes.
Hello, my name is Dan Holmes, and I'm a professional musician. My wife, Christine Barton Holmes, is an urban planner for the city of Austin. Her official title is Program Manager, Land Use Review, DSD. She has a city council hearing tonight, or else she'd be here herself. All the information I'm presenting about DB levels is from her and her vast knowledge of zoning and planning. I'm here to urge you to please reconsider the conditional use permit revised decibel limit for Tantra. Tantra's always been a community gathering spot where all ages go to watch musicians perform while enjoying their food and beverages. I'm a performer myself who's played at Tantra multiple times over the years, and speaking from experience in over 250 shows per year all over the state, I can say that Tantra is by far one of the most respectful about sound when it comes about talking to the neighbors. We're concerned that the proposed 60 dB will negatively impact their ability to function, and in which will in turn impact San Marcos. It was a sad time when they were closed due to the pandemic, and then when they reopened, they brought back their signature joy to the city. My wife's been an urban planner for over 25 years and is very familiar with ordinance and nuance. One of the nuances that she believes was missed in commission on September 24 is that most cities have different decibel requirements for residential areas versus commercial areas. She created a spreadsheet showing surrounding and compatible municipalities and their noise ordinances. The most common decibel level is 75, which is what Tantra was after 10 p.m. She also provided a spreadsheet showing examples of typical decibels. While she and I were discussing this, our conversation was around 65 dB in our living room. There's a variation between how cities enforce their noise ordinances, and they're all consistent in using decibel levels that apply citywide or use district-wide and therefore predictable. It was interesting to note that San Marcos does not have a citywide decibel limit, but they are applied on a case-by-case basis. Noise enforcement is typically complaint-driven, and the complaints have solid mathematical backing and noise levels measured from specific areas during specified times. Residents and business owners alike appreciate consistency and predictability. Without those, we just have complaints. The arbitrary proposed limit of 60 dB of the council is unreasonably quiet. It's measured from the property line, and just the road noise is above that. I would ask that Tantra be given the respect it deserves in San Marcos. There are few places like it anywhere, yet they're being punished instead of praised. We would like to please reinstate the original dB levels of 85 during the day and 75 after 10 p.m. This is in line with most of the state in commercial areas. Furthermore, I'd like to ask that before arbitrarily restricting a business based on one complaint, at least one council member actually leaves chambers and goes to the venue to see what they're about to take away. Art isn't appreciated until it's gone, and don't force a positive business out just because you can. Thank you for your consideration, and if anyone would like any of these, I have multiple copies.
You emailed them to us, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, I printed, I've got mine.
Thank you. Would you like hard copy?
Okay, thank you.
He's gonna pass out the hard copy.
Yeah. Yeah, if he's got copies for us. I would ask Trevor Smith to come forward. Thank you for bringing copies for us.
Hey, hi. Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council, for hearing us tonight. I'm also here in support of reinstating the initial conditional use permit for Tantra. Oh yeah, my name's Trevor Smith. I live on the east side of San Marcos, and I love it here. I'm a professional musician. I've had the privilege of dedicating my life to music. I host the weekly Bluegrass Night, which you've been hearing a lot about, at Tantra with the talented collective of San Marcos musicians. Over the years, I've been honored with multiple Austin Music Awards, a Grammy nomination, recognition from the Texas State Legislature for the contribution to the arts that I've contributed. I also founded a Bluegrass Night in Austin, which has been awarded Best Ongoing Music Residency by the Austin Music Awards. Many of my colleagues who play at Tantra have similar accolades, underscoring the caliber of talent Tantra supports. But really beyond awards, Tantra has cultivated something invaluable. It's mostly a safe, welcoming space for everyone. It provides employment opportunities for established musicians while nurturing younger, up-and-coming artists to hone their craft. It is a cornerstone of San Marcos and the creative community here, which I think you've heard repeatedly tonight. I agree with that. After reviewing the Planning and Zoning Committee decision or discussion, I was concerned at the lack of expert input, but though I'm seeing now from what we've been shown earlier, that I'm glad to see there's more input coming into the actual science behind the decibel readings. I know that there was recently a reading on on a Tuesday morning that showed the ambient noise at 67 decibels, a 60 decibel limit, or 76 decibels rather. A 60 decibel limit is not impractical, but it's also unenforceable. By comparison, acoustic experts suggest noise limits should account for ambient levels, recommending thresholds of 10 decibels above the ambient reading. In this case, it would be 86 decibels for Tantra. It's important to note that since reopening under Jeff's ownership, Tantra has received no citations or warnings. I know that's been mentioned as well. It seems like this is stemming mainly from a single individual who's bringing this up, who has more of a concern with language. I don't think noise ordinances really do a good job of helping with that issue, so I don't really see the point here, honestly. On Wednesday nights, you'll see a diverse community of a family-friendly audience, including parents with children. It's a vital space where creativity thrives, offering musicians rare opportunities to perform locally. This ordinance change would effectively ban live music at Tantra, stripping away one of the only venues that supports local artists. Most musicians, including me, already have to seek most of our work outside of San Marcos, so I don't think we should get rid of this resource. Thank you for your time.
If we, go ahead. I need to read the next few names, which is Julia Walters, Audrey Cantor, Easy Maldonado, and Zach Carlson. I have the next speaker, and I apologize if I mispronounce the name, is Jeff Collisord. Okay. Is that you, sir? Yes, ma'am. It's your turn to speak.
Okay, perfect.
Next 3 minutes are yours. State your name for the record, please.
Yes. Hey, good evening. My name is Jeff Collisord. I'm the owner of Tantra and have been since October of 2021. I'm aware of the noise issues of previous ownership, and I've made sure that since we have reopened, that we have not gone over that decibel limit, and we have always made sure that we have stopped those shows before 10:30 p.m. as our initial conditional use permit had. And then, so I have here that 4 times that the police have been called for a noise complaint. I see that it was 6 earlier, and again, each time the police have come out, we haven't been found, with a warning or citation, and we've been proactive, constantly measuring those decibel levels on evenings that we have music, just making sure that we're in compliance with that. The updated CUP passed by Planning and Zoning on September 24th was incredibly upsetting for me. I was present, and not one person on P&Z decided to ask me a single question to alleviate any concerns that they had. I went into that meeting not thinking there was an issue, as every noise complaint, again, by the same person was unfounded as confirmed by those police reports. I would like to also say that, Jim Garber misrepresented other cities' noise limits, and I was not able to find a single thing about his New York City sound ordinance claims. He and I must have 2 different internets. If this were put into effect, Tantra, we'd be out of business. Part of this community would be gone because of 9 unelected people who didn't have the sense to ask what 60 decibels would actually mean. I'm asking for our original conditional use permit, which is kept at 85 decibels before 10 p.m. and lowering down to 75 decibels after 10 p.m. with a cutoff of amplified live music at 10:30. I'm also asking a return for the outrageous fee of $750 that I had to pay to even appeal that decision. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Julia Walters. Is Julia Walters here? Is Julia Walters here? Okay, looking for Audrey Cantor, Easy Maldonado, Zach Carlson. What's your name? Yeah, it's your turn.
Okay, sorry, I didn't know. I was waiting for the other people that didn't show up. My name is Easy Maldonado. I don't really have to say much about what's going on. Everyone already kind of knows about it. What I really want to share is my experience. I'm born and raised Austin, Texas, and I've seen that city change dramatically. I've seen Rainy Street when they had houses and they had people playing outside on the porches, and I got a glimpse of it before it was all gone the next year. I was 19 years old when that happened. When I moved to San Marcos 2 years ago, I moved here because I was going through a hard time in my life. I didn't know what I was going to do, what I was going to be. And when I got this job in Tantra, it was really beautiful because I did not understand the community that was involved, but I knew there was something special here. Something special, and you'll hear it in the community. They'll say it's the old Austin. I don't believe that. I think it's still San Marcos because it has a beautiful river. And the thing that I vouched to do myself was to preserve that culture, that art, that beauty that I seen got destroyed in my own hometown. Every time I go back to Austin, it hurts to see that city and how much it only cares about the commercial kings and queens that go through there. And I don't agree with that at all. Art shouldn't be expressed that way. Art should be expressed through the community, as all these people here are standing. And I am very proud to say that I did receive an award from the city of San Marcos for the art commission. And it was very beautiful. It was very unexpected. And if it wasn't for Tantra being able to give me that opportunity, I host a Songwriters Night. I co-hosted with Jason Weems. He's teaching me a lot of things. He's a lot older and he's a Jedi master when it comes to the arts and the musicians around, and I'm just a young Jedi Padawan. So I really feel blessed to be under his wing and learning the community and knowing how beautiful it really is, because we have about 14 people come out to that, and it signs up within 10 minutes of being put out onto that table. And if it gets taken away from us, you're taking away more than that. You're taking away opportunities for the future of music and art itself. And we can't allow that to happen. I hope that you have it in your hearts to change your mind. Thank you for your time, guys. Appreciate it.
And after, are you Zach Carlson? Okay. Following him will be Robert Lee, Maxfield Baker, Lisa Marie Capoletta, Vanessa McMahon, and Paige Michelle. Mr. Carlson.
Hey, my name's Zach Carlson, and I moved here in 2012. I don't really have too much to say that hasn't already been said. Just that this Tantra has been such an important community spot for me. I've never had an easy time like finding my people or making friends, and over the 10 plus years I've lived here, I've met so many beautiful people, and I've been able to share my music through Tantra, which is something I never, thought when I was like in high school or anything that I'd ever be brave enough to do, And I've made good friends there. I've had great times there. I've cried at Tantra. I've had tough times at Tantra, and the community there has always been so supportive for me, from the people who worked there to just the people who, patronized the place. And to take that away would just be taking away everything that makes this town great to me. And I don't think I'd still live in this city if it wasn't for Tantra. So I'd just like you guys to please reconsider and keep it at the original 85 decibels until 10 and 75 after. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Robert Lee.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Robert Lee. I am a 2012 graduate of San Marcos High School, a 2017 graduate of Texas State University, and an active musician in the local music scene. As a native San Martian, I was raised in the flowing river waters with my passion for the arts and music nurtured over the years by our unique and artistically vibrant community. While it has always been a college town, I've been around long enough to witness the changes in the downtown landscape, for better and worse, often giving way to ever-expanding university influence, most dominantly in the form of the sprawl of student housing. Remembering most notably some of the venues that have come and gone, Space Lab, the Yellow Submarine, Tantra, Coffee Pot, the Triple Crown, which was shuttered and then demolished in lieu for, ironically, the local. Me and many other people are here today to advocate, or ask the council to advocate for the people and the elements of the city that make it a special place to live. Tantra, especially so, has been a staple for the arts and music since I was old enough to wander the streets as a teenager, going up and down the river and then around town. We thought we lost it around the pandemic, but it was revived by members of the community who believe in the intangible value places like it bring. It's a third place, a place that isn't work or home, where members of the community can gather for discourse and connection, something increasingly rare in the modern world. Speaking specifically to the noise ordinance, the only thing that makes navigating the small HB parking lot bearable is hoping my ears get a hefty whiff of some tasty jams oozing across Hopkins. In all seriousness, everyone has mentioned the scientific part, the technical part of the decibel level and how it's unreasonable for even an acoustic guitar played passionately. The traffic the college kids in their lifted trucks and hot rods bring down Hopkins is much louder and much more disturbing than the music that our community is grateful and eager to share. I appreciate your consideration. I trust the council will make the right choice to keep the magic alive in this town. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Maxfield Baker.
Hey, I'm back with different things to say, because that's what you asked us to do.
Thank you.
In the public hearing. Yes, so I left you all with a bit of a cliffhanger. Those of you that are concerned about protecting our neighborhoods, right? Your decision tonight might be contingent upon the values you campaigned on, being pro-neighborhoods, really sticking up for them, and you might need a little political cover to justify voting in favor of Tantra's conditional use permit tonight. I think, as I stated earlier, that there has been a lot of growth around this issue, and there's even more room for more and better growth. To show your neighbors that you have been hearing their concerns and that there are ways that this process could be improved upon. One example of that I included in my email that I really wanted to share again is there seems to always be this disconnect between the businesses and the police and these concerns, right? So let's create an ambassador program where when complaints are levied against a business, whether they're sustained or not, right? Whether they actually are in violation of that or not, maybe some of our business retention folks, right? Because this is what's at stake here, right? Is the retention of a business if this conditional use permit passes this way. So there are lots of opportunities to have folks maybe from the Chamber of Commerce. I'm so happy to see Paige here this evening that can maybe help serve in that capacity, or even some of our own economic development staff. I also wanted to highlight again the San Marcos Civics Club. We are in our first year of meeting, and we've been meeting at the Tantra, or at Tantra, the fourth Monday of each month. But we also organized a city council candidate forum this year that was very well attended by all but 2 of the council candidates. And that gave the community a unique opportunity to engage with the council candidates in a way that other candidate forums have not done. You get to relax, you get to actually enjoy some drinks, you maybe even heard a few council candidates swear. Ooh, how exciting. They're people too, right? So, with that being said, right, I think it's really imperative that we keep places like this alive. The last thing is, I mentioned earlier that we hosted Piñata Protest, a norteño punk band coming to San Marcos, and they brought tons of people from San Antonio. I paid $750 of my own dollars to hire that band to bring them here, and then they also needed money at the door. Guess what? Everybody made a bag that night. Tantra made a bunch of money. We got them paid. We got the band paid. And when you want to bring in talent like that, they're not going to come perform at venues that require 60 decibels, right? And when we think about how we want to empower small businesses, how we want to be a music-friendly city, those are the kind of messages we inadvertently send that we aren't pro those things if we pass these kind of CUPs. So clearly lost a little bit of my polish at the end, but I hope you all liked what I had to say. Thank you so much. As always, I know this is a tough choice, but y'all are going to make the right one. Have a good night.
Our next speaker is Lisa Marie Capoletta, who joins us online.
Good evening, y'all. My name is Lisa Marie Capoletta. They call me LMC. Tantra Brew House, the owner and the planning department, owe all of the citizens who attended tonight's meeting a gracious apology. They also owe the Planning and Zoning Commission a gracious apology. And they also owe those who are encountering slander and online bullying a gracious apology. This is exactly why the neighbors are not here tonight, out of fear of retaliation, the silent majority. Many are asking about tonight's question in terms of the packet if this was a civil or criminal trial, if the planning department would be guilty of tampering with evidence. They should have received a ticket, but they didn't because SMPD is cool. Additionally, the deceitful claims that they had no warnings fall squarely upon planning department. Tantra Brewhouse owner is exploiting this fact, and the Attorney General is aware of these omissions as of today, that Amanda did not place these in the packet, impacting the public's right to know. This allows Tantra Brewhouse to spin false narratives on social media with their customers and the news media that this all came as a shock, that there was no warning. There were indeed multiple warnings. After all, the business is near a daycare, a church, a grocery store, and its surrounding homeowners. The owner said nothing on his own behalf at the Planning and Zoning meeting, and that was very impolite of him tonight to attack the Planning and Zoning. During the P&Z, I stated that I wanted the business to succeed. In fact, I had spent thousands of dollars. None of that is in the packet in terms of Tantra Brewhouse. Tantra Brewhouse spent over $150,000 with Trebo Workshop LLC for renovation and altercation, and yet no acoustical blocking. Acoustical blocking could have also been spent with the $700 they spent to appeal the decision. Now let's explore how many times Tantra was warned. The planning department contacted the business owner on May 20th of 24, quote, "In addition, we will share this concern with the business owner." Secondly, Neighborhood Services spoke with Tantra, and you should have them testify tonight about their May meeting. Thirdly, Tantra also met with San Marcos Police Department, and I would ask the City Council address SMPD. That was on Friday, May 31st, and 2 commanders came out, met with Tantra's manager, and the owner was aware of the issues and wanted to ensure compliance. The minutes containing the public hearing were not complete. Additionally, the dates of the video where the videos were so loud near a daycare, a church, and a grocery store, the lyrics were so vile. The city is refusing to play this. This was not right out in the bushes. This was on the other side of HEB. FU lyrics like "you give an F," GD and F, and even references to cannibalism of children blasted across the parking lot with children getting out of their parents going into the grocery store. The city truly tried to work with the owner, and it should not be a shock to him. And it is troubling that he is not being honest and humble and could have avoided this situation altogether. Thank you for your time, and God bless.
Our next speaker is Vanessa McMahon. Paige Michelle, while she's making her way to the podium, the next speakers, if you would come line up, are Lisa Fields, Amanda Paige, you're next. Yeah, Paige, you're next. I'm just calling the ones that are coming behind you. Are Lisa Fields, Amanda Alexander, Rosa Martinez, Samantha Evans, Veronica Tierno, and Austin Adams.
Hi, my name is Paige Michelle, 2024 Northview Drive, San Marcos. First, I'm here tonight representing the Chamber of Commerce because we stand up for small business. We advocate for regulations that are clear and consistent, that create an environment where business can thrive. This permit ruling was unfair, unfounded, and unprecedented, and we urge council to overturn the ruling, and I'm looking forward to your vote to do that. Second, I am here representing the board of the Downtown Association of San Marcos. I urge you to restore the permit for Tantra at its prior levels, remove this crippling rule that would kill this downtown business. That is the exact type of business we want in San Marcos. It's called for in the Downtown Master Plan. It's what the Economic Development and Downtown Redevelopment teams are all working for. And I have a good feeling that you've heard enough to restore their permit, and so I'm looking forward to the vote on this and the end of this situation that is harming a business that is very important to the city of San Marcos.
Our next speaker is Lisa Fields.
Hello, my name is Lisa Fields. I'd like to start by saying that to restrict Tantra's ability to provide live music is to shackle the spirit of creativity and the freedom of expression. America has become increasingly sedentary and isolated, so it is exceptionally important to protect a venue such as Tantra, which remedies these societal ailments and enriches our cultural landscape, while being uniquely family-friendly and sober-supporting. I can't speak for everyone, but if I didn't have the option to come to Tantra during a difficult week, to socialize with good people and move my body to good music, I might lose my mind. However, others will lose their jobs. Limiting Tantra's sound to 60 decibels is a death sentence for the local business, who makes much of their revenue from crowds that are drawn in on music nights. The proposed ordinance jeopardizes the income of livelihoods of Tantra employees and countless local musicians. Supporting the continuation of Tantra's original conditional use permit not only supports employees and musicians, but supports families and individuals, such as myself and many others, that find great joy from listening and dancing to live music and the shared experience it creates. Unfair sound ordinances are a weapon of gentrification. If this ordinance is passed, it won't stop at Tantra. This is targeting the working class, artists, musicians, families, and the San Marcos community at large. If Tantra goes, San Marcos as we know it will soon follow. Another beautiful town and its rich culture will be lost to gentrification. This is an unfair and targeted attack. A small, local, and respectful business should not be targeted for sound in a music city at all, let alone before anything is done about the train. If noise is the problem, let's do something about the overwhelming noise of the train, a result of city negligence and failure to adhere to regulations themselves. Do not come after our music and the sound of our voices. Live music is not noise. Music is a universal language of humanity, transcending boundaries of race, religion, and class. It is a powerful tool for social change, a catalyst for unity, and a source of joy, but most importantly, it keeps us human. To limit its power is to limit our own potential. The individual who complains about live music in this town before 10:30 p.m. is the same individual who would also complain about the Texas wild rice, calling it a weed and accusing it of being in their way. We cannot allow those who don't understand or appreciate the uniqueness of this town to destroy it for their own comfort. I ask the members of City Council to consider if their priorities lie in appeasing one out-of-touch individual or in protecting and serving the best interest of our vibrant community. The answer will be remembered next election season. And to the individual who desires to dismantle our community by silencing its heart and soul, I suggest that you consider finding a new place to call home before pursuing another attempt in destroying ours. Thank you.
Everyone, I have made a mistake this evening. State law requires that you give your address whenever you speak. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the rest of you to give your address. And then, Ms. Trevino, my apologies. We have everyone's email address, correct? Then we'll ask them for their address. So, my bad. I'm going to fix it before the night's over. Next is Amanda Alexander. She spoke earlier. Okay. Rosa Martinez.
Good afternoon, Rosa Martinez. Address is 1708 Madison Street, Queens, New York, but I'll explain why later. As I said, my name is Rosa. I moved to San Marcos in late 2013 and lived here until 2018. For the majority of that time, I was a barista at Tantra. By happenstance, I'm visiting from New York, and I deem this visit as nothing less than serendipitous, as tonight is symbolic of a critical juncture for Tantra in particular and San Marcos in general. I'm only slightly exaggerating when I say that I wouldn't be who I am today if it weren't for Tantra and the culture it's helped to cultivate in San Marcos. Having been employed at Tantra, I had a front row seat to countless shows, events, and conversations that made that Purple House feel like a second home. I fear that the stamping out of live music at Tantra will be the first in a series of events that will fundamentally alter the face of San Marcos. With no live music, it's possible that Tantra will close, taking with it public space that is as crucial to the city as the river. Gone will be the intergenerational exchange of ideas and a place where farmers, academics, lawyers, and punk rockers can sit at the same table. Places like Tantra are crucial in today's fraught political atmosphere and will be worse citizens without it. And who's to say that the loss of Tantra won't lead to the shuttering of other beloved institutions? And as those losses mount, who is to say the city won't witness an exodus of the long-standing creatives who call San Marcos home? In fact, in the 5 days that I've been in San Marcos, I've heard numerous old friends say the same thing, which is, quote, "If there's no Tantra, I'm out of here," end quote. Given time, what is the logical conclusion of such a dire scenario? The logical conclusion is a city hollowed out of its poets, songwriters, rappers, beat makers, and guitarists. And in their wake, there will be another paper-thin high-rise or an eyesore of a parking garage. So council, as you consider your next steps, ask yourselves what kind of city you want your constituents to live in. And with that being said, long live Tantra. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Samantha Evans.
Hello, I'm Sam Evans. I live on Sycamore Street in Rio Vista. And I would like to point out that the average decibel of this meeting was 72.2, and the max was 95.2. Right now, while I'm speaking, it is about 68 to 75 decibels. Okay, I would like to address the monkey in the room. Capoletta claims to be for small businesses, San Marcos, and God bless America. Yet in the past, she has used her vendettas to try and shut down or derail many businesses. She tried to shut down the Plasma Center on the square because blood might get into the air vents and spread to all the businesses downtown on the square. She's a vegetarian. She blocked ADA family-friendly sidewalks in front of her house on Belvin Street, but not on Bishop, just a few feet over. In fact, in 2019, when ranting about this, she stated her house was not downtown or in the commercial zone. Yet now she claims Tantra, which is zoned commercial and downtown, is in her neighborhood. Which one is it? Jay Garber from P&Z meeting misrepresented the facts, and he quoted decibel levels for numerous residential neighborhoods in those cities. 60 decibels, which is residential, not commercial. All of those cities that he quoted, I looked up, and the commercial in those cities were listed between 70 and 85, and industrial was 85, which is the Texas number. As a mother of 4 born at home in San Marcos, I have loved taking my kids to Tantra, from Nathan and Jamie all the way to Jeff. Not one time have I heard profanity or any reason to leave. And I mean that. I'm not just saying it. Not one bad word and not one disgusting grab her by the pussy like our president-elect. So is it bad words or is it the sound issue? Are you going to shut down music in the park? Are you going to shut down Bobcat Stadium with their cannons and fireworks and bands playing? It's time to stop listening to the rantings of the ill-informed, self-serving, speaking falsehoods and hyperbole. I implore you to listen to us. There has been only one person tonight speaking against Tantra. And by the way, she was speaking at 60 to 75 decibels. Everyone else is in support. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker is Veronica Tierno. She spoke earlier, okay. And Austin Adams. Okay, at this point, I will ask anyone who is here who did not sign up, if you would line up over there, and we will need your address for the record, your name and address. And if you would, I tell you what, if anybody, how do you want to get their names? Just take a tablet out there and just set it there. Yeah. We'll just leave this at the podium.
Okay. Thank you.
Same rules still apply, 3 minutes, no yielding of time. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is William Jansen over at 223 Meadow Lane. And I've only been in San Marcos for about 2 years now. And the biggest thing that I noticed about San Marcos right away is, since I had moved down from Austin, having previously lived most of my life in Washington State, that the representation that most people were holding for what Old Austin truly is, and the stories that people told about everything that was excellent about what Austin once was in the artistic community, is exactly what I found upon coming down here. And when I came here, it was already post-pandemic, and Tantra had already been closed for some time. But I had heard unanimously from the artistic community around myself and around folks between here, Austin, San Antonio, about what a wonderful place it was as a live venue, as a coffee house, as just a community gathering place. Being that I'm also hosting an open jam just over at the Porch downtown on the square, and trying to bring the musical community together as much as possible, I have seen how much and also how little the artistic community has been nurtured at times. And the excitement that was announced, or the excitement at the announcing of the reopening of Tantra was, you could taste it in the air. Everybody around was extremely excited. It was as if their favorite superhero was coming back to town. Finally, our place, our community gathering place is coming back. And as soon as it came back, it was met with flying colors, and everybody was completely excited to have their community space back. I'd finally got my chance to go to Tantra, have a meal, see a show. It was an acoustic show. It was a wonderful event. And I immediately grasped what it was about San Marcos that was special just from spending that one evening there, let alone everything that I had already gathered from seeing the rest of the city. Taking away the abilities for musical venues to operate at a capacity that is realistic will only serve to not only stifle the musical community, but spread fear in the hearts of all of those who have venues here and have community spaces where artists can gather and where people who have nowhere else to go can feel represented and feel like they can express themselves properly. Inhibiting Tantra's ability to maintain a decibel level above 60 decibels is egregious, and I would like to very much ask that you vote to reinstate their conditional use permit of 85 decibels before 10 p.m., 75 after 10, and a cutoff at 10:30. Thank you very much.
Our next speaker and assistant.
Hi, I'm Collie, and I live at 1318 Hazleton Street, Unit B, San Marcos, Texas. And I'm a musician, harmonica player, and I'm going to be playing at Tantra, so on Friday. And that's one of the very few venues that I can play at because of my AIDS. I'm a kid, so I can't really go into bars. And if I may, can I play some harmonica?
Excellent, excellent.
And so I want to save Tantra because Tantra is a very big music scene that I think is amazing. My friends go all the time, I go all the time. That's where my dad and my mom got married. And so I want to save Tantra. And my whole family came, my sister too.
Lil, come sit down, baby.
And it has really fun stuff. The music's great, and we have never heard at Tantra any swear words. So I want to save Tantra. I want to get the music scene back together. My dad was here when he was young, and we moved here from Renork. My mom came from Renork, so we came back to Texas, decided we would live in San Marcos, and that's why we are here. And the music scene in San Marcos really needs to be brought back. A lot of people are pushing for it, and I love that the music scene is so big in San Marcos. So I want to save Tantra, keep Tantra alive, and we would like to save Tantra.
All right. That was excellent. Sir, did you want to speak also?
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
go right
How y'all
ahead.
doing?
Name and address.
My name is Justin James Bridges. I also live at 1318 Hazelton, Unit B, here in San Marcos. My other little one has a little bit too much energy from sitting around this whole time. So I have been here in San Marcos off and on my whole life. My mom went to Southwest Texas State, and so I was born in San Antonio, but was here all the time. I came back as a college student in 2004, and so I was here for the opening of the original Tantra, and saw the music scene that we had back then. And, you know, I tour all over the country. I've been touring the country since 2011. I play with a bunch of famous musicians all over the country. I'm on the radio in 40 countries. I can choose to live anywhere that we want to live, and we choose San Marcos. This place means so much to me. I got my start of my music career was here in this town, you know. Now I'm out there doing stuff with Martha Reeves and a bunch of members of P-Funk and Motown, but I'm based here in San Marcos, and I love it here, and I want to be here to raise my kids here. But I don't want to see a town go the way of San Francisco. And I lived in Portland, that's where I met my wife. I don't want to see this town go the way of Portland, Oregon, or Austin. That's not what San Marcos is. This is the longest consecutively inhabited place in North America for a reason. This town is magic. It's in the water, it's in the soil here, it's in the heart of the people here. It's in the art and the music here. Limiting Tantra to 60 decibels would eliminate a jewel of this town. Like, this city, it's longing for music and art to come back. I was here when Lucy's was here. I remember Lucy's Rock Club, Triple Crown, Gold Crown, all these music venues that supported the local scene. And they're all fading away, and they've all been taken away from the community. But the artists are still here. And we're looking for places to be able to express ourselves. I'm also the vice president for 104.1 KZSM and the San Marcos, Texas Community Radio Association. And to take away something from artists like that is more devastating for this city than you could possibly imagine. It will send ripples and negative effects through the entire community. I understand that there was maybe one or two bands that said vulgarities. I thought we lived in a country with freedom of speech. Now, I understand that you need to keep it reasonable. You know, I have kids, you know, but I also understand that we are supposed to be a country of freedom of speech. And I also understand that we are supposed to have artistic freedom and expression. And overwhelmingly, the majority of the shows we see there are family friendly. And that's just what I want everybody to remember. I mean, without that space, you're taking away. Kali won Best New Artist for the San Marcos Music Awards.
Your time
Without
is
that
up,
space.
sir. Your time is up. Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am. Thank y'all very much for having me. I appreciate y'all.
State your name and address, please.
My name is Hope Christie, and I'm off 1101 Leah Avenue. First off, I just want to say thank y'all so much for taking your time out to listen to all these people. This is the community that you're here to represent, to support all of their opinions and different ages. I don't really know how I top that or go after. Y'all got live music here tonight. No, but that means a lot because y'all are a part of this community. And I know that y'all value the voice of the different people here, wherever they're coming from. I'm personally not a professional musician. I'm not a manager, and I would not particularly benefit in a financial or logical sense from Tantra continuing to be able to do their live music at the place that they're currently doing at the Volume. But I've lived in San Marcos for 3 years, and not any other venue has had the impact on me in the community that I've been able to see the same as Tantra. I'm able to go and meet friends that I wouldn't have otherwise been able to connect with, and while I'm in school for audio engineering and music business, This is a place where I've been able to meet people that are also in those fields and also pursuing them at different levels and have the same common ground to meet and talk and share stories. And it's become kind of invaluable in my experience here in San Marcos. Being a young female, I'm not always comfortable going to the square and the different environments that come with the square, so my options end up being Zelix or Tantra. And Tantra just has a very family-friendly and a very calm and honestly the least disruptive environment I've ever been around here in San Marcos. So it was a shock to me to hear that there was going to be any restrictions or that there could possibly be any complaints. That being said, I know that y'all see the community that showed up here tonight, and I know that y'all hear the hearts of the people, and I have no concern whatsoever that y'all are gonna be able to make the decision that your community wants to see. So thank y'all so much for your time.
Our next speaker, if you'll state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Benny Rice. I live on 1016 Sycamore Street. Some of you probably know me. Hopefully it's for good reasons. I have been in San Marcos my whole life. This is a place that means a lot to me, and I'm just going to speak from what I know. It was the first place I experienced community outside of the church growing up. When Tantra first opened, my family went there because there was a chess club, and I was homeschooled and weird, and I needed to talk to people, and that's where it started. From there, I actually met you, Jane, and Amanda, over a decade ago on the original city master plan, where I got on as the only person under probably 30 in that room at the age of 14, 15. I remember all the work we did for that master plan over a decade ago, and what we talked about was what we wanted to see, the San Marcos of the future, the businesses we wanted to see, the people we wanted to see in it. And I can't think of a better example than Tantra. It has been with me my whole life. It's where I started meeting people. It's where I've had first dates. It's where I've made close friends. And when it closed, my heart was broken because you lose something that you care about. And seeing Jeff bring it back and all of the work that he's done to really make it not only what it used to be, but so much more, to bring back this place that a lot of people, and I know a lot of people have spoken, and you're probably tired of hearing it, but I want you to understand these people have come out tonight because they care, because this matters to them. I've been to a few city council meetings. It's not normally this busy. So I hope that you recognize that. This is a place that shapes people like me and many people here that grow up in this community. We get jobs, we have children, we buy houses, we will be here our whole lives. And places like this are why we stay living here. I have traveled the country multiple times. There is a reason I come back to this town, to my home, every time, because this is home, and this is a community like no other, and this is a place that I care about, and I have full faith in y'all tonight to make the right decision. Y'all have a good night.
Next speaker, you'll state your name and your address, please.
My name is Mitchell Meitler. I live at 95 Neiman Road. Born in San Marcos, 91. Officer Lee was my middle school liaison, K-9 unit. How you doing, brother? Graduated San Marcos High School 2010. Music's been a big part of my life the entire time I did that. There was no Battle of the Bands at San Marcos High School. We started playing music when I was 14. Tantra was actually the first place I ever was able to play a show on my own with my own original songs back in the day. Had it been 16 years old. To hear that someone just starting out with an acoustic guitar would be banned kind of hit me in like my spot, because that's how I started. I'm in a band called Our Last Days. We play all over the country now, tour over Texas. A thing that hasn't been said too much is that Tantra is also a spot with a great community that allows other artists from all over America to come through and consider San Marcos as a spot and a staple to play live music without getting kind of just washed away by the Austin community or the San Antonio community. There's not a scene there like there is here. Tourism, all that. I throw 2 big festivals a year, Mitchapalooza or three, Mitchapalooza, Frights and Sounds, and Central Texas Metal Fest, which is held this year at Frights and Sounds. We had 11 venues, Tantra being a part of it, and we had bands from McAllen and Odessa and stuff come here and play country music and other stuff like that. I also want to say that I was part of the show that the complaint was made at with the F-bombs, and they were playing a Rage Against the Machine song to put some context in there. So I understand why the government's a little upset about it. But taking away that and the normal crowd for touring and traveling musicians is also a disservice to the San Marcos community, because we also need those people to come in here to just show that we're not just a college town. We are bigger, and we have a scene, and we have a major community that can also hold hands with other communities that come through us. And that's all I really have to say. I hope you guys make that right. Thank you.
Our next speaker, you can just pull the microphone down. State your name and address, please.
Good evening, mayors, council members. Christine Barton Holmes, 601 North Bishop Street. You all heard my husband, Dan Holmes, speak earlier, so I'm just reiterating a couple of things that he said and wearing both of my hats. I actually raced down here from a City of Austin Commission meeting because I'm a program manager for the planning department up there and have been for many, many years. I have to say, I've sat through thousands of commission and council meetings throughout the 25-plus years of my planning career. I've had some that have music. I've never had one that had interpretive dance before, so that was pretty fantastic. I think the spirit and the feeling in this room tonight is one of joy and caring, and I think that's very reflective of both the environment that's fostered at Tantra and, excuse me, in San Marcos. So it's a special place. San Marcos is a special place. Tantra is a special place. They go together. Speaking as a proud San Martian, even though I work up the road, I would like to mention that we live pretty close to where the complainant at this hearing and planning commission lives. We've never heard Tantra. We're in our backyard all the time. We've never heard any noise from Tantra. We have to be basically in Little's parking lot at a red light where there's no traffic moving, facing Tantra to be able to hear it on a typical night when they have live music. So where we live, you're more likely to hear people's stereos in their houses or that kid playing drums. Putting on my planning hat for a moment, I would like to reiterate that the decibel level be brought back to what it was, which is, judging from the cities that I've researched, and which I believe my husband passed out to you, the spreadsheet, 75 decibels seems to be best practices, common standard across most cities, most comparable communities in Central Texas, and I also threw in Denton because of UNT. 60 decibels is, we've been probably exceeding that level here all night long. That's a conversation. And for a commercial district, it ranges from 65 all the way up to, I'm guessing they really throw some major parties in Marble Falls because they go up to 110 decibels, which is more like a music festival. So I'm not suggesting 110 decibels, but 75 and 85 is completely reasonable and very much in keeping with what our neighboring communities have. So I would like to see San Marcos have a consistent decibel ordinance across the city. That's probably a discussion for another time, the way other communities do, because it does add to that predictability for residents and for business owners if they know going in, I'm in a commercial district, I can be this loud. I'm residential, I'm this loud. But we'll start with Tantra being able to get back to where they were. Thank you.
Thank you for the chart and the research.
Yes. Come forward and state your name and your address, please.
Howdy, I'm Adam Higdon. I'm one of the owners of Gumby's Pizza. I think I know almost everybody up here from my times, whether it's from the river or chamber or our own CUPs, unfortunately. But I live at 421 San Antonio, so I'm less than 2 blocks away from Tantra. So I am both their neighbor on one side and their neighbor on the other side of the highway, and I can tell you they're probably the best neighbor we've moved in the last few years. Jeff is a wonderful person for this community, and it's very, very, very rare that you find small businesses that try to be such an integral part of what we have here that makes us so different. And I think we have a chance to nurture something like that and keep something that is such a boon for our city, or we have a way to, chop off an entire leg of theirs and try to see if they can still run the race. I'm not going to talk too much about decibel limits or anything else because I think you guys have been, heard enough about it. But I really hope you guys just make the right choice and keep such a nice gym we have here and somebody that gives so much back right away. I'm sure you guys can tell what the right decision is, and I hope you guys make it. So thank you, guys.
Your name and address, please.
Hi there, my name is Drew Berto. I live at 200 Robbie Lane, apartment 222. I just want to say I'm a regular at Tantra, and I think it is a vital community space for here in San Marcos. I personally view this initiative against it as overtly targeted and punitive. And I just wanted to point out that it's on the downtown strip of a college town. It's surrounded by bars and clubs. There are constantly vehicles, motorcycles, souped-up muscle cars driving by. I think it's very family-friendly locale. I frequently see children there, parents with their children dancing to the live music. Ms. Capoletta refers to herself as part of the silent majority, but there is a huge number of people here in favor of Tantra, and I believe that majority is silent because it doesn't exist. So I would hope that all of you make the right decision, and I'm going to sign off.
Our next speaker, your name and address, please.
Hello, I'm Diana Uribe. I live in 421 West San Antonio Street. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard today that everybody that has been speaking up and showing up here has been speaking with a lot of love, and the only person that is against Tantra was speaking with a lot of anger and even some hatred. I don't want to repeat what everybody has already mentioned. I feel from what everybody has already said, I don't believe the noise is the real complaint here. It's really interesting how from one complaint, this became something bigger sometimes. When people have a plan to make a change, we find any reason, even the smallest thing, and turn it into something bigger. And we all came here and have been sharing on how your, suggestion of the level of noise is kind of unrealistic. So if you guys make the decision to make Tantra, not have live music anymore, please consider that all the people here that showed up, same thing with love, they will express anger. They're going to be affecting many people's lives, not just the employees. Tantra is also personally a place where I have felt safe throughout the decade that I have lived here. And it would be only fair to know the real truth behind why we are all here, because I kind of failed to believe that it's actually the noise that we are complaining about. And it's only fair to actually know what is happening, because I think it's really important for all of us to understand each other. I don't want to be far left or far right. I don't want to be black or white. I want us to all understand each other and work together. That's the whole point of a community. And again, Tantra, we're such colorful people, full of different thoughts and expressions and perspectives. And as a city council, I want to believe that you guys want the best for the people. And I know that order is important, but also if things aren't explained to us of the reason why truly this is all happening, a lot of people are going to be angry, and then more chaos is going to happen, and then there's going to be more lack of order. So yeah, I just ask you guys to please be honest with everybody, because we're all coming here with a lot of love, wanting to know what we can do to support not only Tantra, but also other small businesses that apparently are afraid now because this is happening. And that's basically all I want to say. Thank you guys so much.
Next speaker, name and address, please.
Hi, my name is Erin Watson. I live in Wimberley, Texas, but I just moved from 610 Blanco Street in San Marcos. And before that, I lived on San Antonio Street, Nance Street, and Blanco Street. Harvey Street. I am here today to speak as a mother who takes her kid to Tantra pretty regularly. He really loves bluegrass. He gets excited every Wednesday. He calls it Wacky Wednesday Bluegrass Night. So that's what we do. We typically go, the music starts at 7:30, so we'll just go from 7:30 to 8:30. Because he's 5 and he's not going to be at a bar till 10. But if there was a church or a daycare that was open till 7 p.m., I would love to know, because I would just drop him off and then go to Tantra by myself. I also want to say it's worth noting he knows nothing about cannibalism, so we shouldn't talk about that because that's weird. He's also not here right now because he would totally be in tears just crying his sweet little eyes out that Bluegrass is gone, but he would like that little stare game. So I see if y'all have Tuesdays open, I'll bring him here instead of Bluegrass on Wednesday, and then y'all love him. He's so cute, but he's so loud. Thankfully, Jeff has never been like, Aaron, get your kid out of here, and then lets them run around. They play. They have learned to share, which is a weird thing. It's really sweet to watch the kids play. They're definitely not just like cussing or whatever their concern was. I first went to Tantra in 2010 from Wimberley because, you're in high school and you can't do anything. But I heard about this coffee shop that hosted, it wasn't Bluegrass Night then, but it was a residency with the band Green Mountain Grass, who I think Trevor used to play with. They are Grammy nominated or someone like that. Maybe it was Wooden Wire. I don't know. They're really good musicians and they play for really cheap and y'all should go. You should also get the pulled pork tacos. Tantra is a wonderful thing. And if the live music goes away, they're not gonna make it, and that's so sad because he put so much money. Did you see it before? Did you see it after? It's so pretty. He did such a good job. So anyways, snaps for Jeff, and love you guys.
Hello, my name is John Veldkamp, 1279 Delta Crest. I'm from San Marcos. I was born at Central Texas Medical Center. Got a lot of memories in this town, whether it's going to the batting cages, which a lot of people don't know that we used to have. Paper Bear went under, of course. A lot of people know about that. Some of you might not know about Diversions, which is a business that used to be here. It was an arcade with a laser tag in the back. It was pretty cool. There's also Cafe Monet, which you could go with, extremely family friendly. You could go paint pottery, and they'll oven bake it for you, and you can have something to bring home. I'm worried about what this ordinance would do to Tantra. I think the family-friendly aspect of this business is something to take seriously because if it becomes just another bar or it's just a place that doesn't have anything else than getting drunk, it's going to ruin that business. The building will still be there, but the spirit won't. And that family-friendly aspect will be gone and further from the heart of San Marcos. Thank you.
Are there any more speakers? If not, I will close the public hearing.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve. Get it on the table.
Second.
A motion, can I understand
I
the
need
motion
to clarify exactly what is that motion.
Just a motion to approve the appeal, and it's not, and I want to get into the details just to get it on the table. Sam, I thought. Well. A motion, do we need it, even a motion to discuss it?
What I was saying is, you need a motion as to what the action is going to be. That was what I was explaining.
A motion to approve, and then.
A motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
You left that part out.
I did, I said it.
Okay.
I guess, yeah.
So I guess, I mean, it's ultimately the council's discretion, but I think typically it's a motion to approve. Okay, let me go back to you may grant the appeal. Let me go back. You may affirm the appeal, reverse, or modify. So it's either to affirm, reverse, or modify, so the motion would be one of those things. If you're modifying, to modify as follows. That's what
And my motion to approve is to potentially modify, but I just was doing it to get it on the table.
Okay.
Okay, so it's just going back to the ordinance.
Do you want me to clarify that, Sam?
It would be motion to, just so I'm reading the ordinance, it's affirm, reverse, or modify. If it's a modify, then you could state what it is you want to modify, I guess what I'm trying to explain.
But is your motion to affirm so we can get on the table?
Yes,
And then we'll
yes.
get the details
That's-
later.
that's fine.
Who seconded that?
Originally, Paul.
Oh, I think Matthew first. Or
Okay.
Councilmember Mendoza.
Thank
Mr. Mendoza?
you. Well,
I'm going to have some questions, and I'm going to try to work through this, but I just wanted to get it on the table of, I didn't want to do a denial. I wanted to have us to be able to discuss this, so I was just putting it on the table for discussion of an approval.
could we clarify that to
Okay.
be?
Hold on a second. Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, so, and not to go against Mr. Aguirre, but I want to understand it as well. A motion to affirm would be to affirm the additional condition from Planning and Zoning Commission. A motion to reverse would be to reverse that,
Oh,
to remove the
that's what I was-
condition.
yes
So
is- yeah.
I want to make sure that I'm understanding what your motion is intended.
Yeah,
So-
because I was thinking of it the opposite way.
To affirm is to affirm
I've
what
got a
Planning and
motion,
Zoning
hold on.
Commission approved.
And I had asked the attorney about that, so let me, so I'm going to motion to do a no is yes, right? To
Right,
no
to
would be to
reverse-
not.
Reverse it.
Thank you very much for that clarification.
You
Even
want
on
to
the
go,
agenda
you want to
item
go
as
to the
written?
original staff recommendation?
Yes.
Without the decibels?
Yes, to start with.
And that's what the
That's
second
where you
was
want
for.
to go. We'll figure out
Yes,
which word we need to
exactly
put in
right.
there.
Thank you, Ms. Hernandez, for that catch.
Okay,
Because I was
just-
thinking on the appeal process to approve the appeal, but that would be to overrule P and Z, which would be a no.
Correct.
Thank you very much.
Correct. Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Okay, so that is your motion. Do we, I see we have staff here. Are y'all here to answer questions, or do you, okay.
And I'm going to.
And Mayor, just so I'm actually not sure I understand, I want to make sure the council understands what it is what is the motion specifically? Affirming it means exactly, you're upholding what the Planning and Zoning Commission did. You're upholding it if you affirm. Reversing it means you're changing, you want to reverse a condition or whatever was part of their original decision. Modifying it means you're changing some of the conditions that they approved.
Like if you wanted to say 80, 60 to 65 or
That's correct,
something.
yes, Mayor.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure we understand. Affirming is you just let the decision stand?
The P and Z decision?
Yes. Affirming means you let the P and Z decision stand. Reversing it is you're changing it. We disagree with it. And then modifying is we're going to add a condition or not add a condition.
That's what makes sense to me
But the
about what's
reversing it
on the
could
table.
include modifications. Would that be correct?
Once we get it on the table, then we can talk
Yes,
about.
yes. So I want a
modification.
motion to reverse P and Z's decision to get it on the table.
Question, before we do that though, question, if I'm understanding you correctly. The modification, so the staff recommendations that are listed right there, would that be a modification or would that be?
He's saying go with the original staff recommendation that doesn't have a decibel
Okay.
item on it.
So to start with that, if your motion is to go with, if just for the getting it started, if the motion is to basically go with the original staff recommendation, that's what you're doing here, which is essentially a modification. You're modifying the,
And that's to start with. and
Staff's recommendation was not to limit decibels.
Right.
Right,
So
that's what
this-
we're saying.
So this is,
It's
exactly.
the original staff recommendation
ma'am.
without
Okay.
decibels.
Correct.
if everyone understands that, that's where we can start.
And that's
And
the
then
starting
you
point.
can, then from there, if you have discussions and you want to amend the staff recommendation in any form, there can be a motion to amend. And if that passes, that's fine. If it doesn't pass, then that's the motion up on the screen.
Yes, okay, I need to let Ms. Hernandez speak, and then I have a few things to say, and then we will start our discussion.
So here's what I wrote down as a motion to modify the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the original staff conditions.
Yes, to
to
start
get it
with.
on the table.
And there might be amendments for that, obviously.
Right.
If that's, we'll talk about amendments later, we're just trying to figure out what's on the table. So you're saying to,
Modify the decision of the Planning and Zoning Commission and approve the original staff conditions.
can we all, we all know what we're
Yes,
talking about.
I'm
We'll
okay with that,
figure out
yes.
exactly what we need. Okay, and just a couple of clarifications, because we did get over 200, I don't know, could be 250 by now, email messages. And I just want to clarify that there are a few who think that the permit was not approved. The permit was approved. It was at the 60 decibel level. And so that doesn't mean no live music, but I understand your concerns about the 60. So just to make sure that that was clear, and I just want to make a little bit more clear. Alcohol CUPs are not intended to harm or close a business. They're meant to ensure that the business practices don't harm neighbors with excessive noise. Neighbors who must get up early to go to work, neighbors with babies or small children who need to sleep. The downtown plan states that we want people living downtown, including families, and we do have a lot of people living downtown, and we must consider them. So that was the considerations. I'm not speaking for the Planning and Zoning Commission, I just watched the meeting. And so what we're talking about now is, will there be a decibel limit on there or not? So what we would have here is the standard decibel that's in the Land Development Code. Is that citywide?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, because there seemed to be some confusion on that, and I thought that was the case too. Okay, I have another paragraph if we talk about offensive language, but I'm going to go to Mr. Gleason first because he made the motion. Ms. Rodriguez, I'll get to you, and then we'll start going through.
All right, thank you, Mayor.
Please.
So I'm going to have some questions first off, and then I'd like a couple questions for the applicant, but first a couple for staff. What is the decibel restrictions on the CUP at Zelix currently? Do you know off the top of your head?
I can find out
Okay.
in a few moments.
Okay, all right.
But do we have any CUPs that have decibel restrictions?
Not decibel restrictions, but it may be hours restrictions. I do believe that Tantra and Zelix have the same hours restrictions.
Okay.
But I can pull that up fairly quickly on a map on my computer.
And that's what I was thinking too, Mayor. You're going down the same road I was, that I wasn't aware that we actually had decibel restrictions on any of the other ones. And
Other than what's in code?
other than what's in the code, that's exactly right. And yes, one of the comments made was that it is kind of arbitrary a little bit. Well, it is arbitrary, right? Every one of these businesses is in a very unique location, unique situation, and they need to be handled uniquely. I wish we could do a citywide, hey, carte blanche, here are the rules, and everybody kind of follow them, but everyone's got to understand that as a layout that we have,
Turn the volume down.
the way the city is laid out, we are going to run into these problems, and we run across them every time we discuss a zoning case, right? And that's why all these decisions need to be discussed thoroughly. And so, to me, this is really as much of a content at what time and what people heard as much as it is a loud music situation. Look, I'm a huge fan of Rage, and the irony was absolutely not lost on me, the video that went around of the song that was being played at HEB at 7:30 at night, right? And I want to challenge everybody that hopefully we're going to come up with something to modify this. I think 60 decibels is way too low, arbitrary, and we're going to try to come up with something here. But we need to come up with something, and everybody needs to be very cognizant of HEBs across the street, guys. And as much as a heavy metal music fan as I am, we need to be very careful of that. So I want to keep that in mind for what I'm going to try to come up with here. My next question is for the applicant. Yes, please.
Just hang out there for a while, because
Yeah,
there's gonna be questions.
I'm sure there will be. If we try to come up with something here, and are you going to be open-minded about something? I mean, are you really stuck on what we had there, or are you going to be pretty open-minded if I try to come up with something here?
You know, I'm not.
As a group?
So, with the initial conditional use permit, I followed it completely. And it sounds like we're now changing the rules. And that's, that's a little irritating, especially with all of the hoops that I've had to jump through doing that whole renovation. I mean, it was not a simple process. I tell people repeatedly that the hardest thing about opening a food and beverage establishment in San Marcos is the city. And so, you know, getting to the finish line of getting open and then now adhering to the rules that have been placed on us, you know, following them, and now I'm here. You know, so I'm sure there may be a middle ground, but you know, I'm pretty steadfast in what we've asked, and just because we have followed the rules.
Yeah, and I wanted you to be frank, and unfortunately, I wish they would have had a more thorough discussion for the P&Z meeting, and both from output from the community, the pouring of output, right, there wasn't a single person that spoke in favor of your business, right? And that's
What?
unfortunate.
Spoke
In favor.
That's-
There was not a
spoke
single.
against.
Spoke against, I'm sorry, you know, other than you. And there really needs to be a more awareness when these alcohol CUPs come up or whatever, that you as the applicant round up and support, and the community go show support and say, look, we need this or want this in our community, so that the commissioners can hear that too, right? There should have been a more robust discussion on that. So I'm gonna be really interested in what my colleagues have to say here, and I'm gonna try to come up with some, and it is gonna be some numbers, all right? Like, and you know, we're gonna try to come up with something, because I do think 60 was way too low. So I'm hoping you'll have an open mind about it too, but I am gonna ask you, if we come up with something as a group, of what you think about that, and I want you to be very frank and honest about that.
Absolutely. You know, I just do worry that maybe we may be treading into the spot of the government, you know, kind of trying to talk about speech and restricting that speech a little
Well,
bit.
this isn't about speech, this is about noise, and we are
Yeah.
allowed to do that, right?
Mhm.
This is
No,
about
100%.
quality of life, and I want everybody to understand that your business is in a unique situation where it's at, and I am trying to help you out here. I am not trying to harm you.
Absolutely.
My decision here is try to really, to help you along here.
Mhm.
But it may not be to give you everything that you asked for, because you're gonna need 6 votes up here.
Absolutely.
And whatever I propose, or what may get proposed, we gotta have 6 votes. So,
Okay.
all right, I want you to understand that too,
Yes.
so everybody understand it. So I'm gonna, what my colleagues have to say on the rest of this. And Miss Amanda, I think, has an answer to my Zealot question.
I have answers to your zealot questions,
Thank
and man, this is an old, approved for the life of the use, conditional use permit. It says the applicant shall not operate any sound equipment that produces sound in excess of 75 decibels, which is the nighttime limit for citywide, for a period exceeding 1 minute between the hours of 11 PM and 3 AM, as measured from within the line of the Crystal River Inn,
Wow.
property line of Crystal
and there
River.
But that's still standard, right?
That
75
is
after,
standard, but it's after 11 PM, which is interesting because the code
allows an extra hour, doesn't
is
it?
10 PM. So they're actually,
And there was nothing
it was just
beforehand.
kind of a belt and suspenders, I guess.
And that was the only mention of any noise in
Only mention of decibels. They do have to constantly monitor the level of amplified or stereo music at all times in respect for the Crystal River Inn, and shall shut down all amplified or stereo music at 2 AM. And then there are also mentions of not using the games on the certain side of the property next to Crystal River Inn, and not allowing motorcycle parking in certain places between 11 PM and 3 AM. So this is an interesting one. I haven't looked at it in a while. But it is 75 decibels at night, which is what code allows otherwise.
After 11 o'clock?
After 11, but code would supersede after
code's
10
after
PM.
10.
Right.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so it'd be after 10 PM, 75 decibels, which is the development code standard now. And they would be allowed the 85 during the day, which is
Up
citywide,
until 10.
up until 10 PM.
Okay, thank you very much. And I want to hear
Is
what my
the
colleagues have to say.
75, 85 is state law?
I don't think it is.
I believe that 85 is a maximum somewhere in state law, but I don't think it says 75, 85 specifically the way we have it.
Okay, I will let Ms. Rodriguez speak, and then I'm going to ask you about the demonstrations that we had.
Yes. My question is more so for Jeff. In going through the meeting packet and then hearing you today, I think one of the things that is personally an issue for me that I'm dealing with is $750. I was not aware of that appeal process. I think that's a thing that needs to be addressed here today. I'm not sure that if an appeal is granted, that's automatically refunded. I am interested in an amendment that if we do decide as a council that we do issue out that refund. Because my fear is that, and it's kind of been touched on today, I don't want this process to be weaponized to where we find this happening again and make people go through the process again. And you have mentioned all of the myriad of costs that you accrued to bring this back, and I just do not like that you had to go through the appeal process and then the $750. So I am interested in an amendment.
That could be addressed
Mayor, if-
separately. I'll let Mr. Gary address that.
Yeah, if I may, I understand your concern. If, from a policy perspective, it's something council wants to address. That is an ordinance provision. It can't be, you can't reverse an ordinance by a conditional use permit or condition on a permit. So what you can do is any two members can bring an item back for discussion. It would be a separate item to basically allow a waiver of some sort of a fee
Yeah.
through a separate
Okay.
process, so that would be a separate process that could come back.
Just need to
But as
put
part
it
of
on
a
a future
CUP
agenda.
appeal, it can't be part of that tonight, just the way we're posted.
Okay, and of course, I'd be interested in talking with you more just to better understand the appeal process as you experienced it, and how you feel we can better address that.
Absolutely, yeah. And again, that's that refund of the $750. And I think in the appeals process, if a business has to appeal that process in the future, not necessarily just mine, but they shouldn't have to pay that
Sure.
fee in the future.
And so just a reminder, yeah, so that's pretty much as far as we can go here based on the posting tonight. Thank you.
I'm sorry, sir? Would you repeat the last thing that you just said?
Oh, I was talking about in the future, when a business would have to appeal a conditional use permit or something like this,
That's-
that they wouldn't have to be subject to, that $750 fee.
Yeah,
And I
that's-
understand it's an ordinance.
That's something that we could talk about, but that's not what's on our agenda for this
Absolutely.
evening. Ms. Hernandez, would you talk about I don't know if we're going to call it a demonstration or just an experience that we've had?
It was an experience. It was a fun experience. I mentioned it in my presentation. I do want to, just before we leave the last topic, we've done this before where City Council has directed refunding of a fee. We will look into what we did the last time and go through that process. But
We put it on a future agenda.
we did, absolutely. So yes, we have a conditional use permit committee that is made up of Planning and Zoning Commission members and City Council members. You may be reappointing someone because we lost Mr. Prather on that committee. But we set up a conversation and a presentation with our police department. We set up a speaker that was used in a bar in the past, so we know that it's loud and big and it's up on a stand, so it kind of gives a similar sound to what you might hear in a bar, and we were just out here behind City Hall. And our police department came and showed us our decibel readers. We do have a couple that live downtown in the fire station, and I've got two guys behind me that are gonna tell me if I say something wrong, so hopefully they'll tap me on the shoulder if they need to. But we have a couple of these that live downtown, so when noise complaints happen, PD can go grab one. They have a calibrator, so they showed us how the calibrator works. You take off the little sound, whatever this thing is, and you calibrate it. And they make sure that it has an accurate reading within whatever, decibels they can be off. I think it's 0.5 that they can be off. And we played music, and we played it loud. And it was very interesting that even just standing there talking, I was carrying one around, and I've had it since Friday. Thank goodness they let me keep it, and I messed around with it. But my voice, and I'm a very loud person, for anyone who hasn't heard me with this microphone, I'm about 68 decibels. But we stood 5 feet from the speaker at full volume and got up to, 95, and then we'd walk back 30 feet and, be at 70 or whatever it was. So it was very enlightening to see how the music changes. And actually, when we did a larger conversation, we had another presentation for a larger group, invited council and the planning commission. Commander Williams drove her car between the speaker and the decibel meter, and it dropped dramatically. I, however, was on the other side of the car, and that noise hit the car and smacked me in the face. So I got the 110 that they have in Marble Falls when they're having events. But it was very enlightening to see how these things work, that they do work. You can see the spike, and I didn't have this in here with me. I wish I would have, but I was looking at some of the readers on people's phones. Even your voice fluctuation will fluctuate that. So that's what the presentation was. We also talked about the noise ordinance, which is citywide. We have the noise ordinance, which the police department uses in the land development code. There's also a section in chapter 34 of the city code of ordinances that they use. And they have, in the past, they handed out the penal code. They'll go to state law if they need to, if there's a noise complaint, depending on what the matter is and how they need to address it. So that is my summary of the fantastic presentation we got. And no one tapped me on the shoulder, so I must have given a great summary of it.
That's a good job.
Okay.
Did you have something else?
No, I mean, I think, first of all, I just want to say thank you. Thank you to everybody who took the time to come out. In reading about this issue and rewatching the planning and zoning, I do concur with Mr. Gleason. I wish we actually got an extensive conversation in that, because we didn't. But there were some things brought up as to why this was even before us today, and that was the Tantra accusations that it wasn't a family-friendly event or business, that it had other concerns. But I will say I went meticulously through all of the emails too. And both Kali's performance here today, right? Shout out Kali, she's still here. But I just want to say something that I think, you know, in taking this position, I think one of the things that I was really passionate about is the creation of communities. It has been clear in the emails, it has been clear in today's today's comments that Tantra has done something that I think many of us almost try to imagine how to do. And they've done it so successfully for people of all ages. You know, I want to read something. This is the one that got me. We are all living in volatile times right now. The economy is shaky and people are lonelier than ever, especially young college-age people. Cities like San Marcos feels the effects of this the most, and you owe it to your residents to protect the few places that allow them to make friends, memories, and art together. I don't want to take that away from y'all. So I wanted to say thank you. I know there's been some sentiments that this is about community and preserving a quality of life. It's very clear to me here today that Tantra has done that. And so I just want to say thank you to all of y'all for sharing that with us, to Jeff for putting it together. And I hope we can make the right decision.
Thank you, Mayor. So I had the opportunity last Wednesday and Thursday, actually met with EZ when I was there, and I had the pleasure of getting to know Jeff as well. I went out there, I have a decibel reader, for some ungodly reason I have one. I went out there and I was sitting outside, and I went between the hours of 10 a.m. to noon on a Thursday, and then I went between the hours of 3 p.m. and 5 p.m. on a Friday, because I wanted to see what it was like just with regular traffic that we have to deal with. My decibel reader was calibrated to as close as we can for the officers that they use, and I was pulling 68 to 75 decibels just on a regular traffic. And you're gonna hear those loud Mustangs, you're gonna hear the loud trucks, you're even gonna hear 18-wheelers that are going through, and those go through 24 hours a day, so there's no sitting there saying we can regulate that. I wish I could understand where P&Z really thought about this. I can say that I was at both of these meetings because I happen to be very fortunate to be on the CUP committee that we have going on. I'm actually vice chair, so we're working on a lot of really cool things along with Ms. Garza here. And we all were there for the demonstrations on both of them, and we definitely were able to see the correct way to judge these things. And I really wish Planning and Zoning would have had this exact same meeting that we had, or the presentation that we had, so I can tell you that we are much more educated with what we're going for. But when I was talking to Jeff, actually, I'm sorry, when I was with EZ the first time, I noticed at least 8 employees that were there. And a lot of them were back in the house, but they were doing their jobs. And I could not imagine just those 8 people on shift losing their job. I could not imagine them not making their rent. I could not imagine them not having a safe place to go to, and along with everybody else that's here. And Ms. Rodriguez was absolutely right. This is impressive to see the community get together for whatever cause it is. I am happy to see us join together. I think the council is much more educated, especially over the last week, about what we can do. And I am pushing for this to be reinstated. I know JBB and I have been working really hard on getting live music established and just stuck here in San Marcos, and I'm very proud of everybody here standing up for that artistic expression. So thank you guys, and just note this council is really educated, and you guys made a difference, so thank you.
To Mr. Colasart, if you'll come back, I got a couple of questions for you. But first, I want to thank you for bringing Tantra back, for all the hard work on the building. It's lovely, the yard is lovely, and you have quite the loyal following. So,
Yeah.
so thank
Yeah,
you
it's-
for bringing
it's
it back
shocking.
for the community. And we met your general manager. So I've got some questions for you and perhaps him. Is one of you on site every night?
Yeah, I've had to finally decide to take some days off to get some mental health, because I've been there every day.
But one of you is there?
Yeah, absolutely.
All the time, okay. And you mentioned that you have taken readings in the past at times.
Yes.
And what I'm going to ask is if y'all would continue to do that and log it. You know, who was the band? What time was it? Where you were when you took that reading, just so that you've got a record of that, in case questions come up.
Absolutely.
So that's my ask of you, in the same location as a police officer would take it there at property line. You have a fantastic speaker system and sound system, because one night about 6 weeks ago, I'm coming out of HEB, and there was someone speaking. I think there was a fundraiser or something. I could hear her as clearly as if she was standing in front of me. I knew exactly who it was because I recognized her voice. And I thought, gee, good sound system. But then again, that might be a tad loud. I'm not sure. So I've ordered a decibel reader. I don't have it yet. So anyway, that's what I would ask that you do. Now, if it's a soft acoustic set, you know, probably don't even need to. But because we've known Tantra for being up there in the volume in years past.
And that's what I brought up earlier as well, because
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure I was separate from previous ownership,
Yes.
because, you know, like I said, that was one of the things that I knew going into this, before I even started the remodel, that the noise was an issue and it wasn't handled by previous
Right.
iterations of Tantra.
Right. So my question is, if you've got your reader, and it's a band, might be a little louder than most, and you get out to that spot and you look at it, oh my gosh, it's 90, what are you gonna do?
I mean, we turned it down a little bit, you know, and that's where we're at, and then where we have been. We've been proactive about it. We take the same, reading from the same location that the police do.
Good. I just know that it's really hard to get a band to turn the volume down, ever.
We somehow made that with Pinata Protest, which is a very loud band.
Okay, all right. So that's my ask of you. If y'all would do that for a while and log it.
Yeah, that's fine.
And just keep track. That's great, thank you.
Absolutely.
Microphone? If you turn that on, I'll know that you want to speak.
It's not his fault. It's not working. There it goes.
I just leave it on.
Great. Once again, I want to thank all of y'all for being here. I see a diverse group of people here, and I feel like I can go there because I see you, I see me in some ways.
We'll see people we know.
Yeah. The only problem I have is when it comes to diversity in music. Can you play some 70s and 79 and 80s? And I do really see kids there playing as well. I don't know what way I was going to go when I got here, but after I hear all these people talking and the type of people that came up here and showed up speak volumes to me. This is a community place, and I really, I'm glad you're here, and I will support it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mayor, I was going to see if anybody else had something to say, and then I've got an amendment, motion to make.
Oh, I mean, I don't have a lot to say that hasn't already been said. I just want to apologize that the process, the P&Z process was like so chaotic, and also to our neighbors, I think, like former Councilman Baker mentioned, some of us have brought up concerns about planning and zoning and like having more like diverse and inclusive representation there. But beyond that, just like disseminating information to our neighbors in a timely fashion, because I don't doubt that if our neighbors better understood the process that is sometimes very difficult for even us to understand, they would have shown up there too. So yeah, I just wanted to apologize. And I'm not like a Robert's Rules of Order wizard. My stance is gonna be like, let's reinstate Tantra's original conditional use permit.
That's what's on the floor right now.
That's it. Like, I feel like it's not that deep, like.
We just want to make sure it's recorded properly and legally.
Yeah.
And I think, and I'm going to make a motion, I think they'll be along that lines, so. And you
No,
can,
we already have that motion on the floor.
well, yeah, but I'm going to modify, I have an amendment.
Yeah.
You can propose an
Y'all
amendment.
Propose an amendment.
and I'll sit here.
And we'll see if I get a second.
And yeah, it needs a second to
Yep.
even discuss it, so
Yep.
just.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I got, really. I appreciate everybody.
Then I'll go back to Mr. Gleason. If you have an amendment, start with I move to amend.
I move to amend, and the only thing I'm gonna have to amend, I have two things. Number one, that it be a 1 year. And I hate to do that to you, to draw you back in here, but I am gonna be in support of a potential refund for you for the appeal. And I know we have to put that on the agenda each time to do that, but I think that's only fair, and each of those be discussed, so I hate to have you do that. And one of the main reasons I'm gonna support the straight up 85 to 10 o'clock is Zelix has it. I know they have a lifetime license, and that's not fair. We're not doing those anymore. But that's only fair to you. But I am gonna ask that you do 75 on Sundays after 7 o'clock. I did get some complaints about Sunday evenings. There's a little difference to me, 8 o'clock on a Sunday night
Yeah.
than anything else. And so the only amendment I'm gonna make is that it be a 1 year, and that you stick to 75 after 7 o'clock on Sundays. But the rest, I'm gonna go back to 85.
7 PM?
7 PM on Sundays. And I'm torn about the rest of the week, but I know you don't really do the live 85 decibel on Thursday nights. And I'm gonna leave that open to you so that you have a little leeway. But I'm gonna ask that you keep that in mind, right?
You okay?
Okay, you've got a motion, and
So
let's
my
see if you
motion,
get
see
a
if I got a
second.
motion for my amendment for Sunday night.
Which is 1 year
1 year.
and
yeah,
75
On Sunday
on
nights
Sunday
after
night,
7.
which means that's a 3-hour time period that
That's right.
we're changing. I'm looking to see if there's a second.
No?
And there is not.
Okay. All right.
Then I'll make the motion to.
Well, I'll make it.
We have a motion on the floor.
Oh, I'm sorry, we'll vote for it, my bad.
But
We've had a motion, or we couldn't be discussing it.
Right.
How about a motion for 1 year?
Are you saying you want to make a motion to amend?
Make a motion to amend with 1 year.
Let's see if that gets a second.
No?
I will for
Right,
discussion.
I just want to make sure, yeah,
I had two things
We
on
need
my
to-
amendment
yeah.
the first time. I didn't get a second, so I'm
Yeah,
amending
that's
my
why I'm just making
amendment
sure
to just a 1 year.
that, again, we get a second before we get discussions
And
going.
I've got it. And so Mr. Mendoza said he was thinking about seconding it for discussion
For discussion,
purposes.
I will second that so we can discuss it, because
Okay, then you have seconded it, and we can discuss it.
And my only reason for doing that is I want everybody to understand that when there's been issues with these CUPs in the past, I've been very reluctant to give out 3-year permits. And it's nothing against the business. It's just to keep everybody in check, right? And I said it earlier, you all mentioned the bluegrass on Wednesday night. No one is complaining about bluegrass on Wednesday night. The complaints we got was Rage Against the Machine at 7:30 on Saturday. And I'm not telling you that I want you to pick and choose which bands you have to play, right? But we have to be very, very aware of that, because I got multiple complaints before this even came up about that very issue. And I'm a huge Rage fan. And it's just to kind of keep this in check a little bit. And it may not pass, and that's fine, right? But it's just to keep everybody aware, and also the public input of where this is at and the process of potential, if there are other issues. And there has been issues in the past, but you really haven't had that, and I know that's not fair to you. When there has been, I've been very reluctant to give out a 3-year, because that's our only recourse. If we give you this 3-year and you go over, you may get a ticket or two, but your permit is locked in. And so it doesn't give the other side that has complained about this an opportunity to come back and complain, right? So it's not a pick on you, other than you'd have to come back and do this again a year from now. But I think everybody's been pretty open to that. So I just want to see where the discussion is on the 1 year, and then we'll go from there. Yes, sir.
Mayor, do you mind?
You go right ahead.
The 1 year, so with the motion that was on the table originally, it was the permit being valid for 3 years, commencing on the expiration date, which was October 10th of 2024. So I just want to clarify, are we changing the 3 to 1 and leaving the date of October? Or are we talking about from today?
From reissuance, 1 year from reissuance.
So
From today, or I guess would be, or from the date of issuance, 1 year from date of
So
issuance.
it could be today, or it could be Planning and Zoning Commission has been backdating to the date that it expired, which would be October, and we're now in
I'll give
November.
them another month, I won't backdate it, that's.
Okay, so if this is approved,
Effective.
it would be effective today.
Yeah.
If the 3 years is approved, it would be the condition on the floor. Okay.
Yeah. What I was doing, I was going back and looking for the history, which I thought was in the presentation, but it's somewhere here. I'd have to.
I have one question for
Dig
legal.
through.
Does the amendment require a supermajority too?
No, sir, that's just a regular vote, and then
That's
just the
question.
final action.
Okay, so that was 1 year, and I'm just going to say new date, which gives them an extra month. Okay, any other discussion on strictly just the 1-year item?
Besides, I disagree. I disagree.
irritated about
I think, no, yeah. No, I just don't, I don't think us putting additional hoops and barriers when we've had people saying how difficult it already is to get businesses up and coming. I mean, I really don't think that we can call ourselves a community that welcomes small businesses, tries to make that process easy for people when we're putting additional barriers on top of that, in a setting like this. No.
And having served on P and Z and council for the last 10 years and be involved in these CUPs, it is the only recourse that we have.
Yep.
And those permits are extremely critical, right? They're important. When they're issued, I do not take it lightly, because there is no recourse for anyone to say, hey, they've been going over for this long. And I know it is portrayed, but it's also a give and take here, right? Of not just handing out. It's the reason we're not doing lifetimes anymore, for that very reason, right?
Right.
And so
Well,
it's,
and that's one of the reasons why I was asking. I was thrilled to hear you say that you're doing the readings, and why I asked if y'all would continue to do that and keep a log, because that will be, that will do good for you. I don't need to see it, but hold on to it.
Yeah, I mean, personally, I think, I'm not feeling the 1 year. I think that we should trust in that the community will hold the business owner accountable in their own way as well. I feel like they've developed a base of people who are, generally speaking, community-centered. And so I get it, like, it's our only recourse and whatever, but the evidence that I've seen is that the owner and even the folks that attend and play music are generally pretty reasonable. Like, I don't see evidence otherwise. And so to me, it's like, man, we're really having this whole conversation with probably 70 people talking. I don't know. I'm inclined to believe they're not gonna act a fool. So, yeah. But I have a question for Amanda. How does this align with the stuff that the committee that Mr. Mendoza and I are on is working on, right? Because super informative demonstration by San Marcos PD with the Little Reader situation. But we also talked about, I brought up there's a form that some other entity uses to have more parameters around uniform measurements for sound across the board. And so we talked about that. We talked about other things that we might mess around with CUP. So how does that impact this?
Yes, ma'am. All of these conversations that happen at Planning Commission and City Council help to inform our conversations. So we had a conversation with the police department, and we were continuing to ask questions about sound and how we could potentially improve our ordinances. We're also going to talk about conditions, because I read Zelic's conditions, and they're vastly different from anything else that we've ever approved. So we'll be looking.
There's a reason for that.
There was, but we will be looking at potentially more standardized conditions that staff can offer and the Planning Commission can look at. We're going to be looking at definitions of amplified music and acoustic music. So all of these conversations help us to inform those conversations, and ultimately what we expect the CUP committee to do is provide recommendations to City Council to improve and amend our development code or other city codes that may affect the CUP process.
Yeah, okay, that's helpful.
Okay.
I think we've had good conversations on that,
Yeah.
but still, based
There
on
are a lot more
conversations there.
conversations to be
And
had.
a reminder that we're really talking about the 1 year instead of
Right, but
3.
I feel like it does relate
It
to it,
relates.
if
I'll
we're
let y'all
gonna
go.
change things hardcore, but I'm still down for 3, that's where I'm at,
Okay.
and
Yeah.
Ms. Garza, you're kind of
Hold
hitting
on.
it.
Mr. Mendoza has
ahead.
been waiting to speak.
Basically, Ms. Garza hit it right on the nail. I was wondering how our committee would be affected. So let's say we stick with, we grant the 3-year. Whatever decision the CUP committee recommends to council, they make a decision there. After this 3 years, would all, or once any CUPs are up, and we make these decisions, will they be following our guidelines that are set after that point?
Right, yes, because once the CUP expires, they have to reapply, and we would look at the rules in place at the time. And if there need to be modifications to the permit, we would do it at that time. Now, I will say that if there are across-the-board changes that are citywide, those are automatic, so we don't have to add conditions to the next CUP if we've made changes in code.
Yeah.
And,
Okay.
and that's actually one of the reasons that I mentioned the 1 year is, and I hate to put the business owner in kind of a position this, but we're having a deep discussion about these CUPs at this committee.
But
And what changes
yes.
might be made could be very relevant to this. And I know he doesn't, look, it just gets back to philosophically to me, if we have complaints, and it's, and yes, it's just one that's vocal, but I got many phone calls about the rage thing. And those people don't have an outlet if we give a 3-year. And I, not giving voice to them compared to all of this, whatever, but it's the only recourse we have if something does come up.
Right.
And so it's always been a concern of mine, and I've pushed for these 1 years. We've even done some 6 months. And where that is really like, hey, we really have concerns, we wanna see how this goes, and then, and I'm not gonna do that. But we're just having just a thorough discussion about all these CUPs.
Right.
and-
But I need to ask Ms. Hernandez a question. Ms. Gleason's saying we have no recourse. Isn't there a little
Well,
tiny
very little.
entryway?
Yes, provided standards are met. So if we get complaints that are at a level that PD reaches out and says, hey, we need to talk about revoking this conditional use permit,
Yeah.
we have that ability. We haven't gotten to that point with any of our alcohol CUPs yet, but there is some recourse.
But instead of, not necessarily a revocation, but a conversation about changing the conditions, isn't that more likely what would happen?
The changing of conditions wouldn't happen until the permit comes in for renewal.
No, if you're talking about revocation, that doesn't mean the business is shut down that day. It means we're gonna start talking about conditions and perhaps change
Yes,
them.
ma'am, there would be a process for revocation that would have public hearings, and, do we want to take it away? We haven't ever done one, so I don't even know what that process looks like.
Yeah, so, and that's, okay, that's a great point, that we haven't ever really had that discussion, because this has really never come up of, if we go into, there has been a couple shutdowns, but it's been more other things than the CUP itself, if I'm correct.
Mostly
Well,
health
there's a
department.
couple, we granted the CUP and unfortunately the business just
Yeah.
decided not
yeah.
to continue, so I don't
So
know.
there is a, so what you're saying here, Mr. Hernandez, is there is an outlet if there are issues for modifications during the length of time of the issuance of that CUP?
No, it's not exactly what I said. So
There would
the
have to be a re-
conditions as approved are in place for the amount of time that the permit is approved for. In this case, we're talking about 1 year. If there is a serious problem that needs to be addressed, or the conditional use permit needs to be changed significantly, we would have to initiate that revocation process. And then we can start to look
And then you
at the
talk about it again.
conditions. But that would be, again, it's going to have to be a really bad actor. I would say that most of our 6-month permits, with the exception of a few recently, where Planning Commission is trying to get them back on track with their
Right.
3 years. 6-month permits are usually for bad actors.
Yeah,
We have a lot of complaints, and we just, want to work with them a little bit closer. Same with 1 year. It's typical to go 1 year to 3 years standard. So just wanted to share that.
Standard is 1 year the first go-round.
And then 3
And
years.
if everything looks good, then it's 3 years,
And this
3-year
is-
increments after that.
This is his first 3 year, is that correct?
Yes,
He's
You had a
concluding
1
his
year,
first
and
3
then you had a
years.
3 year.
yes, sir.
Okay, I need to call a vote on this,
Well,
because we
I'm
can
gonna-
yap about this all
I'm
night.
about to call the question.
You can only do that, you can make a motion to do that, and it would take
I
a
know
second.
you already said you
But
were
you
gonna do
tend to
it.
do that when I say we're ready
I
to
know, I
vote
was
now,
just-
so it's really not,
It worked out well.
And I
No.
tell you what I'm gonna do after my discussion, if Mr. Mendoza, I'm gonna remove my motion for a 1
you're
year.
gonna
I agree
withdraw?
with that. I don't understand that, yeah. I agree with that.
Okay, so we are back
Motion.
to the original motion, which is to go with the 3 years and today's date?
Today's date,
Okay, and today's date,
that
you're
gives you an
good.
extra month.
Is there any other discussion that we need to have that's gonna change anybody's mind? Another amendment? Are y'all ready to vote?
And I got one comment. Thank you all for being here. Please show up to these P and Z hearings, right? And the applicants, when you have an alcohol CUP or CUP come up, round up the troops, bring them in here, show support. Like, we only hear a lot of times from the bad actors, and
Yeah.
it's, this outpouring is making a difference, guys, right? Show up for those, because we would not even be in this process had
It's
we.
not that we're hearing from the bad actors, we're
Yeah.
hearing from the opposition.
I say bad actors, I
Yeah,
just
you
mean,
did. You
yeah,
didn't mean
well,
that.
I didn't mean that, I'm sorry, I
Yeah.
misspoke.
I
I
don't wanna let that one
misspoke,
go.
I misspoke, thank you, Mayor,
Yes.
for correcting me.
So I just
But-
I have one thing if I could before
You
we.
go right ahead.
Before we leave.
Yes.
William, who signed this paper first, if you're still here, come see me because we did not get the address.
Okay. All right.
And then.
See Ms. Hernandez, and we're gonna be wrapping
And I'll be
this
right
up
here.
shortly.
And to the musicians and everyone else, understand that Tantra is in a unique location, and we need to be very cognizant of HEB being across
Yeah.
the street and the vulgar language and things like that. So, and Ragnar's is out in the country for a reason, right? And there's other places for that stuff. But thank you all for being here, and I'll be in support of this.
Well, the issue with the language is if the noise ordinance is being met, then you don't hear it over in the HEB parking lot, and then it doesn't matter. So that's where I think we can go with that. So, Ms. Trevino, crank up those little voting buttons, and we're gonna vote on this.
Yes means yes, right?
Yes means that right up there, the original.
Right, what's on the screen will
With
be
no
the
decibels.
conditions.
The motion passes 7-0.
Okay. Now you can applaud. And we are going to take a break. Y'all may go home to the comfort of your couch. You may stay. We're going to take a break until 9:40. Returned from our recess. It is now 9:43, and we are at item 10. We'll come back to the items pulled from the consent agenda after item 10. Ms. Trevino, would you tell us what item 10 is all about?
Yes, ma'am. Hold a public hearing and consider approval of Resolution 2024-231R, amending Resolution Number 2024-90R, a resolution of no objection to the submission of an application for low-income housing tax credits to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs for the proposed Blanco Basin multifamily development generally located north of the intersection between East McCarty Lane and the Union Pacific Railroad by allowing changes to the proposed amenities list to the unit income mix, among other possible amendments, and declare an effective date.
This is, first we'll start with the presentation. Ms. Hernandez.
Mayor Council, Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. This property fronts McCarty Lane and is located behind the Sienna Point Apartments. The proposal is for a low-income housing tax credit development which will be age-restricted and tax-exempt through their partnership with the Capital Area Housing Finance Corporation. City Council approved a resolution of no objection for this project in April of this year, and at this time, the applicant is seeking amendments to their approved resolution. Next slide. One of the requested modifications is to the type of units which will be available. The applicant is keeping the 15% of overall units available to those with the greatest need under 30% of the area median income. They would, however, like flexibility in the number of units at other income ranges, with the average income being 60% AMI. This flexibility is allowed by TDHCA. There's a question on the message board about how the average will be attained, and the applicant provided examples of unit mixes. For example, some units may be 80% AMI, some are 30%, and the remainder 60%. Another example provided by the applicant showed no units at 80% and the majority at 70 and 60%, with the average being 60% in all cases. Next slide. Another modification is to the amenities provided. Instead of providing barbecue grills and picnic tables, the applicant would like to provide amenities like horseshoes or shuffleboard. The applicant is still meeting the city's criteria to provide more than the minimum points required on the TDHCA application. There was a question on the message board about the removal of language in the resolution, and I just wanted to point out that it was actually a typo and the sentence was in there twice. So they're not removing anything in that instance, it was just cleaning up that typo. Next slide. There's additional project information in the PowerPoint presentation, but you have seen it already, so I'm not going to go over that, but if we need it for discussion purposes, it is there. The Workforce Housing Committee discussed the request on April 2nd, did not have a formal recommendation, but directed staff to bring this request forward for consideration by the full City Council. Since the request is meeting 6 of the 8 criteria in the Affordable Workforce Housing Policy, staff is recommending approval, and I believe the applicant was going to try to join us online. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, it's now time for the public hearing. I will open the public hearing on this item, which is item 10. Ms. Trevino, do we have somebody? Okay. Mr. Klopp, it is now your turn.
Thank you, Mayor.
To speak.
I
We'll
just
need your
wanted to
name
say
and
that
address.
my name is Dylan Klopp, and I represent the developer for Blanco Basin, and I'll be available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak? Anybody in chambers, in the lobby? If not, Ms. Capoletta had.
She's not on. She's not on.
But she's not on. Okay. Then I believe I will close the public hearing, and I await a motion.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gleason, seconded by Mr. Mendoza to approve. Did you have anything else for us? Oh, okay. I've got a few things to say, but I'll let other people go first. Did you have something?
Yes,
Go right
ma'am.
ahead.
I know that this is an amendment, but I did appreciate that y'all included the information about the actual development. Because, please stop me if anything is outside of the bounds, but, under resident support services, I think one of the concerns I had, especially from your earlier presentation, regarding transportation. So I looked at the overview map. I even went to go drive past there. And I think one of the things that we talked about was, there's you have the Target right there, which also has the dentist, which also has the emergency care, all of the things that were required. But I also saw that there's not currently any intent, and maybe the person for the development here can help me answer this, but there's not any intent to actually provide shuttle services. And so I also looked that they were really leaving that on the city to go ahead and install a bus station there that would be accessible to the residents. Has there been any movement on that? And then also I know that there is not a connecting sidewalk. So if somebody did want to, be a pedestrian to access the services that we're saying are wraparound services, it's a bit difficult where this is located. And so I just wanted a kind of more information on transportation, especially since this is a 55 plus. There may be some mobility issues, and so that's where my questions start.
Yes, ma'am. So let me just maybe clarify what I said earlier today, and that is if there is not a transit line, it's my understanding that the development has to provide transportation, but they don't check that box on the wraparound services because it's a requirement above and beyond the wraparound services. And I would actually want to go ahead and hand it over, if it's okay, to the applicant to make sure that I'm not misstating that.
Okay.
You're correct, yes.
Then in that case, why has that been something that the Housing Committee has sent back to us, that we've always talked about having the van or the bus? We've always talked about it.
Because I didn't know until we were doing the research for the presentation earlier today and working with the external stakeholder group that was an above and beyond requirement because of location.
Because it's a quarter mile, correct? It has to be within a quarter mile.
No, ma'am. So the quarter mile is something that is in our policy. We're
Okay.
looking for services within a quarter mile. The transportation is in the Texas Administrative Code for TDHCA. That if there is not a transit line, they provide transit. I didn't realize that that was a requirement. If there's no transit, they provide it, and they don't get points for it, but they have to do it.
So this is or is not on a transit line?
It is not.
Okay, that's what I thought.
If that happens, let's say they do provide it or they don't, who checks on them to make sure this service is being given to those residents?
Which is exactly what I was talking about at 3 o'clock.
Yes, at this time, it would be part of
Thank
their.
you for your support.
It would be part of their compliance reporting to the state. And it's something that they have to do to maintain their tax credits. So it would be their compliance reporting to the state or the every 3 years when the state comes in to review their development.
Right, but there's no legal thing we can do to make them give that service, provide that service.
At this point, we do not have a monitoring mechanism at the city level.
Okay, and is that the only thing we don't have control over, or there's other stuff like the tutoring or the food bank or whatever on site? Is there other,
I think it's all in the same
All,
category.
all conclusive, but I will tell you that as part of the next steps from my presentation earlier today is that we, as the Affordable Housing, Workforce Housing Committee, are going to go through our policy. We're going to look at more detail into what staff found when we were working on that presentation, and that includes you. We are going to sit down and go word for word with what's in there and figure out what we're missing, what we think council would like to see in that policy, and if we need to include any additional provisions in that policy, that will be our opportunity to do so, and we'll be doing that fairly soon.
and this is 100% tax credit or not?
This is 100% tax exempt
Exempt, yeah.
because of their partnership, yes.
And the partnership they're with, that's gonna be locally, or does it go to, I think we had this
No, it's
discussion before.
capital area, it's been around since the 90s.
Yes, Capital
Before.
Area Housing Finance Corporation is one that we consider local. They
Okay.
have a handful of developments in
There
San
are
Marcos.
Maybe 3 or 4 counties
Yes.
max.
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been around a long time.
I think in the-
That's the one that Ryan Thomason is on their board.
Oh. I think we talked about, in our meeting that we had, that we were pretty much, didn't want to give those 100% tax credits anymore, because it's, one of the biggest money makers there is when it comes to taxes. But,
And that was one of the conversations we had as we were going through some of the previous applications. I anticipate that that will be one of the conversations we have with the committee to determine a recommendation to city council if that's what y'all want to do.
right, thank you.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
You might have reviewed this, but what's the rationale for removing the barbecue pits or the barbecue grills and the picnic tables?
I would ask the applicant to answer that question.
Mr. Applicant,
It comes down to the design of the site and trying to meet all the amenity requirements. We just have limited space, so we can't choose to do everything.
Gotcha. Thanks for letting me know. I think that's one of the things that I brought up last time when we talked about concerns on who all is really, keeping track and holding folks accountable for are these projects really super community centered? It's they will list a bunch of amenities and then you go and stuff is shut down, and one of them is they'll close down the barbecue pits and the tables because they don't want families gathering outside, which is wild in my opinion. But that makes sense if there's no space for it.
And all those amenities are required by TDHCA, and what was stated before is that TDHCA does confirm that these things are built and available at the site, so
Sure.
But
we
with-
we are held up to that.
but if it's a space
providing it.
situation, that looks odd because you're taking away grills and picnic tables and putting in a horseshoe pit, a putting green, a shuffleboard court, a pool
Well, not
table.
all of those. It requires at least one of those. The grills has a specific number that needs to be provided, and then in the case of grills, there has to be a distance from buildings and other structures, plus additional space around it to provide, a reasonable working space. It can't just be a grill in the middle of nowhere. You typically need a picnic table and or a bench or other amenities provided in that same space.
So the proposed change is one of the following: horseshoes, putting, shuffleboard, et cetera.
Correct.
So you could get by with just a ping pong table.
In theory, correct. We have it designed for a horseshoe pit, 2 side-by-side horseshoe pits.
Then why don't we say horseshoe pit?
My guess is this is the way it's worded on the TDHCA application. We have our list that we pulled from their list, so it's
Yeah, but if-
probably word for word.
if they're sure that's where they're going, then we just say horseshoe pit, we leave out the or on the other. Yeah, I'm not comfortable with a bunch of this, and I'm absolutely not comfortable with leaving them a blank check on the income. The unit income mix is what I'm calling it. We've already approved something, correct? So if I say no on this, that doesn't mean it won't happen. I'm just saying no to the modifications that they
Amendment,
want.
correct.
Yeah, I don't recall that we've ever done that before. However, what I read is that TDHDA can make changes and they don't answer to us, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, I wasn't happy learning that either, because we spent a lot of time working on these lists and what we need for San Marcos, et cetera, but anyway. So I guess that's
Can
a
I say
question for the
something?
applicant. Yes, why is it that you're asking for this, I'm calling it a blank check on these, and you don't have your list ready?
For the income limits, we use the guidance from the market study to determine how much demand there is at the various income levels
Okay,
for the unit sizes, a one-bedroom in this case, or a two-bedroom. And being able to offer units to households that earn in the 70% 70% area median income would allow us to capture a larger share of the possible renter pool. Most developments have been restricted to 60% AMI, and so when they do the calculation, they call it a capture rate, but it basically takes the relevant supply at that restriction level and then the pool of possible renters. And so if all the previous deals have been at 60% AMI, having units at 70 or even 80, which I don't think we're going to go with, but at 70% AMI, we can potentially rent to people that are of a lower income, but still wouldn't qualify for a 60% AMI unit. And so just to put numbers to it, a 70% AMI for a two-person household would be approximately $70,000. 60% AMI is $60,000. So someone coming and wanting to rent an apartment at our property or our proposed development, and they earn $63,000, if all we had were 60% AMI units, they wouldn't be able to live at the property. So that's kind of the operational side of things. And then as far as rent that would be charged, it'd be restricted at that AMI level, but then it has to be supported by the marketplace. And the marketplace doesn't really support any rent numbers above 60% AMI.
well.
So it's more of a operationally trying to capture and provide affordable housing to the largest pool of possible renters.
I understand why we need the higher ones, as was explained to us by another applicant several years ago.
Sure.
When we were looking at the 30 and 50, he said, I've got to have some 60 and 70, otherwise when somebody passes 50, I can't keep them, and they're not ready for market rate. So I get that, but I'm not happy with these new mixes, so.
And Mira?
Well, then can we propose splitting up the 60% units to be part 60 and part 70? So I guess my proposal would be to say 60% AMI, for the 60% AMI units, we would restrict that to 86 units. And for the 70% AMI, that'd be 102 units. And we would keep the 30% AMI as is at 34. That way we can pin that down and alleviate that concern.
Would it be at the 60 or would it be a 51 to 60?
What do you mean
I'm
by
looking at the
that?
chart that, if we could get that screen back up, that the unit mix proposed changes. I think it's one more back from that. That's it. Okay, would you specify that again, please, sir?
So we would, my proposal would be to keep the 34 units at the 30% AMI,
Okay,
setting the 60% AMI limit to 86 units, so down from 188, and then have the 70% AMI units at 102 units to get to the total of 222.
okay, now what the chart has is 51 to 60, and you're saying 60. Are you meaning 60 or 51 to 60? Because what I'm looking at is you don't have any 31 to 50. So what happens when somebody's making a little bit more money than the 30, they're not making enough money to do the other, what happens with, it's that gap that's concerning me now.
The limit is the upper limit. So
Okay.
if a person earns 50% AMI or falls in that income bracket, they can still rent in a 60% AMI unit. So for an 80% AMI unit, a person can earn up to that income limit at 80% AMI or less, all the way down to 0.
Right, but what about that 31 to 50? That's the gap I'm talking about.
Correct. People who income qualify in that bracket, in that range in blue, would be able to live in a 60% AMI unit. So I think the number on the left is misleading. The income restriction is the top limit, and anything below that, they can live in that unit restriction.
Maybe I can
But
offer
if-
some clarity.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I know what you're gonna go say. but-
Yeah, just offer a little bit of clarity, as I understand it. If you're in the 0 to 30% AMI, you can rent in the 0 to 30%. Once your income goes above 30%, you're at 31%. Their income range is not broken out the way ours is necessarily. You can rent 31 to 60% is essentially what he's saying. So even though they don't have any that are specifically with a 50% cap, you could roll into one of the, what he's calling 60% units, because he's giving a bigger range for that second tier of units. And then the third tier of units,
Okay.
what he said would be actually 61 to 70, where we say 61 to 80,
So instead of 30 to 50 at 0, it's really 31 to 60,
essentially.
and that's the 86 units? Do I have that correct, sir?
That is correct. They would also be able to qualify to live at an income level in the 70% AMI units as well.
Yeah, because that number is just the cap. That's not the
It-
little.
it-
You can't make more, but you can
Exactly.
always make less.
That's right.
Exactly, exactly. Thank you.
But in theory, couldn't that also be in the opposite way to say, I mean, if it's the range is that wide, is there anything stopping them from granting them closer to 55 and 60? And then we see that 30 to 50 something, cut in half or even more so.
Yeah.
I mean, it could have adverse consequences in that way. And I mean, the whole point of this is to be affordable,
Yes.
Well, there's a minimum of, or they're setting 34 in that 0 to 30%. Does that help?
No.
No, because I think the range is still too big. I think
Yeah.
I think that's why I do appreciate what we have here, because it kind of puts things into picture. I also want to know, though, too, if, are there differences in these units as the, income levels increase? Are they the same units, or?
The physical unit they're all exactly the same in terms of features, quality of build, everything. It's just what tenant incomes would be allowed in those units.
Because I saw in the packet, it's referred to as set aside, these units that we're talking about that is the reason for this amendment. I just wanted to know, like, if we're setting these aside, is there anything that makes them distinctive that's worth?
Not the physical unit, no.
Okay.
I have a question. I'm like kind of uncomfortable with like what you said with like the just kind of leaving it all blank. But can you kind of explain how the flexibility impacts the financial feasibility of the project? But also, when you say it's influenced by like market studies, what like specific market trends are influencing this amendment?
The specific one that TDHCA looks at, that the market study gets the answer for, is the capture rate, which is you take the relevant supply divided by the gross demand. And so the relevant supply is the unit size broken down by bedroom count, and then the income level. So in the example on the left, there'd be 34 units at 30% AMI. That would have a capture rate of its own. And then the 60% AMI would have a capture rate of its own. And for those specific income restrictions and for the bedroom size, that capture rate has to be below a certain number. typically single digit is preferred. Low teens is you start getting in hot water with TDHCA. So I think there was more I was going to say, and I lost my train of thought. But basically, then the gross demand is the number of renters that would meet the income limitations. So there's a smaller population in the 30% AMI bucket than there is in the 60% AMI bucket. Because again, the 60% is the upper limit, and that just captures a larger swath of the population. But
Sir.
again, because there's been so many developments approved at 60% AMI, the supply would be much greater.
When is the application deadline, and how many application deadlines are there in a calendar year?
Ooh, quite a few. We just submitted it into the bond lottery for 2025. That was a little while ago. When we receive our bond reservation notice, we'll need to submit our tax credit application shortly thereafter. Right now, we're anticipating that at the August collapse of the multifamily bonds, but there's several times before that where we could receive a funding notice and need to submit our tax credit application. It's honestly a pretty big window for which
So
we
do
could
you
receive.
need this today? Could we, if we postponed it and said we're going to give you a little more time to get your data and figure out what you want, and then when we see what those numbers are, we say thumbs up? What's the ramifications of that?
Timing and being able to submit all the information to TDHCA, we need to have a RONO that matches what we're proposing at the time of application. We'd need an updated market study, which we need to have before we submit our application, but it can't be too far. They have an expiration date of 6 months, but because we don't know exactly when we're going to get our bonds, it's not something we could order today and just sit on it. So timing wise, that'd be hard to pin down and get back in front for a quick reading and approval. And then each application that we submit to present these RONOs is about $1,800. And we've paid that twice now. So to do it a third time, that's not really another expense we want to take on. Plus these market studies are about $6,000 a piece. So it starts to add up.
Yeah, it's just, this is the first one I can recall that didn't have all their ducks in a row before it came to us.
Fair enough. And again, it kind of goes back to looking at all the other developments that were previously approved at the 60% AMI, and we're looking at that and going, you know, operationally, it would give us more flexibility at the 70%. And so if pinning it down is the concern, then I would go back to my previous proposal of locking in the 60 and 70% AMI units.
So is that something we can do this evening? Are you comfortable with that?
I would be comfortable with that.
Do what? I would be comfortable with that, with locking in these numbers that he gave us of the 60 at 86 and 70 at 102. Because they had the 188, and that's, so now he's wanting to split that into two categories. And he's moving 102 of them into a space that's going to bring you more money, correct, sir?
It doesn't necessarily do that. It allows us to rent to more people.
Would you say that again, please, sir?
It doesn't necessarily mean that we make more money. It's mostly about being able to rent to more people.
Serve that group of folks?
Correct. That aren't captured, that wouldn't qualify for most of the other developments that have been proposed in the community.
Okay. If you're really ready to nail this down, I don't want to push you into doing something that you're not ready to do yet. But if you're ready, since this, you know, went through the process to get on our agenda, I am I can do that.
I'm fine with it.
Do I need to make a motion to amend?
Yeah.
Put these
Yes,
numbers
ma'am.
in? Then I will move to amend that the 51 to 60 go from 188 to 86, and that a new category of the 61 to 80, I'm sorry. It's a range here, and he was saying 70 of 102. That really means the 61 to 80, or do we need to create a new category?
Can I ask something real quick? Regarding
Yeah,
these market studies, do they account for the fact that people 55 and plus typically live on fixed incomes? Like how many of these people are actually fitting these income brackets that we're raising this to? I mean, they're not going out and getting additional jobs typically, you know, so. I mean,
Not
we're
taking on that
fixed.
second job at 56,
Yeah, I mean,
60.
it's pretty fixed. Let's just assume it's a fixed income. So does it account for that? Or are we also, does that also include, you know, a population that typically works?
Yeah, I don't.
I can't speak exactly to their process, but they would look at demographic data for age categories, and I think it would be agnostic to whether or not they're working or not working. That'd be something when it comes to leasing time, we'd have to income qualify the potential residents and would have to verify that on our own. For market study purposes, I think they just look at high-level data.
May I offer just a little bit? Not that I have great insight, but I did a little bit of spot checking on some of our senior housing while y'all were talking, and we do have a lot that are at that, I'm just gonna say caps instead of ranges. We have a lot of units that we have approved at that 60 cap. So I'm kind of starting to understand the desire to have some flexibility. It's not that the seniors are going to make more money. It's that if they are at the 61% today, they can't live in those other developments that we've already approved. So this would give them an option for housing that may be limited or may not exist. I didn't look into all of the details, but it would open up some additional housing units for those that are, you know, at that 61%.
Yeah, but like how
I'd
many
like to add
people are
something
at
too.
that 61%? Like,
But-
let's be
Well,
for real.
61 to 70%.
But I want to add something
I
to that
don't
too.
know.
Even though these numbers are fixed permanently, right? Even Social Security gives increases, right? And so you could easily get bumped up a bracket even on a fixed income by something of an incremental increase, and then it kicks you into the next bracket kicked out. So I'm glad we're discussing that, because that's not something I had ever really thought about of the impacts of.
I didn't until the gentleman
Yeah,
explained that.
of
said, "We
locking
gotta have
so
a place for
many in at
people to
those
go
rates, right?
as you." But what I don't want is I don't want them to have to move from complex to complex, because these folks only go to 50. Oh, now you can do 60, 70 over here, and I don't know that we have any, maybe one at 80, and nobody does 90, so what happens then?
But I just.
Y'all are gonna have your work cut out for you.
It sounds like it, Mayor.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate that discussion on this, because over time, we've approved a bunch of these, that you could have a whole bunch of them locked in at specific numbers, even though the AMI might change a little bit, but the percentages won't. But that number's fixed, and you could get people that could get bumped up even on a semi-fixed income with a slight increase, and then get basically unqualified.
Yeah, so
That's an interesting
I'm gonna-
conversation.
I'm gonna be a no on this. It really does reduce the overall affordability of the project. It goes from 85% of units at 60 AMI or below, and then it shifts it significantly. It's like 46% of the units to a higher income level. Like, because now you have like the 60% and then you have the 86, but then the percentage of the total units thing is like not in.
Yeah, but if you've got somebody who gets to that level, if we don't split that 188 to give some at the higher level, then when those folks get to that level, they can't stay here.
Well, I just
can't
think
stay.
that there's not enough data to justify it, like how many people live in that higher level anyways. Like, we're just like assuming that there's like a huge need. I would argue that there's a bigger need for those below.
Well, and to reiterate, someone in a lower income can live in a higher income limit unit. Again, it's the upper barrier of the income level. Anything below that, they would still qualify to live in those units.
So if you have, for example, he has 34 units at 30%. If you have 40 families that would like to live at this complex, and they're seniors, but families. If you have 40 families, they can live in any of the units. It's not 34, we're gonna cut them off. I suppose they could choose to do that. I don't know how those rules work, but I'm learning as y'all are learning, so I'm actually appreciating this conversation too. But as I'm hearing it, all of the units could be rented at 30% AMI. We just know that that's not likely.
Yeah, we're
And-
used to looking at the minimum, and then we're looking at the maximum here.
Yes, so we're talking about the cap.
It's a
but there-
reverse of what you would normally think of.
Exactly,
how to
yes.
do
Mhm.
things. Okay, so I'm still making my motion. To do change the 51 to 60 from 188 to 86, and then I'm going to go ahead and say the 61 to 80 from 0 to 102.
I'll second that.
Is that working? I can see he's thinking.
Yes, it does. The Rono will have to say it a little differently. I forget exactly what the Rono says. I don't have it pulled up here. I think it will have to say, actually, it probably doesn't matter.
Well, what I'm looking at is what the chart in front of us right now has is 61 to 80. You're saying 70, and that doesn't fit into one of these little cubby holes here.
That's fair enough. That will work.
Okay. So that's my motion.
I
Mr.
second
Gleason is seconding it. Thank you. And we'll see if that amendment flies. Anything else on this particular amendment? The other option is to not have specificity.
I guess I wasn't here for the first discussions, and so but I did see in the packet that it was a city that said that, you know, they had spoken with the developers, that the conversations were sufficient. I just want to know why this is happening now, despite those conversations, especially because they were deemed sufficient at that time. I just don't want it to be where, my understanding of this is that, and correct me if I'm wrong, they might have made a mistake and not seen how that 60%, they could have gone and extended it, and I think that's something they may have realized after the fact. But, you know, this was something that was already agreed upon, and so I saw that it was an atypical request, and it's making sense as to why. I just want to know what was I know there was market studies and those things done, but, I mean.
The reason I'm going for it is so if somebody gets past that 60, they can stay there.
And I get that. I
Okay.
get that. I don't know about many people in my community that have seen Social Security bumps or increases in their fixed income.
Yeah,
But,
it's,
you know,
it's 3%.
but if it is something that's
2%,
happening
every year.
and, you know,
Every year.
if
Every
it
year.
is something that's happening that would knock somebody out of their ability to afford, I mean, I can get it. But can I get the
And it's
figures again?
small. That's the
Yeah.
problem, is if you get $1 over,
Yeah.
you haven't really
Sure.
gotten that big a raise, but now you can't stay in your unit at the price that.
And like, I hear you, but I think San Marcos likely has more significant demand for housing at or below 60% AMI. And so to me, it's like imagining these random occurrences that may or may not happen as a justification for this, when the developer is saying that it has to do with like market study and stuff. Like, I don't buy that. Like, for me personally, like, that's not a good sell for me. So I'm a no.
But they can still change it at TDHCA, correct?
Change it, how?
They can still change it if TDHCA is amenable, correct?
I believe if they tried to do that with their application, then the application wouldn't match the city's approval, and TDHCA would probably flag that as them not having approval from the city.
But I thought they could go to TDHCA and make a case for doing something different.
From the presentation earlier, that was services,
Only?
from the list.
Only services.
I don't know the answer to that, but when I was referencing it earlier, it was swapping out services. It wasn't swapping out unit mix. I don't know if the applicant has insight on that.
Okay. Well, the other item that is before us tonight that we do have a motion to approve is not having specificity. And that's what's concerning me. But, sir, the market study, which you have not done yet, is that correct?
We did one 12 months ago.
Okay. And that's what you're looking for, like Ms. Garza said, you know, what do people need? The market study is going to tell you that?
No, it,
No?
it tells us how much demand there is in the various income brackets. And then they do a market study to determine what is reasonable rent for the various unit types
And
based on comparable properties in the area.
so how do you determine what the need is at the various levels? That's not from the market study?
It is from the market study.
Okay.
The capture rate determines how much demand there is for the various unit types and income restrictions.
Okay, and there's just no time to wait for that market study, so you can come back with specificity that you are 100% comfortable with before the application goes in, correct?
Well, I mean, trying to thread the needle on timing between the market study, the tax credit application, and a city resolution approval, that's among all the other things we have to do, that's one less problem I'd like to have. You know, if my back's against the wall, I'll make it happen. But that's really, this is coming down to how we're trying to operate the property and provide affordable housing to the most people.
Right.
And don't get me wrong, even affordable housing developments aren't affordable for everyone. We're just trying to make a small dent in a large problem for the city and the country, so.
Yeah.
On that though, I mean, if we're doing it, I'd rather us not just make a small dent. I'd rather us, if we're doing a tax exemption, I'd rather it be something that's worthwhile. And not to belabor the point, but I mean, we spoke about it in the work session on how the AMI is not reflective of our population.
Right.
We even agreed to actually go petition the legislature about that because of how it impedes our ability to provide adequate and affordable housing. And so when I have not seen, I mean, and maybe I missed over it in the meeting packet, I did not see the results of this market study that's being done, that we are now basing a decision off of. And my question would have been, if I did see it, is does this market study accurately reflect the population that we are actually trying to serve? Because we know AMI does not already. And so I don't want to make a decision based off of a market that's not reflective of the people we serve. And that sounds like what we're doing.
And you had a market study 12 months ago.
Yeah, and inflation, cost of living, everything has changed
why they
within
want a
that
new
time.
one.
Yeah, and so
Okay,
I'm just
well,
not comfortable.
I have an amendment, and it's been seconded, and that's to actually put these numbers in, the 86 and 102. Let's vote on that, let's see where that goes, and then we can go back to the main motion.
Gotcha.
Okay, the motion fails 3-2 with 2 absent.
I don't know, it passes, doesn't it?
No, because it takes 4 to pass regardless of what it is. Okay, so that failed, so now we're back to, it's not specific. What's on the left side is what's already been approved, and they're wanting the flexibility on the other one. They call it flexibility. I call it a blank check. Maybe that's an overstatement. But
No,
we
it's
need to
not.
decide something because it's 1024.
Yeah, so I hear you about the time and the one less problem you'd like to have, but one less problem I would like to have is, not having to explain to my constituents that the original plan had 85% of the units at 60 MI or below to a project that now shifts like 46% of units to a higher income level. Like, that's one less problem I would like to have. So.
Yeah, but that was voted down.
Right, but I'm just saying, like, when we're talking about problems, in the blank check, like, this is if I didn't like that one, I definitely don't like this.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Yeah, because he could put them all in the upper one.
Right, yeah, so I'm gonna be a no to
To-
this.
To the change. Okay, I'm with you.
But I do want to clarify that the average income limits has to average out to 60%. So we can't throw all the units above the 60% mark. That's why I had sent a separate email kind of outlining some of that stuff, but
Read it.
yeah, so
So
The
we're-
unit count
we're-
and
but
the income
we-
limits need to average to 60.
But if this passes, we're giving you the option to do that, but you're saying between the market study or whatever, you wouldn't do that. But with what we're passing, you could, if this passes.
TDHCA, if you income average, TDHCA requires it to average to 60%.
Okay.
So we just can't do that.
Yeah, no matter what happens, the state's gonna require him to stay at that
Right.
60%.
On average, yes.
Yes.
Okay, so it is now time to vote on the main motion. The amendment failed. And what we're voting on is to make this change about the barbecue pits. And it's not specific on what that's going to be. And then we've got, the unit mix would be changing, and we don't have specificity there. That's what the motion is to do. So, Ms. Trevino, let's vote on the main motion. It's more flexibility.
The motion fails 1 to 4 and 2 absent.
Okay. Scott's out, Mendoza's out. And we all said no, and no. Okay, that concludes this item, I believe. Is that correct, Ms. Trevino, Mr. Gary? Yes. We have disposed of this item. Okay, that takes care of the public hearings. So now we go back to consent agenda. We're going to go to item 3, and then we'll go to item 7. Ms. Trevino, item 3, please.
Consider approval of Resolution 2024-222R, award indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity master contract to Holbrook Asphalt Co. through an interlocal cooperative purchasing agreement with the City of Hearst for the provision of high-density mineral bond pavement seal for street maintenance in an annual amount not to exceed $400,000 with up to 4 one-year renewals. Authorize city manager or designee to execute the contract and renewals on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Looking for a motion?
So moved.
Motion by
Approved.
Mr. Gleason. I'll second it. Ms. Rodriguez.
Yes, I'm not trying to take too long on this. My only question was, in the packet, when talking about this particular product, one of the things that was mentioned was its impermeability, but also how it not only takes water, but also UV rays. And so with this particular area, because I believe it only is the Dunbar neighborhood, correct, that is under discussion?
I don't think
That
so.
is,
With a little bit
Ross
of,
is here and can answer
a
those
little bit
questions.
of.
that is the location that we are choosing to use this product on this current year.
Okay, so,
So-
and this is just related to my own ignorance regarding the product. But considering, we do have an issue with flooding, we do have an issue sometimes with our systems that actually take the rainwater in, sometimes they get clogged. And so I just want to know, in your experience, has this sealant ever, had any issues related to flooding or, and then as we know, it's getting hotter and so UV rays are coming out, is it going to increase the temperature in these neighborhoods because it just reflects? I just want to make sure that, as the climate crisis continues to worsen, we're not, for the sake of repairing or keeping our roads good, we're not making it worse.
So this is a type of seal that goes over existing asphalt. We use a PCI, Pavement Condition Index. It rates all of our roads. Oh, can you hear me? Rates all of our roads, and this is a maintenance it's an application that goes over roads that are a certain mid-grade score. It's not a full depth reconstruction. It's a sealant over the existing asphalt. So in this case, you would not want water to penetrate through this barrier to then get into the existing asphalt. It would just cause more damage to the roads. This actually raises the grade of the road to a higher percentage, so it actually lasts longer. So for the water, you would not want that to happen. And then, we, for water, you just don't want water to penetrate into your asphalt unless it's actually a porous asphalt, which is not the case. We don't have that in the Dunbar neighborhood. You want to actually seal that asphalt so it doesn't retain water and cause damage down below. That's when you get the wet subgrade. That's when the roads start to really fail and fall out of shape. So As far as the UV rays, this is a, it will look like brand new asphalt. So, I mean, it absorbs those UV rays and then it does reject them, but I couldn't speak to it heating up the
I mean, the only reason I got into it is because it was in y'all's presentation, but you know, I've seen a lot of studies, environmental justice studies, on how certain neighborhoods, because of lack of access to shading, whether it be by tree or whatever, they do experience hotter summers, even in the same cities. You could be a block away and it's, 10, maybe 4 or 5 degrees hotter. And so I just want to make sure, based off of that one slide that y'all had related to the UV
Yeah,
rays,
the product catalog. Yes.
that we're not actually inadvertently making this neighborhood hotter, because now we're just allowing these things to just pop off back into the air.
No, I don't foresee that happening. This is similar to lots of products that are used across the country, and this is a very highly rated product. We actually went and visited in the city of Buda, whole neighborhoods where they use this, and they're very, we inspected it. It's a very successful project that they have, and they've actually gone forward with a larger contract with this company to do more of their city streets there. So, and the Dunbar neighborhood has lots of shade trees in it. So, I mean, this is mainly used in a residential area because of the high quality of this material. So.
You good?
Yeah, that was the only questions I had.
All right, any other questions?
Is that just like an overlay over the original asphalt?
Yes, this is more of a seal coat top, similar to our slurry seal product.
But better.
An inch, 2 inches?
But way better, yes, but better.
Oh, yeah. Is that more like an inch?
It's
or 2
actually
inches?
smaller, it's probably about half an inch or so. Yeah, so we would actually crack seal any cracks, and then this would go over top.
Right.
And it locks in, it actually it rejuvenates the asphalt down below, so it can last many, many years longer, so.
Wow, never heard of that.
This is the kind of stuff we've been doing for a while, right?
Yes, this is a new product. It's kind of a newer product that we've
But
seen
this
out.
method,
Yes, yes. I
that's
mean,
why we don't have all the potholes we used to have, right?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we're getting better and better at that.
Okay.
So.
All right. Mr.
Thank you.
Trevino, we'll vote.
The motion passes 5-0. I'm so sorry. Yeah, 5-0.
Thank you.
All righty. And next is item 7.
Consider approval of resolution 2024-226R approving the reallocation of $218,571.65 in funds received by the city of San Marcos under the American Rescue Plan to support the recovery of the community from COVID-19 and declare an effective date.
Yeah, I pulled this item and it
Wait,
was,
you gotta have a motion.
oh, my bad.
To put it on the table.
Somebody motion. Thank you.
Motion by Mr. Gleason, seconded by Mr. Gonzalez. Please continue.
Yeah, so I pulled it. I just wanted to give y'all time to explain that this version that we're getting compared to the last thing has the BR3T. I ended up seeing in the packet. I think I just got confused because I clicked on an old PowerPoint or something.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Hayden Meagle, Director of Administrative Services. Yes, so the direction that we received at the work session on November 6th was to check to see if we could have a rental assistance program with BR3T. We contacted their executive director. We think that we will be able to work out that program. We'll be bringing back a contract to provide them that funding during the month of December. And it did get changed on the ARF to where it now says that there's rental assistance program through BR3T. I looked back at it though, the resolution says, look at this appendix, and the appendix doesn't have it. And the presentation that you referenced, that's just the one that I provided at the November 6th meeting. But you are correct that it does now have that rental assistance program.
Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
And the resolution is correct.
The resolution, it doesn't have the table, but it will have the table from the ARF that has everything that's correct.
So we don't need to make any amendments?
You don't.
All right.
On the same subject, what's turnaround time for them to assist those people that need the assistance?
We still have to work through some of those details.
Yeah.
But we're going to work through that before we bring the agreement back to
So
council.
I heard several complaints that it's taken a while.
Well, and that's part of the reason why we wanted to touch base with them and see, okay, we know you have these other programs. Are there ways that we can remove some of these barriers that we're hearing from
It's federal money,
the
there's strings.
individuals?
That's the community development block grant funded part of it, and so there's a lot of requirements that are dictated by that funding source.
On other money.
This will be a a less restrictive program, if you will, with this funding source.
But still with some strings.
There will still be some, obviously, we have to go through compliance, but it shouldn't be as restrictive as the current CDBG.
Yeah.
Okay.
But at least in our preliminary discussions, we identified a couple of things that we should be able to remove, which will make it more accessible to the
Yeah.
residents.
I'm just curious, Grisel, is she part of those conversations?
Yes.
Awesome, yeah, she was helpful to another neighbor who was navigating that recently, so I think she has some good
Yes.
insight. Okay,
Good.
Yes.
thank you.
And BR3T.
Then let's vote.
Did a great job during the floods, and they've been a great partner.
So let's
Thank you
vote.
to them.
Let's vote. Yes, they
The
have done a
motion
good job.
passes 5-0 with 2 absent.
All right.
Thank you.
So that takes us to item, is it 11?
Receive a staff presentation regarding and consider an initial authorization for development code text amendments to align terminology with Vision SMTX Comprehensive Plan.
Staff presentation.
Very brief. Amanda Hernandez, Director of Planning and Development Services. Next slide, please. Last month, City Council approved our comprehensive plan.
Yay.
Adopting this plan immediately created conflicts in terminology in our development code. So what we are proposing is to just bring those terminology modifications. That way, when people come in to submit applications, we don't go, oh gosh, the code doesn't point to the right plan. That's all we're doing. Our preferred scenario map change, so you can see the old legend versus the new legend. And on the next slide, just some additional language. We did some research into the code and realized we just have a few sections we need to change. It'll be maybe 10 pages or so with just little modifications. Next slide. We're seeking initial authorization so we can bring those back to you as quickly as possible. And we recommend approval as presented. I will note that there was a question on the message board about other code amendments. We've talked about PDDs. We've talked about installing towers in new subdivisions. Those things are still on our radar. We're going to roll them into the more comprehensive update to the development code that needs to happen now that we have a new comp plan. This is just the terminology changes.
Because we got to get these done now.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so when do you expect that we will get the next batch?
The next batch would probably be starting beginning of next year. We'll also include some public comment in that.
And will the public comment be before it comes to us, so it has a bow on it?
Yes, ma'am, absolutely. We would
Okay.
want to do outreach to the community before we come to even planning commission with a final
Right.
draft.
Okay. Now, I would like to add something to the list, and I've mentioned it to some of y'all before, and it is in the spirit of collecting our history, and it is to ask any developer that any street names that they have, is there any significance? Is it named after a particular person? For example, there's a whole section in Trace that is named after veterans in Hays County. There's names there, you kind of get what it is, and I know where I can go to get that information, but it's just so that we can add to the history, and I hope that we can get a history of all of our street names. But we already know about Belbin and Burleson and Hopkins and some of the others. There's some others that we don't know. There's a few that I can provide information about why and how and when we decide to name some little short streets after former mayors, just because it's still up here. And so I think that that's something that would be good for us, so it would be an ask.
Yes, ma'am, and I think that I
Are
might
y'all
want
okay with
to,
that? Yeah.
I might want to roll that into some of the
Ju-
historic preservation plan too, as you're bringing that up. We might be able to tackle that even sooner than with the development code amendments, because that is important history to record. So thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, Mr. Gary.
I was just gonna say, you know, the comp plan is, part of it does talk about the history of the city and whatnot, so I was just gonna indicate that I think that's an appropriate item that you could include with this initial authorization if you wanted to, but
Yeah, and I'll leave it to y'all as to exactly where it goes. It makes lots of sense that it goes in with historic preservation. Doesn't matter to me. I think it's something that we should have done a long time ago. And, so anyway, if y'all want to make it required, that's a whole nother
Yes,
thing,
ma'am.
but
That is
mine
a
was an ask.
fantastic idea. I'm not gonna do what Mr. Aguirre said. It's not comp plan specific terminology that I wanna get in that
Just
as quickly as possible.
Where.
Yes,
yeah.
ma'am.
Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
that's not for now. That's to go
Thank you,
on the
thank you.
list, but the list that we want to get done next year. Okay, we need to vote on this?
You close the public hearing first.
I know there's not a public hearing. I should.
Really?
No, this is not a public hearing. I should have had a motion and a second before
Yeah,
she did her
I jumped
presentation.
in. I apologize. I got excited.
Well, and I asked you to come up. We do need to vote on this, correct?
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
correct.
Motion to approve.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gleason. Second by Mr. Gonzalez. And you know, you're getting, anyway. And that is with the inclusion of the street names, so there'll be one vote to do this and the street names.
And add the street names to the list, yes.
Yes, okay.
I'll make that part of the motion.
Then let's vote.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0 with 2 absent.
All righty.
Thank you.
Then on to item 12.
Consider approval of ordinance 2024-55 on the first of 2 readings, amending Chapter 82, Article 4 of the San Marcos City Code by adding a new Division 4 to authorize issuance of tickets by mail for non-payment of parking fees within the City of San Marcos Parks paid parking lots by updating and the parking violation fee schedule to include a Level 1 violation for non-payment of parking fees within the City of San Marcos Parks paid parking lots, providing for a procedure to exempt residents from payment of the parking fees, and including a sunset provision for renewal of the ordinance, providing a savings clause, providing for the appeal of conflicting provisions, and declaring an effective date.
Looking for a motion? I'll make the motion. Can we have a second?
I'll second.
Second from Mr. Gleason. My motion was to approve. And I was really surprised when I read this and I saw the numbers baked into the ordinance, because we've been trying to get away from that. And so I don't have any issues with what it is, just to get the numbers out and into, and Mr. Gary provided me with, anyway, it's a substantial number of changes just to get the mechanics of this done. Let's see, that we would add, the required parking fee shall be established by the city council from time to time in conjunction with the city council's approval at least every 3 years on the schedule of other city fees.
Beautiful. I wish we'd have had that added to a lot of other things. Thank you, Mr. Aguirre.
Thank you,
Came from
Mr.
him.
Gary. Since y'all don't have this before you, but it is on the message board, I'm not going to make this motion to amend tonight. We do have a second reading. Would it be possible, how can we get this in the packet for next time?
Right,
Because you
and
can't do that just
well,
on my say-so.
No, we can put it in the packet as a requested change, but I thought that the revised version had been sent to the whole council so that they at least had to see what
It's
it
on
was gonna look like.
It's
but I
on the
may-
message board. It's prepared and on the message board, but if people don't check the message board, they haven't seen it.
Okay, that's fine.
And that's why I'm not comfortable making that amendment at 1044, because there's a lot to it.
Yeah.
But can I just ask council, are y'all interested enough in this that it can go in the packet for next time?
Yes.
And it's still a proposal, you can still vote yes or no on it? Can I do it that way?
Sure, yeah, we can
Okay.
just, as staff, add it to the packet and for consideration as a
Yes.
request.
Yeah,
Sure.
we've got yeses here, so we won't make that amendment now, but just know that it's coming, but we're not changing any numbers or anything.
And I'm glad you reminded me there was a second reading. I was about to make a motion on
Yeah.
it. so
Yeah,
that's good.
okay.
That's fine.
Well, if I may say, since we're asking staff to prepare something, could I give questions that I would have already had? So that they could come prepared with those questions?
Go ahead.
I know, like, we're talking about mailing tickets, so I wanted to know, the costs that the city bears to mail these individual tickets. I also know, though, according to the proposed ordinance, for the first level violation within a 12-month period, a 50% discount shall be applied to the penalty if paid within 14 days of the citation. If we're mailing them, though, how do we confirm receipt
Of the mailed citation?
to start that 14-day, if somebody does want to take advantage of the 50% off?
So the 14 days starts at the issuance of the actual ticket by the automatic system.
So in a hypothetical then, if I'm no longer living in a residence, but that residence is still on file, and you have mailed now my ticket to that residence, and I have not received it, let's say I have every intention to pay, and I want to take advantage of that 50% off discount. Sure. Do we take into account for situations like that, considering how
forwarding? How long for, yeah.
I think that the system would take into account sort of the time it takes to deliver the actual citation via the postal service. There has to be an accounting of that time that it takes, since the ticket isn't given on the windshield at the time of the violation.
So I guess the real question is, and if it needs to be of clarification, the way the system works, are we indicating that it is 14 days from the date of receipt, or 14 days from the date of the, and I wouldn't even say issuance, what's the date you parked? And I guess that's the question we need to know, because do we know that with the company we're working with, how they?
I think we can allow, within the technology, time for payment 14 days from receipt of the mailed citation.
So if that is the case, that is for the avoidance of doubt, as they say, that is something that could be added into the ordinance for certainty, if that's what we're looking for.
Or, I mean, extending it 30 days.
Say
is
30
what
days instead of 14.
We're interested in. I also just, in talking to the municipal judge, I appreciate the city putting on a little orientation for me. But in talking with her, I think one of the themes that I was getting was, she's, despite having all of these ways to deter behaviors, she's still getting an influx of tickets. And so I just want to make sure, too, we're extending this to account for those. They may seem, like anomalies, but I just want to make sure in that way. I think also, though, too, in reading the violations that are listed in this ordinance under level 1 violations, there is nothing that mentions stopping. However, when we look at section 2 of the ordinance, when talking about this is including stopping, standing, and parking. But there is no mention of what a violation for stopping is. And considering that what we're proposing is pretty autonomous, even though there is a city official that's going to be verifying in the case of violations, why are we including stopping? Are we including it as a potential violation? And if so, why isn't it listed under level 1 violations? And how long is the stopping? Like, what does this really look like in practice?
I would have to look into that further to give you a clear answer. I don't have that answer off the top of my head, but I can absolutely look into that and provide the council with an answer on that.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think so.
Thank you. My question is, one of these violations, does that generate a warrant if it's not paid?
No, it does not. They're civil violations, not criminal violations.
Ours are, but if you park up next to the courthouse, that is a whole different situation, because that's a criminal offense.
Or
If
when
you- if
I
you do
was
the-
parked in ours and the county still gave me a ticket. Ooh, I know scandalous.
On
They're
our
working-
side?
Yeah, they're working on it. It happens a lot.
Anyway, so just, y'all might ask about that next time y'all talking to the county. We've been asking about that for a couple of years now.
No, we're working on that right now.
Thank you.
with that.
It's just the
And in fact, we've
cost
already had conversations, but that's
that
not
is-
posted for tonight, but that is an issue we've already been
But-
working through.
The booting ordinance is in place.
That's correct. 3 unpaid violations.
Also,
But there's a process to
Yeah.
that as well, too. There's a warning process that happens, a
Yeah.
letter that gets issued. So there's a whole series of steps that are taken.
Including
once the
something on the car.
That is correct.
Because my concern is if somebody's going to school here and the parents live in Florida and the car's registered to the parents and the letter's going there and they may or may not be addressing it with their young one or saying, oh, I'll talk to them about it, when they come home at Christmas or whatever. And they do it 3 times. I was worried about the car being booted and they would not know it was coming. but I've been assured that there will be something on the car.
Yes.
10-day warning?
There is a physical notice that will be put on the vehicle prior to the vehicle being immobilized.
Just in
Yes.
case you think about that going home.
Correct.
And the only reason I brought it up was that there was some recourse, like that it's not just, there may not be a warrant or anything, but we are working on that.
Yes.
And then two
We're
more questions,
closer
I
than we've
promise.
ever been.
I promise I'll stop. The second question I had was, what happens in practice if like a vehicle becomes inoperable? You know, like, hey, I had every intention to leave in time, but I just start my car, it's old, you know, it doesn't start, and I'm there past that time. Is there a clause in there to, you know?
There is an appeal process.
Okay.
There's currently an appeal process. The enforcement manager can be contacted, and an individual can then make an appeal. They can also go to the municipal courts and make an appeal against the violation as well.
Okay.
So there is a process that we have in place for those particular situations.
And then lastly, what does the resident registry process look like in practice? Like, how are we really making this, like, is this something that's gonna take significant time? Are they gonna have, you know, how does this practice look?
I do believe it will take some time. I believe that there needs to be a substantial informational push to the public, so they have time to understand the information and give them time to set up and apply for the permit. I think that there's going to be an online process that they could do independently if they're capable of doing that. But we also plan on having, setting up sites like at the library where they can come by and we could physically help them get through the process of applying for that permit. So we're gonna provide some customer outreach and support and getting them signed up and getting their vehicle on the permit list.
Okay.
I have a question that piggybacks off that.
Sure.
I was gonna ask about the appeals process. I haven't seen it like on the website. I know an appeals process exists, and all I remember is the city had more details than the county did regarding appeals. But, yeah, I think, as this like unfolds, I think it's important to have all that information like
Sure.
super clear.
Yep.
Yeah.
I think,
I haven't found it online.
yeah, the actual ticket by mail that goes out is totally customizable by us. It needs to pass muster of legal. But we can include information on there, and we would include information on there, not only on how to pay your violation
yes.
ticket, but also how to appeal that violation as well, too.
Oh, yeah, we
Whether
talked
it
about
be
that part
a
of it.
web link or a QR code, but that information will absolutely be supplied and made available on the actual citation that gets mailed out.
Dope, thanks.
Other questions? We're ready to vote.
The motion passes 5-0 with 2 absent.
All right, moving on to item 13.
Consider approval of Resolution 2024-228R, approving the purchase of a new fire engine for Metro Fire Apparatus Specialist, Inc. through the Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative for use by the Fire Department in the amount of $1,330,000 and up to an additional $220,000 for the cost of outfitting the truck from a variety of Sourcewell Purchasing Cooperative vendors, authorizing the city manager or her designee to execute all appropriate documents to complete the purchase and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Motion by Mr. Gleason, seconded by Ms. Rodriguez to approve. Are there any questions? I had a question, it's been answered. Let's vote.
Okay, the motion passes 5-0.
All right, thanks for staying up late with us, Chief. Item 14.
Consider approval of Resolution 2024-229R, approving the sales contract with Hayes County for the city's purchase of the 5 Mile Dam Park property in the vicinity of Old Stagecoach Road and 5 Mile Park Road at no cost to the city except for half of the closing expenses. Authorize city manager or her designee to execute said contract and all closing documents related to such purchase on behalf of the city and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve?
We have a motion
I'll second that.
from Ms. Rodriguez, seconded from Mr. Gleason. Here for questions? I'm sorry, are you here for answers?
Yes, ma'am. Jamie Lee Case, Director of Parks and Recreation. I'm here to answer any additional questions you may have.
Questions? This is a big deal.
It is a big deal. I'm surprised we're not discussing it more, but it's gonna turn out good.
Is this the park where the river passes through?
The Blanco River. So 5 Mile Dam Park is made up of 2 additional parks and the what you know as the soccer fields. Dudley, is it better? Thank you. I'm
Dudley
gonna
Johnson and
screw it
Randall
all up.
Vetter.
Thank you. Dudley Johnson and then Randy Vetter Park. The Randy Vetter Park is, I think, the 18 acres that is along the Blanco River. Doesn't currently have water in it, but yes, sir.
Thanks for the map. That was extremely helpful.
Yes, sir.
Is it gonna
Go ahead, turn your microphone on.
It's on. Is it gonna cost us quite a bit of money to maintain or just taking care of this extra park?
We don't know the exact numbers right now. You know, we have a due diligence period. To answer your question truthfully, there's going to be additional funds that are going to be needed to maintain or operate any additional parkland along a river. You know, adding little things like our signs, our park rule signs, adding trash cans, or those sorts of operational things. There's going to be a cost, but I don't know what that is right now.
Right. And what's the benefit of us having that dam deeded to us or us owning it
Do
instead?
you want me to take this one?
You got it.
So there have been years of discussion about the soccer fields. The soccer fields are enjoyed by our families in San Marcos. They're an asset to the community in terms of the recreation that they provide. Currently, they are owned by the county but maintained by the city. And so for a long time, we've been talking with Hays County about taking over those fields and taking over the ownership of those fields. They have told us very clearly that it's a package deal with 5 Mile Dam. So it's not necessarily that we were jumping up and down to have 5 Mile Dam, because maintaining a dam is not always the easiest thing, but we're doing an inspection to make sure that, you know, everything is the way it is, and the county has agreed to share costs and do all that to make sure they're turning it over to us in good condition. But this is really about us making sure that we are securing those soccer fields for our youth to have going forward as that asset and amenity.
And the plan for that dam, that area there, do we plan to use it for maybe Boy Scouts or for activities like that, or we're just gonna?
We're still gonna work on that. Right now, I mean, it's a dry,
Yeah,
because of the way that things have been, it's been dry. Obviously, we're gonna look at it, if we're gonna work on entry fees into parks and things like that, we may look at that for a future, you know, but Hays County is agreeing to continue to patrol the
Good.
area until a certain time that we've negotiated that then we would take over. So there have been some great things that I want to commend Mr. Gonzalez. He's been point on negotiating with the county to get us a very good deal. He's had the support, obviously, of Ms. Case. He's had the support of Lonzo, Mr. Anderson, and also Mark Enders and Sean Condor Engineering. So, and we've had our flood control folks also look at it just to make sure that we're doing our due diligence. So do want to commend his leadership in bringing this through to fruition. When he came on, it was kind of like, hey, I want to do this. I want this to happen. And my staff's been kind of like, what? Because of all the things that go with it. So he's really helped to make sure that we have a win-win, where it's giving us some time to take on those things and those responsibilities, but still maintaining the asset that the soccer fields are for our community.
Yeah, I just remember that we didn't want that dam, and thank you for that explanation, that's great.
If I could add just a couple more things, and thank you, Jamie Lee, for your responses. With regard to the park maintenance, we did secure that Hays County would maintain the park for an additional fiscal year. And so that's through September 30th of 2025, and they will maintain the patrol of the park as well. That gives us the time, as Jamie Lee had mentioned, to do the due diligence and compute just what the additional estimated cost is, so that way we can work it into next fiscal year's budget. With regard to the dam itself, Hayes County did provide us a 2016 dam evaluation report from Freeze and Nichols. That report showed that the dam is in overall good condition. There were no recommendations related to any improvements to the dam. Now, of course, that report is 8 years old, and they are in the process of updating that. And so we did work into the agreement also that should there be some significant improvements that are identified in the new report, that we would then talk with Hayes County at that time about what those improvements are. So the agreement in front of you is couched as a two-phase type of agreement. One is the sales contract, and by the way, Hayes County Commissioners Court approved their part this morning, and so they have sent over their executed portion of that contract. The second part, should council agree to the sales contract, is the due diligence phase. And that's where we're gonna take our time to look at everything related to this acquisition, making sure that we go into this transaction eyes wide open, and that should there be something that is of significance, that we know that information, and should we need to bring that to council, we will do that as well.
Good job.
The other thing that's important to mention is we are embarking on the staffing study for the marshal's office that we talked about prior with council, and so we are gonna add this area to that, and so that that can also be studied in terms of looking at resources for the future.
Okay.
And to me, this is a big deal, just simply because we're codifying an additional 80 acres of usable today parkland into the city that we will control. That's a huge deal. And I know there's gonna be challenges to it, so thanks to staff for working through this and due diligence on it, because there's gonna be enforcement mechanisms and maintenance of the dam. But for us to take ownership of this is a big deal, and I'm really happy to see it.
For the sake of history, Mayor, did we own Sameso when it was over there?
On what?
Sameso, San Marcos, when the soccer fields were over there by Gary Job Corps?
Yeah.
Was that us? Or was that the county?
Soccer fields or the baseball fields?
Yeah,
The softball fields
they
are
had,
there.
so there used to be soccer fields there too.
Hey, Gary?
Next to Gary. Like, no, so you have the softball fields that are right there,
Right.
and then where this new softball fields, that all used to be Sameso.
I didn't know.
I'm just curious, because I used to play there, so it is cool, it is
I did
cool.
not play soccer, so I do not know.
I only ask because it is cool. I mean, I live in the Blanco Vista neighborhood. Not only do, it's packed on Saturdays for when soccer comes around, and it's really cool to see families come out there and be a part of that. But also a lot of the residents, including myself and my dog, we go over there and utilize, like, it's a very beautiful green space. And so I am happy that we're doing what we're doing here. So.
We have some great opportunities with this. You kind of touched on one of the ideas as far as maybe a dog park or something out there.
Well,
so.
and 10 years ago,
Name it
this
after
might
my
have been
dog.
weird, but now that we're across the street, it's inside the city limits, we gonna annex this?
We'll need to annex the two parks that are currently not annexed. The soccer fields were annexed in 2011.
Okay.
We partnered a lot with the county on the development of those soccer fields, and so part of that agreement was, hey, we're gonna be maintaining it, it needs to be in the city limits, so they, allowed us to do that. So we'll have to start the annexation process.
Yes.
On these two properties to get them into our system.
Okey-doke.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Then let's vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
On to item 15.
Consider approval of resolution 2024-230R, casting all of the city's 395 votes in favor of Jane Houston to serve on the Hayes Central Appraisal District Board of Directors for a one-year term commencing on January 1st, 2025, and declare an effective date.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Gleason. I'll give Ms. Garza the second.
Rodriguez.
Do what?
That was Rodriguez.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard it came from the pink sweatshirt.
It's okay, I changed her name to Martinez right now.
That's okay. All right. And as I have done each time that, at any time during my term, if I'm no longer an elected official, if this body as a whole asks me to resign, I will do so. Otherwise, I continue to serve until the end of my term. Let's vote.
Motion passes 5-0.
Item 16.
Hold a discussion regarding creative designs to place on a new water tower in Blanco Vista neighborhood and provide direction to the city manager on preferred design.
No motion here. Discussion, presentation?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Lauren Surley, Director of Communications and Intergovernmental Relations. Tonight, I'm seeking your feedback and direction on the design for a future water tower that will be located in the Blanco Vista neighborhood. This is a water tower that will be facing Interstate 35, so it is in a very visible location and would be a visible landmark to anyone coming into our community. We can go ahead and get started. Next slide, please. Possibly.
And while that's coming up, my, are you going to address my question that was on the message board in this?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, I will.
We ever get to the next slide?
There we go.
There we go.
All right, so to kind of guide our discussion today, we've prepared a few slides here showing some of our current water towers here in San Marcos. So as you can see here, this is a water tower that currently features our current logo at the top left. And then you can see the next one is our Rattler Nation water tower. And then we have a water tower that's located in Willow Creek. And then the Texas State Water Tower, which of course we do not own, the city does not own it, but I thought that it was important to add some context on the variety of styles that are present within our community. Next slide, please. Next, we've included some examples of some of our neighboring communities. Some of these feature logos, while others use clean and simple fonts for a minimalist look. And then finally, our next slide, please. These are, since San Marcos is such a city that loves their natural beauty, I thought that these would be important to go ahead and include just so that y'all have some ideas of what it could be. So these are some other cities that we found across the state that just really dial into some of the really cool things that they have within their communities. So this is another option that we could look at. Of course, Mayor, to answer your question, this does come with a pretty big price tag. So if we were to do something that was simple with just a logo or something just as simple as saying, "Welcome to San Marcos," we're estimating that the cost would be between $15,000 and $50,000. Of course, if we are to do something as elaborate as this, that will likely double the amount. I can't give you a solid number on that because they need a design in hand first before they
I was just
will
looking for
take it.
double, triple.
Yeah, so it will likely be
quintuple.
100,000 plus is what we're
That's expensive.
estimating.
Where would the money come from?
So I asked that question to Sean, and I'm going to read it to you guys, because I don't want to be wrong here.
Okay.
So the project in total has approximately $6.5 million budgeted for construction, and that does include $50,000 budget line item for painting the tank. The construction is fully funded by the Water Fund at this time and is currently scheduled to advertise in the spring of 2025. The project will be joint bid and constructed with another tank by the Alliance Water Program in hopes to save cost on an economy of scale by building more than one tank at a time. So, the decision points.
Little League still have the painted like a watermelon?
Yes, they do, and they also have one that's camo, and it says thanks to our veterans. So there are many different options. If there's some sort of message that you would like us to focus on, that's kind of what we're asking here. So the decision points is: would you prefer to have a simple design that just says San Marcos on it, or "Welcome to San Marcos"? Or would you like to explore a more elaborate design like I showed you there? Or lastly, of course, you all know that we are in the early stages of rebranding the city. Would you prefer to wait until we go through that full process and then brand the water tower with our new logo?
ETA on that?
So we've gone out for RFP and we are starting the process next week.
ETA?
Hopefully by the end of next year.
And when will this decision need to be made on the water tower?
This will need to be made, I would say, by spring of 2025, because what we don't want to happen that will increase costs is if the water tower goes up.
Right.
and then all the scaffolding's gone. So we would like to be able to do it all at the same time.
The other consideration is when you do the branding, then obviously brands change, just like we're going through that now.
Next thing I was gonna say,
So then it ends up being the cost again.
yeah, I'm going with the simple, but yet, like Kyle has the red, white, and blue. I'm just trying to think, Luling watermelon, that was pretty much, a gimme on that one. So I'm just looking to see, what can we do that's just a step up from simple, but not paint the whole thing in, blue and whatever. What would we want on it, folks? Recommendations?
I like just simple. That's about $15,000, didn't you say?
I'm thinking you might be able to just paint a wavy line that looks like a river, something.
As long as it doesn't look like Buda's, no offense, Buda.
Yeah, we don't want it that simple. That's why I was talking about, like Kyle's got, at least their red, white, and blue, that's kind of their thing.
Yeah, that's good direction, for sure.
What do y'all think?
Simple.
Simple, just
Simple
that,
and
so when y'all say simple, are you thinking just the word San Marcos or something simple like welcome to San Marcos? Just remember, this is along I-35. It is almost another gateway.
It's gonna be right behind the Buc-ee's.
Yeah. I think a
Which
welcome-
is
the
also
welcome-
gonna
the
have a
welcome-
San
the
Marcos
welcome-
sign, which is
Damn,
also
y'all
gonna
should've
be
made Buc-ee's
where
pay for
our,
it.
where our 35
Yeah,
new
new
signs are
sign.
gonna be. So you're gonna have a lot of San Marcos,
Make-
welcome to
make
San.
it-
So it's
make it-
almost, I don't know, one consideration is whether just to have it just say San Marcos.
Who's really gonna pay attention to it?
I do all the
Welcome to
time.
San Marcos or San Marcos,
I would pay attention to it if it was ugly, but, as long as,
We're gonna do our best to not make it
I
ugly.
tell you what,
trust you guys.
I check out water towers everywhere I go.
What do
It's
you
a-
think
it's an
about
interest
welcome
the
to?
communities. Yeah.
Yes, no,
Sure.
maybe? Or just go with San Marcos?
I'm
Either
impartial.
or, sorry,
I don't care.
they're gonna be inexpensive. Don't we make money from from those towers for the telephones?
You mean the cell tower
Yeah.
and whatever gets, well, only if it's a location that
That's-
somebody wants to put something on there.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I'd
but
say
that's
we-
a good question.
I'd say we put Save Ferris, but I don't think anybody would get it.
We had a
Do what? Say what?
Save Ferris, but I don't think anybody will get it.
You mean like Bueller?
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Bueller? Bueller? And is it only gonna be on one side, two sides?
I think
That
that's,
NBU looks like it's on both sides.
it will be able to have it on both sides. I'm sure that would, I don't know how that would impact the cost.
Which, well, just facing the 35 is
Yeah.
what we want.
And if it's leaving San Marcos, we wouldn't want it to say, welcome to San Marcos as they're driving away. So
Yeah.
that would we'd take that into account as well.
I think San Marcos, but if we can add just a little bit of spark.
Something that's like
to it.
welcoming.
Bienvenidos a San Marcos.
I'm talking about maybe blue bands for River, something.
I'm thinking like a
I'm not the
litter.
creative person.
We can
Wait,
definitely come
look.
up with something simple but not elaborate.
We're gonna bring back the conversation we had here,
Simple
going
yet
back and
cheap.
forth about the garza, about the, what is it, the bird? I'm kidding, I don't care.
The heron.
The heron. Y'all did that heron dirty.
Have we
Yes.
provided you anything worthwhile
Yes,
that's
yes.
consistent? We
It's-
don't want the elaborate and spend a lot of money.
You don't want to spend a lot of money, so we'll do with what we can to meet that goal.
Personally, I prefer a sans serif font and
She's like, I'm not gonna get specific.
not
but-
all caps. Not all caps. That would be my preference. Bring us back something.
Thank you. Yes, that's
All right.
enough. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will move on to item 17.
Hold a discussion regarding the Neighborhood Commission Recommendation Resolution 2024-03RR-NH to study the effects of white-tailed deer on the community and to create a public awareness campaign on the dangers of feeding deer and provide direction to the city manager.
Discussion, ideas, but nothing to vote on tonight. What you think?
Well, I could have a lot to say about this one.
It's 11:15, maybe.
I know,
I'm not,
but I would like to get like a full input on this before, the next month, so if anything. But what I would have loved to have seen the presentation from the biologist to the Parks Department. I don't know if there's a way to get that to us, request that from Parks and Wildlife to get that. I wish I'd have known about it, I would have gone to that. Look, it's
What are you talking about?
Texas Parks and Wildlife did a presentation to the Neighborhood Commission, a biologist did.
Oh,
And I would have loved to have seen that. I would have loved to have been in attendance for that.
do we have that on video?
Oh, I can check. We may have. It's recorded on Zoom, so yes, we do.
Okay.
It was a very good presentation. To kind of help you guys keep this short, because this could get messy. They don't want to do a ban because they know that there's people for and people against. But they would like to collect some data and then also just come up with a information campaign based on kind of what the biologist said on what's good and what's bad, and then let people make their own decision, and then do that as a starting point.
Okay. Well, I'm going to throw out a couple things here that I know other communities do, and this is not anything crazy. These are best practices done by other departments. Is number one, look at creating some sort of, and partnering with Parks and Wildlife, and they do this at other places, to do some hunting out at the Greenbelt. Look, we want a Greenbelt space all the way around the community. The reason these deer are in town and acting the way they do is because there's no predators, right? There's no lions, no bobcats, no cougar. I mean, there's no nothing, and there's no human pressure.
There is in a lot of places. In our green spaces, there are.
No hunting pressure. They know the difference. They can immediately know the difference whether you're out to.
No, I'm talking about there's predators.
There are at the green spaces, but not in town. But the green space being so close to town, one of the ways, the only way to really eliminate these numbers is to bring them down, is to eliminate them. And yeah, and look, there are ways to do it safely and get involved the youth, involve donating the meat, getting people into the green spaces that may not otherwise do it. Parks and Wildlife sponsors and runs these programs. They even do draw hunts for youth at a lot of these parks and green spaces that are city-owned. The city partners with them. They run the draw system. They sponsor the hunt. They manage it, and it's a great way to get kids into the Greenbelt, and most of it can be done by archery, where it's done very safely. There are urban archery programs. They're a little more complicated, typically involve multiple days of training to certify people to do it, requiring elevated platforms and those type of things. If you're only talking about feeding the deer, you're not gonna do anything, because we have so much natural food for them. And a lot of these cities, the only other option is to trap them. That's messy, it's complicated, and it can be just as bad, if not more expensive, than elimination, and including donating the meat. So I'm gonna throw it out there that this needs to be part of the discussion. If you really wanna put a dent in the numbers and impact it, hunting is a great way to do it, and it can be done safely and done with partnerships with Texas Parks and Wildlife. So I don't know if it was discussed or not. I'm not sure what the biologist presented, but I know there is absolutely urban, municipally owned.
Okay, let me run this along here about the hunting, because I'm like one heck of a big no.
In the Greenbelt too, like,
Yeah, no.
What's the matter? What did you say?
I mean,
She said in the Greenbelt.
in the
That's what I'm
Greenbelt, so
talking
we're
about.
just gonna, like hypothetically speaking, we're just gonna shut the Greenbelt down on the
Yes.
days we wanna hunt.
We do it in
and
every,
hope-
we do it in every park in the state of Texas. That's how they manage the wildlife populations. And that's the thing, like, it isn't discussed a lot about, but every single state park in the park system has draw hunts. They do for kids, they do for adults, they shut the
Let's
park down for
finish going
5 days.
around the
No,
table,
I'm just gonna throw it out there that people are not aware that this goes on, and that is exactly how they manage these herds, both for disease and for numbers, including these state parks that are up against, and there are 2 municipally owned greenbelt spaces that the state runs hunting programs. You close them down for 3 days, you turn the kids loose, you eliminate some numbers, and it
Do we
works.
need to be in the dark right now?
Talking about mass death.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So I'm just saying, if that's not part of the
Damn it.
discussion, we're really not gonna do anything about it. And I challenge anybody to go out and do the research on this. It's best practices. The Parks and Wildlife system does it. It's effective and it works. including getting people involved in hunting and outdoor activities that may not otherwise do it. And they even sponsor equipment, they take, there's mentors, the whole 9 yards.
We have your proposal.
So I'm
And
just,
I
I'm just
now
saying it
need
needs,
to-
I didn't propose anything, I'm just saying it
Yes,
needs to be
we have what
discussed.
you're saying, and it's time for you to stop talking and let us go through, because you've made your point very clear. Mr. Gonzalez?
Whatever works. I'm not in favor of killing deer or anything like that, but.
No, you just said whatever works, and you're not in favor of killing the deer. That's not.
Well,
it's not
contradicted
compatible.
myself, yeah.
Oh, we're talking hunting only right now. Then we can
Okay.
talk about other solutions.
Yeah. No, I'm not in favor of that.
No. No.
Look,
Neighbors will
I
kill
grew up in a family of hunters. I like me my tamales of deer meat, but I just don't have enough information on it. Like, I'm also confused, like, it would be interesting to see what conversations the neighborhood commission had. I know you had like the little outline of it. What are they trying to solve? Like, this is talking about feeding deers, but like, what are their grievances about deers? Like, is there other?
Too many deer.
Right, but it's like, we're not naming it. I guess nobody wants to talk about shooting them or doing something else. They're like, we're just not gonna feed them. So I don't know enough. I'm not like a deerologist, and I quite frankly didn't sit down and do a whole bunch of research on this because I was too busy trying to field through hundreds of Tantra emails. Yeah, this hasn't been like a super priority to me, but I'll research it later. But for right now, I don't have enough information.
I would challenge the neighborhood commission to revisit it if they didn't, and for the community to do some
Well,
research
and
on
we
this.
can send it back to the neighborhood commission with your
Yes.
suggestions. I'm
Yes.
fine with that.
Yes.
And we can do two parts. We can, if you feel like it, we can go ahead with education and stuff, and then do some more research and come up with the options for a hunting program to provide more information, because I didn't know anything about that, so.
Yeah.
Are we a yes in general to education? Because we do have a lot of deer and they are everywhere.
I had no issue with that.
I mean, they're even around here.
Yeah, my issue was just the
Sometimes they
how the
cross Charles Austin
direction the conversation
on
was
the way home.
going into like hunting and packing meat, and I just think it was outside the bounds of what we were talking about.
Not at all. This is about discussion of too many deer. If you're
And
not
maybe we just
discussing-
have
No,
fun.
it was
Maybe we
legitimate
have
discussion.
fun. Maybe we have fundamental differences on like who the apex predator is, because I would really think that's us.
Hey, we
And-
moved into their territory.
I'm saying, and so, I mean, if they haven't gotten the message and the argument is shooting them is somehow gonna get them to all talk to each other to say keep out of it. I just don't.
That's exactly what happens. If you take, within a 2 or 3 generations, this is what I do for fun, living, I read these biology reports. I absolutely study this to a T. Within 1 or 2 generations of taking out a handful of does, they won't bring their babies back. And you know what their babies don't do? Bring their babies back. And you absolutely limit the numbers of deer by taking out even a handful, and they learn very quickly
Oh, Mr. Gleason,
of where the pressure comes from.
there has been hunting on my place for 25 years. It has not put a dent into
It does, it absolutely, in the urban environments, it absolutely does. And so I'm just
It
saying,
doesn't in my dad's ranch, that's all I'm saying. And
it
we're
is
making
best
a lot of
practices
tamales.
across every one of these states, and the state already does it because it works. And it's one of the only effective way to bring down numbers. And I'm just throwing it out there that's not discussed.
Okay.
And I know it's kind of taboo.
We don't
but-
have, it's 11:24. You've made your case.
Yeah.
Are y'all okay with sending the hunting option back to the neighborhood commission?
I'll challenge them to
You're
just
a
talk
no?
about it themselves if
You're a
we
no?
don't.
You're a no. I don't mind it going back to neighborhood commission.
I challenge them to
But
talk
we're
about
only
it.
3 there, so we're kind of not getting anywhere tonight. We're all good on education? I don't remember what all the things were that, actually, it was Mr. Eby that listed 1, 2, 3. I wish we had that list in front of us and all the downsides of deer. Full disclosure, I own acreage and I feed my deer. But we also have hunters on the part that's not in the city limits.
Yes, it's just the accidents, and we get calls where the deer get impaled on jumping on fences, and,
And that's why we shouldn't have fences that are like that.
right. So this is just, and then feeding them corn messes with their messes with their system.
I feed protein.
Yep, and,
I gotta do it right, girl.
yeah,
2/3 protein, 1/3 corn.
Like, we're not giving them happy meals.
Okay, we're getting loopy. No, but most people, it's just corn, and that's not what their natural diet is, and so it messes
it's
with
deer
them.
candy.
And so just if we do that education and let people know, maybe not corn, but maybe, you know, the gourmet
The protein
cuisine.
costs 3 times as much.
Yeah.
Ruffles did that. They had a public awareness campaign, and there is signage literally around their park saying what to feed the deer and what not to feed the deer. If you're going, even ducks, they went as far as to include other species. So, I mean, I have no issue with that. It was just how the conversation was going way over here.
It was that hunting in the green space that was
Yeah.
giving me the shakes.
Okay, I think we've got the direction we need.
All righty.
Thank you.
Anything else on this one? Moving on to item 18, Ms. Trevino.
Discuss and consider appointments to fill vacancies on the following boards and commissions and provide direction to staff. A, Animal Shelter Advisory Committee. B, Parks and Recreation Board.
And the Parks Board is,
We do not need to appoint anybody this evening. It is a full board, so I do apologize for that error.
okay. So, what we have is the Animal Shelter Advisory Committee,
Is it just one?
and there's only one slot. That's the one that's got the employees, people from Kyle and our people and all that. But we've got there's one that, she's Wimberly. I would like to put forth the name of Doreen Cruz.
That's who I was gonna nominate too. Mayor.
She has 10 years' experience in rescue, foster, took one puppy home and changed the puppy into puppy or dog that somebody wants to adopt. I give her lots of points for that. So I will put the name of Doreen Cruz in play, waiting to see if there's any other nominees. I've been, Doreen, I've been animal rescue volunteer for 10 years in the Dallas area with local animal rescues and most recently a foster for our animal shelter. I participated in the Dogs Day Out program since August and fostering since October. Good track record of fostering, partnering with rescues to get shelter dogs adopted. And then she gives a specific example, so that would be my nominee. Are there any other nominees?
I'm good with that.
Okay, then we will vote 1 for 1.
Motion passes 5-0.
All righty, then we're on to item 19.
The
If we
city
hurry,
council-
we can get out by 11:30.
Sorry, Mayor. The City Council will convene an executive session pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Government Code to receive legal advice regarding contracts with the Guadalupe Blanco River Authority concerning water treatment, management, and distribution for the city.
Okay, as we always do, we post this also on our work session agenda. That's the meeting at 3 o'clock. We did have our discussion. We concluded that discussion, and so we do not need to go into executive session now, so we can move on to the next item.
Consider action by motion or provide direction to staff regarding the City Council's deliberation, just as stated above.
We did have the discussion, and we gave direction to staff. And that's all we have to say about that one. Question and answer session with press and public. I've got a few names. These are people that spoke earlier. Anybody online? Anybody here wishes to ask a question? If not, there being no further business on our agenda to conduct, we're adjourned at 11:29.